أعوذ بالله العظيم وبوجهه الكريم وسلطانه القديم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله والحمد لله. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آله وسلم. اللهم اغفر لي ذنوبي وافتح لي أبواب رحمتك. الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبه ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. ربنا إنك من تدخل النار فقد أخزيته وما للظالمين من أنصار. ربنا إننا سمعنا مناديا ينادي للإيمان أن آمنوا بربكم فآمنا. ربنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار. ربنا وآتنا ما وعدتنا على رسلك ولا تخزنا يوم القيامة إنك لا تخلف الميعاد. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر الله أكبر ولله الحمد. الله أكبر كبيرا والحمد لله كثيرا وسبحان الله بكرة وأصيلا. لا إله إلا الله أنجز وعدا ونصر عبدا وهذا جندا وهذا من عذاب وعدا. لا إله إلا الله ولا نعبد إلا إياه مخلصين له الدين ولو كره الكافرون. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وعلى أصحاب سيدنا محمد وعلى أنصار سيدنا محمد وعلى أزواج سيدنا محمد وعلى ذرية سيدنا محمد وسلم تسليما كثيرا كثيرا. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون، والسلام على المرسلين، والحمد لله رب العالمين. إني وجهت وجهي للذي فطر السماوات والأرض حنيفا وما أنا من المشركين. قل إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين. إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين لا شريك له، وبذلك أمرت وأنا أول المسلمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون، والسلام على المرسلين، والحمد لله رب العالمين. وإما يزغنك من الشيطان نزغ فاستعذ بالله إنه هو السميع العليم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا يشوع له أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ويا قوم استغفروا ربكم ثم توبوا إليه يرسل السماء عليكم مدرارا ويزدكم قوة إلى قواتكم ولا تتولوا المجرمين. أستغفر الله العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه. أستغفر الله العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه. foríjì wá ọlọ́run. Astaghfirullah العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه. ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wa pọ̀ púpọ̀ o. Astaghfirullah العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسوله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. غفرانك ربنا غفرانك ربنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما كسبت. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما عملته على الذين من قبلنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فتعالى الله الملك الحق لا إله إلا هو رب العرش الكريم. وما يدعو مع الله إلها آخر لا برهان له به فإنما حسابه عند ربه إنه لا يفلح الكافرون. وقل ربي اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين. ربي اغفر وارحم وأنت خير الراحمين.
تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير. الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور. الذي خلق 7 سماوات طباقا ما ترى في خلق الرحمن من تفاوت فرجع البصر هل ترى من فتور ثم رجع البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو حسير. ولقد زينا السماء الدنيا بمصابيح وجعلناها رجوما للشياطين وأعتدنا لهم عذاب السعير. وللذين كفروا بربهم عذاب جهنم وبئس المصير. إذا ألقوا فيها سمعوا لها شهيقا وهي تفور تكاد تميز من الغيظ كلما ألقي فيها فوج سألهم خزنتها ألم يأتيكم نذير قالوا بلى قد جاءنا النذير فكذبنا وقلنا ما نزل الله من شيء إن أنتم إلا في ضلال كبير. وقالوا لو كنا نسمع أو نعقل ما كنا في أصحاب السعير فاعترفوا بذنبهم فسوقوا لأصحاب السعير. إن الذين يخشون ربهم بالغيب لهم مغفرة وأجر كبير. وعزروا قولكم أو اجهروا به إنه عليم بذات الصدور. ألا يعلم من خلق وهو اللطيف الخبير. هو الذي جعل لكم الأرض ذلولا فامشوا في مناكبها وكل من رزقه وإليه النشور. آمنتم ما في السماء أن يخشف بكم الأرض فإذا هي تمور أم أمنتم ما في السماء أن يرسل عليكم حاصبا فستعلمون كيف النذير. ولقد كذب الذين من قبلهم فكيف كان النكير. أولم يروا إلى الطير فوقهم صافات ويقبضن ما يمسكون إلى الرحمن إنه بكل شيء بصير. آمن هذا الذي هو جند لكم ينصركم من دون الرحمن إن الكافرون إلى في غرور. آمن هذا الذي يرزقكم إن أمسك رزقه بل لجوا في عتو والنفور. أفما يمشي مكيبا على وجهه أحدا أمن يمشي سويا على صراط مستقيم قل هو الذي أنشأكم وجعل لكم السمع والأبصار والأفئدة قليلا ما تشكرون قل هو الذي زرعكم في الأرض وإليه تحشرون ويقولون متى هذا الوعد إن كنتم صادقين قل إنما العلم عند الله وإنما أنا النذير المبين فلما رأوا زلفة سيئت وجوه الذين كفروا وقيل هذا الذي كنتم به تدعون قل أرأيتم إن أهلكني الله وما معي أو رحمنا فما يجير الكافرين من عذاب أليم قل هو الرحمن آمنا به وعليه توكلنا فستعلمون من هو في ضلال مبين قل أرأيتم إن أصبح ماؤكم غورا فما يأتيكم بماء مهين الله رب العالمين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم أنت ربي لا إله إلا أنت خلقتني وأنا عبدك وأنا على عهدك ووعدك ما استطعت أعوذ بك من شر ما صنعت وأبوء لك بنعمتك علي وأبوء بذنبي فاغفر لي فإنه لا يغفر الذنوب إلا أنت لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل ادعوا الله أو ادعوا الرحمن أيا من تدعوا فله الأسماء الحسنى ولا تجهر بصلاتك ولا تخافت بها وابتغ بين ذلك سبيلا يا الله الله يا الله الله الرحمن الله الرحيم الله الملك الله القدوس الله السلام الله المؤمن الله المهيمن الله العزيز الله الجبار الله المتكبر الله لا إله إلا الله الخالق الله البارئ الله المصور الله الغفار الله القهار الله الوهاب الله الرزاق الله الفتاح الله العليم الله العليم الله لا إله إلا الله القابض الله الباسط الله الخافض الله الرافع الله المعز الله المذل الله السميع الله alebasiru Allah. Alebasiru Allah, la ilaha illallah. Alehakamu Allah, alehadilu Allah, aletifu Allah, alekabiru Allah, alimu Allah, aliazimu Allah. Alegavoro Allah, Asakoro Allah, La ilaha illallah, Alehaleyo Allah, Alekebero Allah, Aleabeso Allah, Alemoketo Allah, Aleazebo Allah, Alejelelo Allah. Alekeremu Allah, alekeremu Allah, la ilaha illallah, arokebo Allah, alemujebu Allah, alewaseo Allah, aleakemu Allah, alewadodo Allah, alemajedo Allah. Aleba Yesu Allah, Asaridu Allah, la ilaha illallah, Ale Ako Allah, Ale Wakelu Allah, Ale Qawiyu Allah, Ale Waliyu Allah. Ale Matinu Allah, Ale Amidu Allah. Alemuse Allah, alemude Allah, alemuedo Allah, alemuedo Allah, la ilaha illallah, alemue Allah, alemumitu Allah. Ale ayo Allah, ale koyomo Allah, ale wajedo Allah, ale majedo Allah, ale wahido Allah, ale ado Allah, asomadu Allah, ale qadiru Allah, ale muqtadiru Allah, la ilaha illallah. Alemukadimu Allah, alemuawiru Allah, ale awalu Allah, ale akiru Allah, asoiru Allah, ale batinu Allah, ale wali Allah, ale mutaali Allah. Alebaru Allah, atawabu Allah, Alemuntekemu Allah, aleabowo Allah, arawofu Allah, la ilaha illallah, malekole moleke Allah, solejalali Allah. Wale ekerami Allah, ale mokesetu Allah, ale jamiu Allah, ale ganijo Allah, ale mungini Allah, ale maniu Allah, adoru Allah, anabiu Allah, anuru Allah. Ale ade Allah, ale bade Allah, ale baki Allah, ale waresu Allah, arrosedu Allah, asaburu Allah. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha sanu fún wa la. Ilaha illallah, la ilaha gbàdúrà wa o la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah.
وما من إله إلا الله الواحد القهار رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما العزيز الغفار لا إله إلا الله الواحد القهار رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما العزيز الغفار لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك وله الحمد يحيي ويميت وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك وله الحمد يحيي ويميت وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك وله الحمد يحيي ويميت وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وكل الحمد لله الذي لم يتخذ ولدا ولم يكن له شريك في الملك ولم يكن له ولي من الذل وكبره تكبيرا سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر والله أكبر والله أكبر ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر والله أكبر والله أكبر ولا أولى ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم
كلمة
سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر والله أكبر والله أكبر ولا أولى ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم
كلمتان خفيفتان على اللسان ثقيلتان في الميزان حبيبتان إلى الرحمن سبحان الله وبحمده سبحان الله العظيم ọlọ́run ó ṣe سبحان الله وبحمده سبحان الله العظيم a ò gbọ́ ṣe سبحان الله وبحمده سبحان الله العظيم adúpẹ́ سبحان الله وبحمده سبحان الله العظيم oore rẹ̀ lórí wa سبحان الله وبحمده سبحان الله العظيم سبحان الله وبحمده عدد خلقه ورضا نفسه وزنة عرشه ومداد كلماته سبحان الله والحمد لله أستغفر الله لا إله إلا الله سبحان الله والحمد لله أستغفر الله لا إله إلا الله سبحان الله والحمد لله أستغفر الله لا إله إلا الله الله واحد حي قيوم دائم jẹ́wà ní pé Allahu wáhídù hayyu qayyum dáìm ọ̀rọ̀ wa dọ̀wọ́ ẹ Allahu wáhídù hayyu qayyum dáìm wáyú ìwọ la gbójúlé Allahu wáhídù hayyu qayyum dáìm a ò lẹ́ni kankan Allahu wáhídù hayyu qayyum dáìm wa tó kọjá Olúwa Allahu wáhídù hayyu qayyum dáìm hayyu subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wassalamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin bismillahir rahmanir rahim wa annatil wujuh lil hayyil qayyum wa qad khaba man hamala az-zulman wa man ya'mal min as-solihat wa huwa mu'minun فلا يخاف الظلمان ولا هدما يا حي يا قيوم ولا لا إله إلا ọ̀kan lọ́lọ́run yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa la ọba lánàá ọba àlèní yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha òun ló lọ́jọ́ gbogbo yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa kàbíyẹ̀ ò sí ọba ọlọ́run yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa àfiyèsí lọ́ba àtayé yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa òun ni Mùsá wí yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa tó fi gbóhùn ọjọ́jú yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa òun ni Ìsá wí yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa tó fi ń jókòó dìde yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa ní Muhammadu wí yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa tó fi já síwájú àwa ẹ̀dá yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa ibi ó kù sí bá wa tún bẹ̀ ṣe yá hayo yá qayyum wala la ilaha illa yá hayo yá qayyum yá zal jalali wal ikram. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله نور السماوات والأرض مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح المصباح في زجاجة الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه النار النور ولا النور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد سادات نبي محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد سادات نبي محمد اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣèkẹ́ṣèkẹ́ fásiwájú ẹ̀dá Muhammad àtàwọn ará ilé rẹ̀ àtẹ̀mí Abdulrasheed ìkẹ́ rẹ̀ tí kò lópin. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi wa sallimu taslima. Allahumma صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وأزواجه وذرياته كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وأزواجه وذرياته كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم اجعل صلاتك ورحمتك وبركاتك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما جعلتها على سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. ثباته قد ألفت باتباعه وجمع رسول الله لا يتزعش. ثباته قد ألفت باتباعه وجمع رسول الله لا يتزعف. ثم الصلاة والسلام سرمدا على النبي مصطفى dákun gbàdúrà wa summa salatu wassalamu sarmada ala nabiyyi Mustafa Muhammad. لقد فاز من كان الرسول إمامه يقود بهن ونجاة زمامه. ويا رب انصرنا والنصر عزيزا بجاه رسول الله وموسى كذا عيسى. ويا رب يا الله اغفر ذنوبنا ويسر لنا المقصود في الدين ودنا وصل على المختار سيدنا ولوي خرجنا به من كل ضيق وغمة دخلنا به في ظل أمن وعصمة أتتنا به لله أسبغ نعمتي لحقنا به سبق من كل أمة ولولا كان البعد يشبك كل. فيا ربنا في أرضه وسمائه ويا رزقنا في أرضه وسمائه ويا معبودنا في أرضه وسمائه أمتنا على تصديقنا باستفائه فإنه أزل أزواك يحيى بدائي يشك علينا العيس دون لقائه إذا دين لم يكمل فلا كانت الدنيا. صل على محمد صل على محمد صل على محمد صل على محمد. اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد سادتي نبي محمد. أقر عليه للنبوة حاتم من الله مشهد يله ويشهد. ودم الإلهي اسم النبي إلى اسمه إذا قال في الخمس المؤذن أشهد صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد ساداتي نبي محمد.
أحب النبي العاصم يا محمدا أجل الواسع أسلا وميدا واتي وبه نفسا واتي وبه يدا أطاب له الرحمن وسيا وميدا صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد سادتي نبي محمد.
وضم إلهي اسم النبي إلى اسمي إذا قال في الخمس مؤذن أشهد وشق له من اسمه ليجله فصل عرش محمود وهذا محمد صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد ساداتي نبي محمد.
أبي رسول من بياسمي يشابه أرام علينا قلبهم رسول كريم ما أسقط ربه أريد لأوالك إمتي صلي على صل على محمد على يا ربي صل على محمد وسيد سادتي نبي محمد وسيد سادتي نبي محمد.
ولولاه ما كان حليل وآدم ولولاه ما كان حليل وآدم وموسى وعيسى بل وملك سليمان صل على محمد صل على محمد اللهم
يا ربي
صل على محمد وسيد ساداتي نبي محمد.
Ọlá Muhammad yóò mọ́ wa lára. Ọlá Muhammad yóò mọ́ wa lára. Mọ́ wò wá wá, mọ́ wẹsẹ̀ wá, ẹsẹ̀ wá pọ̀ púpọ̀. Ọlá Muhammad yóò mọ́ wa lára. Má ṣe mò ń bọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wa Olúwa. Má ṣe mò ń bọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wa Olúwa. Mò ń bọ̀ wá Olúwa mi kò yá lógún ọdún. Mò ń bọ̀ wá Olúwa mi kò yá lọ́gbọ̀n oṣù. Mo ti ṣe tán Olúwa mi kò pé ìṣẹ́jú méjì o. Má ṣe mò ń bọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ mi Olúwa. Kábíyèsí rẹ ọba ọlọ́run, kábíyèsí rẹ ọba olúwa, ọba tí ó lórogún tí ó lẹ́ni kejì. Kábíyèsí rẹ ọba olúwa, dákun gbàdúrà wa à ń bẹ̀ ọlọ́run. Dákun gbàdúrà wa à ń bẹ̀ ọlọ́run. Ìwọ ló pa wá láṣẹ pé ká ṣàdúrà. tábà ti ṣàdúrà tán wá dá wa lóhùn dákun gbàdúrà wa mò ń bẹ̀ Olúwa. subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم أنت ربي لا إله إلا أنت عليك توكلت وأنت رب العرش العظيم ما شاء الله كان وما لم يشاء لم يكن ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم أعلم أن الله على كل شيء قدير وأن الله قد أحاط بكل شيء علما اللهم إني أعوذ بك من شر النفس ومن شر كل دابة أنت آخذ بناصيتها إن ربي على صراط المستقيم اللهم إني أعوذ بك من الكفر والفقر ومن عذاب القبر لا إله إلا أنت اللهم إني أعوذ بك من الأم والحزن وأعوذ بك من وأعوذ بك من العجز والكسل وأعوذ بك من العجز من الجبن والبخل وأعوذ بك من غلبة الدين وقهر الرجال اللهم إني أعوذ بك من قلبي لا يخشى ونفسي لا يشبع وعلمي لا ينفع والدعاء لا يستجاب له اللهم رب الناس اذهب الباس اشفي أنت شافي لا شفاء إلا شفاؤك شفاء لا يغادر سقما بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وإذ صرفنا إليك نفر من الجن يستمعون القرآن فلما أدروه قالوا أنصتوا فلما قضي ولو إلى قومهم منذرين قالوا يا قومنا إنا سمعنا كتابا أنزل من بعد موسى مصدقا لما بين يديه يهدي إلى الحق وإلى طريق مستقيم يا قومنا أجيبوا داعي الله وآمنوا به يغفر لكم من ذنوبكم ويجركم من عذاب أليم اللهم اصرف عنا الوباء والبلاء اللهم اصرف عنا الوباء والبلاء ọlọ́run fi ṣọ́ ẹ̀ṣọ́ wa allahumma اصرف عنا الوباء والبلاء nínú aburú ayé o allahumma اصرف عنا الوباء والبلاء lọ́sàn ní lóru ní allahumma ìsìrífù análùwàbá wàlbàlá ọlọ́run dákun máa ṣọ́ wa allahumma ìsìrífù análùwàbá wàlbàlá bàbá ń lọ bàbá ń bọ̀ lójoojúmọ́ allahumma ìsìrífù análùwàbá wàlbàlá ọlọ́run dákun máa ṣọ́ wa allahumma ìsúrífù análùwàbá wàlbàlá lọ́wọ́ ojúkójú tó ń wo ní allahumma ìsúrífù análùwàbá wàlbàlá lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀mí tó ń ro àìdá sí ní اللهم اصرف عنا الوباء والبلاء lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀mí tó ń ro káṣubú Allahumma ìsìrífù annalwaba walbala ọlọ́run dákun máa ṣọ́ wa Allahumma ìsìrífù annalwaba walbala ya dafi al-afati idfa annal-afati يا دافع الآفات ادفع عنا الآفات ولقد سبقت كلماتنا لعبادنا المرسلين إنهم لهم المنصورون وإن جدنا لهم الغالبون وإن جدنا لهم الغالبون وإن جندنا لهم الغالبون ربي نجني وعلي مما يعملون ربي نجني وعلي مما يعملون gbogbo ẹbí rọ́bì nájìní wàhálì mímọ ya'maluna rọ́bì nájìní wàhálì مما يعملون
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم يا أيو يا قيوم يا دافع يا قائر يا قهار إكيار من أرادني بدوره بكورك يا من أخرج آدم من الجنة ورده بقوله ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ويا من در أيوب وصفه بقوله وأيوب إذ نادى ربه hani masani adoro anta ariyama rohimi fastajabna lahum fakasafna ma bi min duri wa taina alahum wa mislahum ma'ahum rahmatan min indina wa dhikra lil abidin wa ya man ja'ala adali musa wa najahu bi qawli ربنا إنك أعطيت فرعون وملأه زنة وأموالا في الحياة الدنيا ربنا ليضلوا عن سبيلك ربنا اطمس على أموالهم واسدد على قلوبهم فلا يؤمنوا حتى يروا العذاب العليم ويا من رفع عيسى إلى السماء بقوله وما قتلوا وما صلبوا ولكن شبه لهم وإن الذين اختلفوا فيه لفي شق منهم من له به من علم إلى اتباع سنه وما قتلوا يقينا بل رفعه الله إليه وكان الله عزيزا حكيما ويا من جعل يونس في بطن الحوت وأخرجه بقوله لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين ويا من نجا نوحا وقومه مما يطوفان بقوله فإذا استويت أنت ومن معك على الفلك فقل الحمد لله الذي نجانا من القوم الظالمين وقل ربي أنزلني منزلا مباركا وأنت خير المنزلين ربي أرسلني مرسلا مباركا وأنت خير المرسلين ويا من سلم إبراهيم من نار نمرود بقول قلنا يا نار كوني بردا وسلام على إبراهيم وأرادوا به كيدا فجعلناهم الأخسرين سلمنا من كل الفصل والحسن والهم والغم والدور والسار والفقر والمرض والسقاط والفسوق ومن كل زنزار ومن جميع مصائب الدنيا والآخرة يا أرحم الراحمين ويا من أخرج يوسف من غيابة الجب وسيانه بالحسنى بقول ربي قد أعطيتني من الملك ولمتني من تاويل الأحاديث فاطر السماوات والأرض أنت ولي في الدنيا والآخرة توفني مسلما ولكن بصالح يا قادم الإنسان إنسانك القديم يا دائم يا قيوم يا كريم حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل نعم المولى ونعم النصير واذكر عبدنا أيوب إذ نادى ربه أني مسني الشيطان بنصب وعذاب اركل برجلك هذا مغتسل بارد وشراب ووهبنا لهم أهلا ومثلهم معهم رحمة منا وذكرى لأولي الألباب.
وتوكل على العزيز الرحيم الذي يراك حين تقوم وتقلبك في ساجدين إنه هو السميع العليم حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل الذين قال لهم الناس إن الناس قد جمعوا لكم فخشوهم فزادهم إيمانا وقالوا حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل فانقلبوا بنعمة من الله وفضل لم يمسسوا سوء واتبعوا رضوان الله والله ذو فضل عظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وجاهدوا في الله حق جهاده واجتباكم وما جعل عليكم في الدين من حرج ملة أبيكم إبراهيم هو سماكم المسلمين من قبل وفي هذا ليكون الرسول شهيدا عليكم وتكونوا شهداء على الناس فأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة واعتصموا بالله هو مولاكم فنعم المولى ونعم النصير نعم المولى ونعم النصير نعم المولى ونعم النصير نعم المولى ونعم النصير نعم المولى ونعم النصير. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله لطيف بعباده يرزق من يشاء وهو القوي العزيز يا لطيف يا الله يا رزاق يا الله Olúwa يا ستار يا الله يا ودود يا الله يا ودود يا ودود يا ودود يا ذا العرش المجيد يا مبدئ يا معيد يا فعل لما يريد أسألك بنور وجهك الذي ملا أركان عرشك وبقدراتك التي قدرت بها على خالقك وبرحمتك التي وسعت كل شيء أنت وسعت كل شيء رحمة وعلما لا إله إلا أنت يا مكث أجزني يا مكث أجزني يا مكث أجزني يا غياث المستغيثين أجثني يا غياث المستغيثين أجزني ربي إني مغلوب فانتصر واجبر قلبي المنكسر ربي لا تكلني إلى أحد ولا تهوجني إلى أحد وأغنني عن كل أحد يا من إليه المستند وعليه المعتمد وهو الواحد الفرد الصمد لا شريك له ولا ولد خذ بيدي من الضلال إلى رشد ونجني من كل ضيق والنكد وأفوض أمري إلى الله إن الله بصير بالعباد وأفوض أمري إلى الله إن الله بصير بالعباد يا خالق النفس من النفس يا مخرج النفس من النفس ويا مخلص النفس من النفس أخلصيا ثم سبيلا يا سره ثم سبيلا يا سره ثم سبيلا يا سره بسم الله
الرحمن الرحيم كاف هاو ياو عين صاد ذكر رحمة ربك عبده زكريا إذ نادى ربه نداء خفيا قال رب إني وأنا العزم مني واشتعل الرأس شيبا ولم أكن بدعائك ربي شقيا وإني خفت الموالي من ورائي وكانت امرأتي عاقرا فهب لي من لدنك وليا يرثني ويرث من آل يعقوب واجعله ربي رضيا أعوذ بكلمة الله تامة من غضبه وشر عباده ومن همزات الشياطين وأن يهدروا بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم اللهم لا مانع لما أعطيت ولا معطي لما منعت ولا رد لما قضيت ولا ينفع ذا الجد منك الجد ربي زدني علما ربي زدني علما ربي زدني علما اللهم إني عبدك وابن عبدك وابن أمتك ناصيتي بيدك ماض في حكمك عدل في قضاؤك أسألك بكل اسم هو لك سميت به نفسك أو أنزلته في كتابك أو علمته أحدا من خلقك أو استثرت به في علم الغيب عندك أن تجعل القرآن ربيع قلبي آمين ونور صدري آمين وجلاء حزني آمين وذهاب همي آمين وابلي في مكاني حزني فرحا ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي أنزل على عبده الكتاب ولم يجعل له عوجا قيما لينذر بأسا شديدا من لدنه والذين يعلمون أن لهم أجران حسنا ماكثين فيه أبدا وينذر الذين قالوا اتخذ الله ولدا ما لهم به من علم ولا لآبائهم كبرت كلمة تخرج من أفواههم إن يقولون إلا كذبا فلعلك باخع نفسك على آثاره إن لم يؤمنوا بهذا الحديث أسفا إنا جعلنا ما على الأرض زينة لها لنبلوهم أيهم أحسن عملا وإنا لجاعلون ما عليها صعيدا جرزا أم حسبت أن أصحاب الكهف والرقيم كانوا من آياتنا عجبا إذ أوى الفتية إلى الكهف فقالوا ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا ربنا اكشف عنا العذاب إنا مؤمنون ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وتلك حجتنا آتيناها إبراهيم على قومه نرفع درجات من نشاء إن ربك حكيم عليم ووهبنا له إسحاق ويعقوب كلا هدينا ونوحا هدينا من قبل ومن ذريته داود وسليمان وأيوب ويوسف وموسى وهارون وكذلك نجزي المحسنين وزكريا ويحيى وعيسى وإلياس كل من الصالحين وإسماعيل واليسع ويونس ولوطا وكلا فضلنا على العالمين ومن آبائهم وذرياتهم وإخوانه واجتبيناهم وهديناهم إلى صراط مستقيم الفاتحة بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد صراط المستقيم صراط أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما إلا بإذنه الفوق ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يهود حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لقد جاءكم رسول من أنفسكم عزيز عليه ما عنتم حريص عليكم بالمؤمنين رؤوف رحيم فإن تولوا فقل حسبي الله لا إله إلا هو عليه توكلت وهو رب العرش العظيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والضحى والليل إذا سجى ما ودعك ربك وما قلى وللآخرة خير لك من الأولى ولسوف يعطيك ربك فترضى ألم يجدك يتيما فهوى ووجدك ضالا فهدى ووجدك عائلا فأغنى فأما اليتيم فلا تقهر وأما السائل فلا تنهر وأما بنعمة ربك فحدث بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووضعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر وما أدراك ما ليلة القدر ليلة القدر خير من ألف شهر تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربه من كل أمر سلام هي حتى مطلع الفجر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألم تر كيف فعل ربك بأصحاب الفيل ألم يجعل كيدهم في تدليل وأرسل عليهم طيرا أبابيل ترميهم بجرة من سجيل فجعلهم كعصف مأكول بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لإيلاف قريش إيلافهم رحلة الشتاء والصيف فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أتيمه من جوع وآمنهم من خوف بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أرأيت الذي يكذب بالدين فذلك الذي يدعو اليتيم ولا يهد على طعام المسكين فويل للمصلين الذين هم عن صلاتهم ساهون الذين هم يراءون ويمنعون الماعون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك هو الهدى بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل يا أيها الكافرون لا أعبد من تعبدون ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد ولا أنا عابد ما عبدتم ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد لكم دينكم ولي دين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح فرأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم تبت يدا أبي لهب وتب ما أغنى عنه ماله وما كسب سيصلى نارا ذات لهب وامرأته حمالة الحطب في جيدها حبل من مسد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يعجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Ọjọ́ gbígbà àdúrà ni ó ṣòní fún wa, ṣòní fún wa. A máa jẹ́ ogún síbì kan láàlàyé nígbà. Ọjọ́ gbígbà àdúrà ni ó ṣòní fún ẹjẹ́ jọ̀wé. Ọjọ́ gbígbà àdúrà ni ó ṣòní fún wa. Ọjọ́ gbígbà àdúrà ni ó ṣòní fún wa. A máa jẹ́ ogún síbì láàlàyé nígbà máwo ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wa máwo wà wá ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wa pọ̀ púpọ̀ ọjọ́ gbígbà àdúrà ni ó ṣòní fún wa. Alágbẹ̀dẹ ọ̀run rọ̀tà wá síre, alágbẹ̀dẹ ọ̀run rọ̀tà wá síre, ọba tí kò owó tẹ̀ gbọ́n kò tó rọ̀tà búrò. Alágbẹ̀dẹ ọ̀run rọ̀tà wá síre, mo gbé kádàrá mi sọ́wọ́ rẹ Olúwa, mo gbé kádàrá mi sọ́dọ̀ rẹ Olúwa. Ọ̀pọ̀ òràn òye òràn àyàpàdúrà, mo gbé kádàrá mi sọ́dọ̀ rẹ Olúwa. Tátátá mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta máma gbé bá wa. Tátátá mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta máma gbé bá wa. Kátàlé kátòkó kátútà mọ́tò. Tátátá mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta máma gbé bá wa. Rárá mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta fi ṣe kò ń gẹ́ wa. Rárá mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta fi ṣe kò ń gẹ́ wa. Kára nílé káròkó ká tó ra mọ́tò. Rárá mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta fi ṣe kò ń gẹ́ wa. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun alal mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Adúpẹ́ f'Olúwa Allah. Àwa yìn ẹ́ Olúwa Allah. Àwa dúpẹ́ f'Olúwa Allah. Àwa yìn ẹ́ Olúwa Allah. Alhamdulillahi, adúpẹ́ f'Olúwa Allah. Àwa dúpẹ́ f'Olúwa Allah. Àwa yìn ẹ́ Olúwa Allah. Àwa dúpẹ́ f'Olúwa Allah. Àwa yìn ẹ́ Olúwa Allah. alihamudulilayi adúpẹ́ f'Olúwa Allah. Olúwa fọ̀rọ̀ wá ṣe ìyanu. Allah 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 kọ̀rọ̀ wá máa kù síbì kan, fọ̀rọ̀ wá ṣe ìyanu. Allah ọ̀rọ̀ wa dọwọ́ ẹ. Allah àwa ò lẹ́nì kankan. Allah níwájú ní lẹ́yìn. Allah àwa ò lẹ́nì kankan. Allah lọ́tún ní lósì. Allah àwa ò lẹ́nì kankan. Allah ọlọ́run àlà olùtùnú tètè wá ṣàánú àwa. Allah gbogbo bímọ Allah ọlọ́run jọ̀ọ́ jèrè ọmọ. Allah àwọn tí wọ́n bí wa. Allah ọlọ́run jọ̀ọ́ jèrè wa. Allah wàhálà wọn pọ̀ púpọ̀ jù. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ wọ́n jèrè wa. Allah la ilaha illallah. Allah la ilaha illallah. Allah Muhammadu Rasulullah. La ilaha illallah. Allah alhamdulillah. Adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run tí ó tún ṣe ìjókòó ẹni nírọ̀rùn fún wa. Ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àwọlá pé òun nìkan lọ́ba tí à ń jọ́sìn fún. Ohun tí ọ̀dọ̀ ẹnìkan náà sì ni à ń wá ìrànlọ́wọ́ lọ. Ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àwọlá báyìí náà gbogbo àwọn àdúrà tí àwọn àfáà ti ṣe fún wa nígbà tá à ń ṣe ìwé àsàlátù, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àgbálẹ̀ wa lórí. Èyí tá a fi yin Ọlọ́run ọba, tá a fi ṣàfọ̀mọ́ fún Ọlọ́run ọba, ọmọṣẹ́ àgbá ní ìbádà fún wa. Èyí tá a fi ṣàsàlátù fún Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, a fi ń tẹ̀lé àṣẹ Ọlọ́run ọba ní ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àgbá mú ìkẹ́ àti ìgẹ̀bá Ànábì Mọ̀dínà. Ìyàṣẹ́kù orí àsàlátù náà ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àpínkárí gbogbo mùsùlùmí lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin ayé. Èyí táwa náà wá fi ṣàdúrà fórí ara wa àti àwọn ọmọ wa àti àwọn ẹbí wa àti àwọn ará wa. Ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àwọlá bíbàdúrà tó ti ṣe fún wa láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ tí débi tá a dé yìí náà, èyí tó kù náà lámọ̀rí wa ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àṣe fún wa pẹ̀lú ìrọ̀rùn. Ọlá la ilaha illallah. Ọlá jẹ́ kan ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run. Ibi tí bàtà ti ń ta ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa lẹ́sẹ̀, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àbá fìdẹ̀kùn síbẹ̀. Oko ìṣòro ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àbá kakó pátá. Bàbúrú bá ń lọ wájú, ọlọ́mọjà bá. Bó bá ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn, ọlọ́mọjò bá wa. Tó bá fẹ́ ká wa, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ dáàbò ẹ̀ tó péye bò wá. Ọlá jẹ́ kan ṣoṣo Ọlọ́run. Ọlá la ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Ní báyìí, a pe àwọn ZM wa kí wọ́n bá ṣe àdúrà ní ìgbà tí a bá ti ṣe gbólóhùn tí a máa ń ṣe tán. Ní gbogbo apáta ká mú tẹ̀sùbá wa. A ṣe gẹ́ bí a ṣe máa ń ṣe. Wọ́n a ṣe gbólóhùn kálímọ́tù musharafa Allahu Allahu ní ìgbà 70 times. Tá a bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tán, a ka súratul Ala. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà náà, àwọn ZM wọn bá ṣe útúbà kọ́lọ́mọṣẹ́ àgbà ní ìbádà fún wa. Ọlá la ilaha illallah. Ọlá títóbi gbólóhùn kálímọ́tù musharafa náà tó ṣe wípé kò sí gbólóhùn kan tó tún tó. Ní gbogbo ààyè àmọ́ sọ ni kò sí gbólóhùn tó tún tó, torí pé orúkọ Ọlọ́run ọba ni. Bá ṣe wá yin Ọlọ́run ọba náà, ọlọ́mọṣẹ́ àyìn àwa náà ní gbogbo ààyè tá a bá wà. Ọlá la ilaha illallah. Ọlá Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Allahu 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 Allah 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 الله 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 لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يحد حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. جماعة بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سبح اسم ربك الأعلى الذي خلق فسوى والذي قدر فهدى والذي أخرج المرعى فجعله غثاء أحوى سنقرئك فلا تنسى إلا ما شاء الله إنه يعلم الجهر وما يخفى عنه. ونيسرك لليسرى فذكر إن نفعت ذكرى سيذكر من يخشى ويتجنبها الأشقى الذي يصلى نار الكبرى ثم لا يموت فيها ولا يحيا قد أفلح من تذكى وذكر اسم ربه فصلى بل تؤثرون الحياة الدنيا والآخرة خير وأبقى إن هذا لفي صحف الأولى صحف إبراهيم وموسى إن هذا لفي صحف الأولى صحف إبراهيم وموسى إن هذا لفي صحف الأولى صحف إبراهيم وموسى. بسم الله الرحمن
الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم لك الحمد بما خلقتنا ورزقتنا هديتنا وقستنا وفرجت عنا. اللهم لك الحمد بالإسلام ولك الحمد بالإيمان ولك الحمد بالقرآن ولك الحمد بالمال والأهل والمعافاة. كبرت عدونا وبسطت رزقنا وزرت أماننا وجمعت فرقتنا جماعة نصر الفاتح وجمعت فرقتنا ومن كل ما سألناك ربنا آتيتنا ولك الحمد على ذلك حمدا كثيرا. اللهم لك الحمد بكل نعمة أنعمت علينا في قديم أو حديث أو سر أو علانية أو شاهد أو غائب أو حي أو ميت. اللهم لك الحمد حتى ترضى ولك الحمد إذا رضيت ولك الحمد بعد رضا. اللهم لك الحمد وأنت ملك السماوات والأرض وما فيهن ولك الحمد أنت نور السماوات والأرض وما فيهن ولك الحمد أنت قيوم السماوات والأرض وما فيهن وقولك الحق ولقاؤك حق وأنت الحق والنبيون حق ومحمد صلى الله عليه وسلم حق والجنة حق والنار حق. اللهم بذلك لك أسلمنا وبك آمنا وعليك توكلنا وبك قصرنا. أنت المقدم وأنت الآخر وأنت على كل شيء قدير. اللهم إنا نسألك بأسمائك الحسنى وصفاتك الأولى أنت السلام سلمنا وأهلنا وأبناءنا وجماعتنا وأقربائنا من كل الفزع والوزن والهم والغم والضر والشر والفقر ومن كل ذي شر ومن جميع مصائب الدنيا والآخرة ومن COVID-19 سلمنا وأهلنا وأبناءنا وجماعتنا نصر الفاتح. أنت الغني أغننا أنت الغني أغننا بفضلك برحمتك عن رحمة ما سواك. أنت الغني أغننا بفضلك عن فضل ما سواك. أنت السميع وأنت البصير وأنت اللطيف اللطفنا بتيسير كل أسير وإن تيسير كل أسير عليك يسير. اللهم يسر أمورنا اللهم يسر أمورنا اللهم يسر أمورنا اللهم يسر أمورنا ووفقنا إلى ما فيه خيرنا إلى ما فيه خيرنا وفضلنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم هذا الدعاء ومنك الإجابة وهذا الإجاد وليك التقلان وجعلنا اللهم مما أنعمت عليهم من النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين وحسن أولئك رفيقا. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم وبارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Ó dá mi lójú gbangba 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 gbangba, ó dá mi lójú kedere 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 kedere. Ó dá mi lójú pàdùà wá gbà, ó dá mi lójú gbangba. Ìwọ náà wí tiẹ̀, ó dá mi lójú gbangba 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 gbangba, ó dá mi lójú kedere 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 kedere. Ó dá mi lójú pàdùà mi gbà, ó dá mi lójú gbangba. Ìwọ náà tún wí tiẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, ó dá mi lójú gbangba 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 gbangba, ó dá mi lójú kedere 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 kedere. Ó dá mi lójú pàdùà mi gbà, ó dá mi lójú gbangba. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. A dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run. N tó fi dá lójú pé àdúrà wa gbà, òun náà ni pé wọ́n ní àdúrà tí ò bá nígbà àníráyè jókòó ṣe, àti wá jókòó ṣe eléyìí. Ọlọ́run bá fi ń dá wa lójú pé àfàìpè mí làfàìgbàdúrà yín, àdìhúní astajibu lakum. Ẹ pè mí, èmi Ọlọ́run máa dá yín lóhùn. Àti wá pé Ọlọ́run ọba báyìí pẹ̀lú àníyàn kan, pẹ̀lú ọkàn kan, láì ṣe iyèméjì. Ọlọ́run máa ṣàgbàdúrà wa. Èyí tá a rántí ṣe nú àdúrà àti èyí tá a rántí ṣe, Ọlọ́run máa ṣàgbà fún wa pẹ̀lú ìrọ̀rùn. La ilaha illallah Muhammadu Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Alhamdulillah, èyí tó kàn lórí ètò wa nísìn, òun náà ni kí a ṣe tàǹkàrà. A ṣe tàǹkàrà báyìí ní orí ètò wa. Àwọn àfáà tí ó máa bá a ṣe tàǹkàrà, àwọn náà ni àfáà wa Dhikrullah láti ìlú Manchester. Àfáà wa Dhikrullah, bismillah. Àfáà Dhikrullah.
Kò lè pè é lóòótọ́. Nísù.
Àfáà Dhikrullah. Àfáà Dhikrullah. So, inshallah, tàǹkàrà.
It's getting ready. It's coming. About the Kerala. It's coming, inshallah.
About the Kerala, ṣe wà bẹ́ẹ̀, bismillah. So, inshallah, a tẹ̀síwájú lórí tàǹkàrà wa. A tẹ̀síwájú lórí tàǹkàrà Suratul Araf. Òun náà ni à ń kà lọ́wọ́. Suratul Araf. Suratul Araf. Quran chapter 7. Òun náà ni à ń kà lọ́wọ́. Quran chapter 7, kí gbogbo wa ká ṣí Suratul Araf gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ti ń bá bọ̀ láti àtẹ̀yìnwá. Suratul Araf. Quran chapter 7, verse, verse kini? ZM verse kíládé? Suratul Araf, Aba Dhikrullah, bismillah.
A'udhu billahi minash Suratul Araf.
Verse
56 or so. Let me check it. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, my bad. Verse Wolade. Verse 52. Surah Al-Araf, verse 52.
Naam.
Papa Takbi Al-Quran, Quran chapter 7, verse 52, inshallah. Verse 52, láti máa tẹ̀síwájú, Quran chapter 7, verse 52.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولقد جئناهم بكتاب فصلناه على علم هدى ورحمة لقوم يؤمنون. هل ينظرون إلا تأويله يوم يأتي تأويله يقول الذين نسوه من قبل قد جاءت رسل ربنا بالحق فهل لنا من شفعاء فيشفعوا لنا أو نرد فنعمل غير الذي كنا نعمل قد خسروا أنفسهم وضل عنهم ما كانوا يفترون. إن ربكم الله الذي خلق السماوات والأرض في 6 أيام ثم استوى على العرش يغشي الليل النهار يطلبه حثيثا والشمس والقمر والنجوم مسخرات بأمره ألا له الخلق والأمر تبارك الله رب العالمين. ادعوا ربكم تضرعا وخفية إنه لا يحب المعتدين. ولا تفسدوا في الأرض بعد إصلاحها وادعوه خوفا وطمعا إن رحمة الله قريب من المحسنين. وهو الذي يرسل الرياح بشرا بين يدي رحمته حتى إذا أقلت سبحا باطقا حتى إذا أقلت سحابا ثقالا سقناه لبلد ميت فأنزلنا به الماء فأخرجنا به من كل الثمرات كذلك نخرج الموتى لعلكم تذكرون. صدق الله مولانا العظيم. Adá ọpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run ọba tí ó kà wá kún ìmáa jẹ́ mùsùlùmí torí pàápín oore tọ́lọ́wọ́n bá lè ṣe fẹ́ dà òun náà ni pé kó ṣe mùsùlùmí nítorí pé máa ń ya àdí wá ẹni ọlọ́run ọba bá fi mọ̀nà ọwọ́ àìmọ̀tẹ́dì àwọn ẹlẹ́ni tó mọ̀nà. Èyí ni a fi máa lékún lọ́pẹ́ lórí pé ọlọ́run ọba ṣe wá ní mùsùlùmí. Dákun ọlọ́run àpadà sí aburú àpadà sí ìgbà tí èèyàn tó ti jẹ́ mùsùlùmí tẹ́lẹ̀ òfin wa ní jẹ́ mùsùlùmí mọ́. Dákun ọlọ́run kó má gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ni kankan wa. Ìkẹ́ ọlọ́run àtòrè àjẹjẹtán rẹ kó máa bá aláyé lọ́run Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wa sallam, ẹni tó já sí pé ní fúra ara ọlọ́run ọba ló ṣàlẹ́ṣà, kó máa jẹ́ rahmatan lil alamin, kó máa jẹ́ ìkẹ́ fún gbogbo àgbáńlá ayé, wa shafi'un lil mu'minin, kó sì máa jẹ́ olùṣìpẹ̀ fún àwa tá a jẹ́ mùsùlùmí, àwa tá a jẹ́ mùmínì. Èyí ni ìkejì ọpẹ́ tá a dá fọ́lọ́run ọba wípé ó ṣe wá ní ọmọlẹ́yìn Ànábì wa Muhammad. Kọ́lọ́n dákùjọ́ àpadà sí aburú bákan náà, àpadà sí ìgbà tẹ́ni tí ń jẹ́ ọmọlẹ́yìn Ànábì tí yóò fi wá ní jẹ́ ọmọlẹ́yìn Ànábì mọ̀. Dákùnlọ́n kó má gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ ní kankan wa. Wala la hawla wala quwwata illa billahi al-aliyyi al-azim. Naam, súrà tí a kà lónìí yìí, ìkan náà súrà tí dá sí pé ní bá a bá ní ká tẹnu bọ ihun tọ́lọ̀ bá ń sọ fún wa nínú rẹ̀ láti ibi tá a ti gbé débi tá a gbé dé òní, a ní lè ṣàlàyé rẹ̀ tán torí pé kò sákòókò. Ṣùgbọ́n èyí tí yóò tún máa jẹ́ ìwúlò fún wa ká lọ síbi tí Ọlọ́run bá ti ń sọ fún wa nípa pípe Ọlọ́run ọba, nípa ìmáa bẹ lọ́wọ́n ọba, àwọn ìṣesí wo gan lọ́wọ́n ọba fẹ́ wípé tá a bá fẹ́ pe Ọlọ́run ọba wípé ká ṣe ká tẹ̀lé. Àwọn nǹkan wo ló jásí pé ní bí èèyàn bá ti jẹ́ olùpẹ lọ́wọ́n ọba, olùṣàdúà, ẹ jẹ́ ká wí bẹ́ẹ̀, ẹni tí bá ti ń ṣàdúà, bí èèyàn bá fẹ́ ṣàdúà, àwọn nǹkan wo gan ni Ọlọ́run ọba gbà wá mọ̀ràn wípé ká tì síwájú, pé ká mú níṣẹ́ ṣe. Jásí pé ní bí èèyàn bá ti múrò ẹ̀ níṣẹ́ ṣe, yóò máa jẹ́ k'Ọlọ́run ọba ó tètè gbàdúà náà, yóò máa jẹ́ kí àdúà náà kó tètè ní tẹ́wọ́gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹni. Ọlọ́run ọba ń sọ fún wa nínú Quran, ó ní ud'u rabbakum, ìyẹn ní àyà 55 nínú súrà tàkà lónìí nínú Suratul A'raf. Ọlọ́run ọba ní ud'u rabbakum tadarru'an wa khufyatan innahu la yuhibbul mu'tadin. Ó ń bẹ nínú ìṣesí wa wípé tá a bá fẹ́ ṣàdúrà, a máa ń ṣe bó ti ṣe máa ń wà ń gbà mí, àbí àwọn kan tiẹ̀ tún máa ń bẹ jásí pé nígbà tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ṣàdúrà, wọ́n á máa lo àwọn ẹ̀dà ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó jásí pé ní gbogbo ẹni tó bá jẹ́ mùsùlùmí ò gbúdọ̀ bá wọn lórú ẹ̀dà ọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Irú báwọn ẹlẹ́sìn kejì wa ti ṣe máa ń ṣeun ni, jásí pé ní tó bá fẹ́ ṣàdúrà, wọ́n á máa ní èmi ọmọ aláṣẹ ni mò ń sọ̀rọ̀, tàṣẹ ni mo fi ń sọ̀rọ̀, òun ti bá wí bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti di dandan kó gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Irú àwọn ìṣesí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kì í ṣe irú ìṣesí tí èèyàn gbúdọ̀ máa lò béèyàn bá fẹ́ bọ́lọ́run bá sọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn ìṣesí jásí pé ní nonchalant attitude, nígbà tí èèyàn fẹ́ bẹ lọ́wọ́ ọba, àbí kí èèyàn kó wọ́n pé wẹ́l Ọlọ́run fẹ́ bí wá rọ̀gbọ̀kú sórí oorun, Ọlọ́run ṣàánú mi o, àdúrà mi o. Béèyàn bá fẹ́ bẹ Ọlọ́run bá ní ud'u rabbakum, ẹ ṣàdúà, ẹ pé Ọlọ́run bá yín tadarru'an, pẹ̀lú ìfẹ́ kọ̀kọ̀, wa khufyatan, àti pẹ̀lú ìbẹ̀rù. Lèyẹn fi máa ń bẹ lọ́hùn nítorí pé ọba tí ó lè ṣe yóò ni. Lóòótọ́ ló sọ ní Quran pé ud'uni astajib lakum, ẹ pè nípa dáyé lóhùn, ṣùgbọ́n tó bá lóhùn ò dára lóhùn kí la fẹ́ ṣe sí? Ṣé kóòtù kan wà téèyàn lè mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ọba lọ ni? Kò síbi kankan téèyàn lè mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ọba lọ. Yẹn ló jẹ́ pé èèyàn gbúdọ̀ fi gbogbo nǹkan kí nǹkan tó bá ń ṣe lẹ̀ kó pátì nígbà tí ó bá ń pe Ọlọ́run ọba. Kì í ṣe ohun tó dáa ká máa ṣàdúrà lọ́wọ́ báyìí kí a máa ṣe nǹkan mi, kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ bá wí o. irú bá máa ń ṣe program lọ́wọ́ sí ẹlòmíì nígbà tó fi jẹ́ pé fídíò ni àkókò pa fídíò á dẹ̀ jókòó síbi kan á máa ṣe nǹkan míì sí ìṣòro pé òun gbọ́ gbogbo aná ló fẹ́ bá wí ṣùgbọ́n kì í ṣe ohun tó dáa òun lọ́wọ́ bá sọ pé ó dùn lọ àtẹ bá ti ń pe lọ́wọ́ ó dùn rọ̀ bákùn ẹ pe lọ́wọ́ bá yín tàdọ̀rọ̀ràn pẹ̀lú ìpẹ̀kọ̀ pẹ̀lú ìpayà wàkùfìyẹ́tẹ̀ àti ìbẹ̀rù pé ọlọ́run mo mọ̀ pé tó bá wọlé fa àmì máa yòrì ọba tí máa ń ṣe ohun tó bá wù fẹ́ni tó bá fẹ́ ni dákun náà ṣe fún mi dákun náà gbàdúrà mi ọba tá a máa ń bẹ̀ tá a bá fẹ́ gbé nìkan lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ni wà ní innahu la yuhibbul mu'tadin ọba tá a wí ọba tí ó kórìíra ìtayọ àlà ni ọba tó kórìíra kéèyàn ṣe kánginá pẹ̀lú rẹ̀ ni ọba tó kórìíra pé ní àsìkò téèyàn bá ń pè lásìkò téèyàn bá ń tọrọ nǹkan lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ kó tún máa jẹ́ kọ́kàn wọn máa ṣe nǹkan míì bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn bá ti fẹ́ pè ọlọ́run yóò pa ọkàn rẹ̀ pọ̀ láti ṣe ohun tó fẹ́ ṣe ni dákun ọlọ́run wọlé eléyìí kó gbàdúrà ẹnìkankan wa gbogbo ohun tí kò wá wa ń fẹ́ dákun ọlọ́run ṣe fẹ́ ẹnìkankan wa wala la hawla wala quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim wa subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Gbà wá láàyè owó, gbà wá láàyè ọmọ, gbà wá láàyè owó, gbà wá láàyè ọmọ, fún wa lẹ́mìí gígùn pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà ara Ọlọ́run, fún wa lẹ́mìí gígùn pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà ara. A gbà pé dandan ni kó àtúbọ̀tán wa jẹ́ ó dáa. A gbà pé dandan ni kó àtúbọ̀tán wa jẹ́ ó dáa. Kó tó di ní kíá ó mọ̀ játa ẹ mọ̀ kẹrẹ. Bó bá di ní kíá ó mọ̀ fi wá sálì jọ́nà rẹ̀. Gbà mí láàyè owó, gbà mí láàyè ọmọ, owó tàǹkàrà o, gbà mí láàyè owó, gbà mí láàyè ọmọ, fún mi lẹ́mìí gígùn pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà ara Ọlọ́run, fún mi lẹ́mìí gígùn pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà ara. Mo gbà pé dandan ni kó àtúbọ̀tán mi jẹ́ ó dáa. Mo gbà pé dandan ni kó àtúbọ̀tán mi jẹ́ ó dáa. Kó tó di ní kíá ó mọ̀ jẹ́ ń ta ẹ mọ̀ kẹrẹ. Bó bá di ní kíá ó mọ̀ fi mí sálì jọ́nà rẹ̀. Ọlá haúlá wàlá quwwata illa billahi aliyyil azim. A dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run, a dúpẹ́ fún àwọn àfáà tí wọ́n fún wa ní oúnjẹ mi látara tàǹkàrà tí wọ́n ṣe fún wa. Òun náà lọ sọ yẹn pé ìdí owó rọ́bà kún tàdọ́ ruwan wà ó fìyà tán ká máa pe ọlọ́run ọba lẹ́ni tó ń tẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan fún ọlọ́run ọba tó ń tẹríba wà ó fìyà tán pẹ̀lú ìbẹ̀rù láàrin pé àbó máa gbà ní àbí òní gbà. Ọlọ́mọṣà gbàdúrà wa. Ká má wàá gbàgbé owó tàǹkàrà kódà kó ṣe £1 lẹ́nìkọ̀ọ̀kan wá fi sínú àpò tàǹkàrà náà. Ọlọ́run mọ́ṣá àgbà ní ìbádà fún wa, kó ṣe ní sàdákàtù jàríà fún wa. Ọlá la ilaha illallah, ọlá Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Ní báyìí èyí tó kàn lórí ètò wa ni kí a bọ́ sórí lecture. Ṣùgbọ́n lè ní lecture tí a fẹ́ ṣe, àsìkò lecture wa àwọn youth wa ni wọ́n fẹ́ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ètò kan tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe bọ̀ láti orí platform àwọn youth, tí wọ́n fẹ́ wá jẹ́ kí àwa àgbàlagbà, àwa bàbá, àwa ìyá, àwa àǹtí, àwọn bọ̀dá káwa náà wá dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ náà torí ọ̀rọ̀ náà kàn wá bó tilẹ̀ kán ló kàn ó ní díẹ̀ yẹn ṣo fẹ́ bù kúrò ní. Tó bismillah á pe àwọn brother wa brother Abdulrahim Keji tí wọ́n jẹ́ youth secretary kí wọ́n bọ́ sí orí ìpele ètò tó kàn. Bismillah. Brother Abdulrahim Keji. Rajaja.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We thank Allah for making it easy for us, for keeping us alive for today. We ask Allah to make our discussion today to be a rewarding one, a one that will be useful for us right here on earth and on the day of Qiyamah, inshallah. Today we want to talk about the social system, morality of Islam, teenage relationship. We want to look into teenage relationship. The general understanding that many of us have is that Islam forbids teenage relationship. People tend to understand that, okay, Islam forbids teenage relationship. However, the question which we all need to ask ourselves is, what does Islam forbid? What is it in teenage relationship that Islam tends to guide us against? This will lead us to the verse of the Quran that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, La tekrabu zina, says we should not go near zina. We should not near zina. It did not say don't do zina. It just say whatever we have to do not find yourself within the premise of zina. And forbidding teenage relationship, why would a teenager wants to go into a relationship? It might be to satisfy their urge or to quench their urge. It might be for that purpose. It might be for any other reason as well. So that is the reason why we want to look into that. But one thing we need to know is that Islam does not forbid love. Islam does not forbid love. I would like to bring onto the platform. I have part of my panelists here. We have quite some of my youth members right here on the group. Allow me to bring here Sister Fatima Efukunle. Sister Fatima, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a question, Sister Fatima. When they say teenage are allowed to fall in love, what kind of love do you think they are talking about in this premise? What are we actually looking into when we say teenage are allowed to fall in love? What kind of love are we talking about?
The love we're talking about is a love that's halal and also permissible and a love that's halal. That's the kind of love we're talking about. So respecting each other and respecting the deen.
Okay, when we say I think we have Abdurrahim Ayola now on platform. When we say an halal love, an halal relationship, how do you define halal relationship within the right of Islam? What do you think an halal relationship will be? Brother Abdurrahim Ayola, are you with us? You need to unmute yourself, brother.
Yeah. When you have a halal relationship within Islam, obviously a lot of what you define as halal and to be permissible in your own eyes comes to do with your own morals and how you look at things. But then what I'd say to be on the safe side is keep it one purely of like emotional and like strict non-physical love. Therefore, you're just like in love with the person, not really the physical aspect of it.
So you said you're just in love with the person. Now, most times when we say we are in love with the person, we are actually looking towards filling a particular void in our life. Are we looking for a talking partner? Are we looking for someone to do things with, to go to school with, or someone to just, when you have free time, someone to just spend that time with? Is it that kind of relationship that we are actually looking at? Brother Fawaz, are you with us? Brother Fawaz?
Yes, I'm looking.
Now, for example, if you have a feeling to have a sexual relation with someone, Islam asks us to actually get involved with our parents, asks us to speak with our parents so that our parent can speak to the parent of the other person. How do you think it's easy to talk to your parents? Do you think it's a difficult thing for you?
I think nowadays with our generation, everything is quite difficult to talk to your parents, depending on the relationship you have. especially with like a topic about sexual relationships with the person, because with like that topic, I feel like some parents get defensive and start thinking that you want to do bad things, if you know what I'm saying. So if you want to talk to your parents about this, it's quite difficult to approach them and talk about that. So I think, yeah.
Okay, you mean your parents will judge you and just think that you actually want to do a bad thing. But what we are saying now is that you have come up to your parent and say, I've seen Sister Rukoya. Sister Rukoya, I tend to like the sister. I like the way she prays. I like the way she carries herself. And you want to make things halal in terms of making things halal. Is it a bad thing for a child to come to you? Let's bring in one of our mothers. Let's bring in Sister Miriam Adelakun. Are you with us, sister? Sister Miriam.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. What do you think as a parent? How would you feel if one of your children come up to you and say, Mom, I've seen someone that I really like, though I'm 18 years old, and I would like to make this thing halal. What would you say to your child?
You are breaking. Can you repeat that, please?
I mean, if your child of 18 years old come up to you and say, Mom, I've seen someone that I really like. I've seen that sister that I like, and I would like to get involved with that sister. What do you think, what will be your response to that as a parent?
Islam clarifies everything. Relationship is about husband, wife, and parents, child stuff. Mostly in the society nowadays, parents don't want to hear about I love someone, I like this. But personally, if my child comes to me and say, I'll sit the child down, you have to be their friend. If you don't make friends with your child, they will have friends out there that's going to ruin everything you built from childhood. So I will explain what is relationship in Islam. What does Islam say? If you are alone with the other party, Shaitan is the third party with you. And apart from that, what is your feelings? Is it hormonal feelings? We have hormonal feelings. We have the one that is based on, okay, I want to build this person. How do they build each other? It has to start from somewhere. So you need to sit your child down. We need to be friends with our children. It's very, very important. And we have to be there for them. Explain the pros and cons. Relationship in Islam is haram when it becomes an intimate stuff. So we have to tell them the protocol. May Allah guide us to the right path.
Thank you very much, sister. Let me ask a question. You know, we've said that we want to be friends to our children. We want to try and listen to them, but at the same time, we still have to be their parent as well. You have a 19-year-old, which we understand that there are certain responsibilities that are required for you to be a husband. You must be able to fulfill a certain responsibility. Now, can I ask? I think we have Sister Yetunde, Sister Alima Adetunji online as well. Let me ask you a question, sister. What do you think when you go up to your parent and your parent, for one reason or the other, they said, "Is this what we want you to be doing now? Do we? You've not even gone through your school. You've not done anything. You're talking about boys." What do you think your response would be to that parent? Sister Alima, are you with us? Sister Alima. You need to unmute yourself. Sister Alima, are you with us? Okay, we move on. I think let's move on from there. Let's go to one of our mothers. our mothers, Ajia Adeleko. Ma'am, what advice do you think you can give to our parents here in encouraging early marriage of their children? What advice can you give as a mother?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now.
Sorry, yeah. Alhamdulillah and Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So you use the word to encourage, and I think we need to understand it's different for what's it called? It's different for parents, for different families. And like, just not to repeat what the other sister said before, you need to understand, why does your child want to do what they're doing? Like she said, is it because we've got to remember, in the society that we live in now, most of our children are mixed with friends that, you know, for their families, they go back to their own parents to say, Mom, I have a girlfriend, I have a boyfriend. And even some Muslim families allow it. But on the whole, we know that Islam doesn't allow us. Well, we've got Islamic rulings around it, which as sister mentioned earlier on. If your child, depending on their age, the only main reason that's being quoted by most people is their sexual desires. Islam does offer us ways of restraining ourselves to control these sexual desires. And that is through fasting, lowering our gaze, and probably not finding yourself in those environments that will, like you said, will encourage you to go near zina. Now, to encourage a child, it depends on their age. And like you said, I think their age, the economic status as well. There's a lot of factors that have to be taken into account. I don't think it's one size fits all. Now, the main thing for me that I would like to say is, you're looking after a child, you're still breastfeeding the child. No, not mean breastfeeding, but you're still looking after them, right? They're still reliant on you financially. They live with you. Now they want to start their own family. That's going to be an additional financial burden to the family. So we have to consider that as well. Now, and take all those factors on board before you agree to why the child wants to get married early. Is it because it's a social thing? It's what's trending at the moment? Or is there a genuine need for them to do that? And if the parents are okay with that, we have the ulama to speak to the parents. And if they're happy with it, then we will support the children in that manner so that they are not breaking the rules of the Deen of Islam. But I personally, from my point of view, I wouldn't say one size fits all, and not to encourage it when there is not a need for it. That's what I would say. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, ma'am, for that. Looking at this on the other side of the coin as well, our mother said we need to look at all other factors in order not to say we want to encourage it. However, we do know that it is also within our right as parents to ensure that our kids are very well staying away from zina. Zina is one of a grievous sin that we can commit. Now, how can we ensure, if we have a well-meaning, God-fearing child that has been up to us and say, this is how I feel at the moment. I think I am ready physically and psychologically. Perhaps maybe my need for my monetary aspect, economic aspect of it is not quite getting into it. What do you think? How do you address that? Sister Taufika, are you with us now? Sister Taufika.
Yes, salam alaikum.
I know you are looking into a few things for the youth in terms of single and married for the youth. What do you think are the major challenges that we are facing at the moment in terms of looking at a credible spouse for our brothers or for our sisters as well? What do you think are a major thing that we face?
I think personally, from my personal opinion, I think assalamu alaikum everyone, I apologize. I think personally, one of the challenges that I've seen so far is people not being realistic with maybe I wouldn't say not being realistic. I think is not having a realistic way that you're thinking what you need is actually quite different from what you want. For example, I want a Range Rover. Can I maintain a Range Rover once I've got it? Probably not. And these are the reality of life. I think is you know, like Ajia said earlier, everyone's situation is different. So where we have people who genuinely wants to find a spouse, and you have somebody else who also wants to find a spouse, the only problem is, you know, that they don't there will be a personality clash, if that makes any sense. So when it comes to choosing a spouse, it's quite technical, if that makes any sense. Very technical, because you know, people want different things, and sometimes you think you're ready, but you're not actually ready yet. And sometimes you think you're not ready, but then you are ready. So it's very technical, and you know, it's different for everyone. So the challenges we're facing at the moment is trying to match the personalities, because we don't want them to clash. That's the challenges we're facing at the moment. And I think also people think that it's not okay to come forward and say, hey, I'm looking, you know, and they think it makes you, I don't know if it makes them feel somehow, I don't know, especially for females. We don't have a lot of females coming forward. We have guys saying, if you find a sister, I am looking, that's that. But you ask the sisters and they point blank say nothing whatsoever, but yet they're not married. So I don't know if people need to understand that it's okay to say I'm looking, and if you find somebody as well, it's okay. Look, I'm not trying to put the wrong word out there, but I'm just trying to say that it's okay for a female to find somebody that they like and let the parents know. They don't have to wait around for the guy to come to them, if that makes any sense.
Okay, thank you, sister, for that. You know, it is quite a very serious issue around everyone, because I was reading something earlier today, and I saw there was a saying that says most young men get married in order to have halal sexual relation. Most young men say that that's probably one of the main reasons why they decided to say, you know what, I want to get married. Now, that is someone trying to straighten the relation between himself and his maker. Now, as a parent, what is the ideal age that we can say, okay, this age is okay now, my child can now get married? Sister Adelakun, are you with us?
Yes.
What do you think will be the ideal age that we can say that, okay, my child is now ready at this particular age?
He did not shout out, Mr. King. Regarding age, it depends on the maturity of the child. I don't think age really matters when it comes to some things in life. But the society will find ourselves. What we'll say is the child should be ripe enough, you should have been a graduate. Some parents will even say you have to do your master's, you have to do your PhD. What really matters is the maturity of the child. If my daughter comes to me at age of 20, 21 and says, Mom, I want to get married, and I see she can face the reality of marriage, it involves a lot of stuff. After knowing the spouse, both of them to be, you need to advise them. Getting married at 30, 35, 40, that doesn't mean the marriage will work. And that doesn't mean they are ripe enough for marriage. So the maturity, the guidance for parents, I'm still saying it, the parents really matters in the marriage of your children. You just have to get involved from the start. And one other thing I need to chip in is when we're talking about finance, you'll see that parents will say, what do you have? Kiloni? It's not about money. It's about them building it together. Some parents are so rich and their children are suffering. All this money is going nowhere with us. They will leave the money behind us. There is nothing wrong in you allowing your children to marry at a very tender age of 20, 21, even while still in school, in order to avoid zina, Support them financially. Even if you get an appointment for them, you don't need to announce to people that I'm the one supporting my children. It's your own headache. So people don't need to use paracetamol for your headache. So I would say we parents need to support our children. We can tame anything in this world as long as we put effort and love. The main thing is love. When there is love, you can build a mountain. So support your children. And your children, I'm not talking about your daughter, even the spouse to be, that means you have an additional child.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, Ma. I think at this junction, let's open the floor to all the attendees. If anyone wants to contribute to this teenage relationship, they have any key point that they feel that they would like to add, I'm happy if you raise your hand. You're given privilege to talk. In the meantime, let me welcome our zonal chairman just to take.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Walaikum salam, sir.
I share the views expressed by the last speaker, Sister Delaku. I support that 100%. I just want to quickly revisit the issue of the young adults. That's where we started the conversation. These teenagers who come with feelings. In terms of body chemistry and all of those things, children get matured quicker. And that's different from the maturity which our sister discussed. What I think we haven't emphasized is the reality of sex education. Okay, some of our contributors have said this without really unveiling it. Say, tell them the pros and cons. Okay, I think if you sit a sensible child to a conversation, not an instruction. You see, Nigerian parents, we are often dictatorial. We just issue our fatwa and all of those things. Maybe it works in Nigeria, but it is a community of the why and why and why. So don't issue a fatwa if you're in such a situation. Have a conversation. And this conversation is not a one-off. And it must include sex education and everything, not from this is what I want, from the perspective of what you think will be good for that child. So if you sit down with your child and you say, so what do you want to be? And this is that. So if you did this now, there will be consequence of this. If you have that, pregnancy may come. If it comes, you've got a child, and then you bring the economic factors into it. So if people find a reason not to do certain things, we are more likely
stop once.
As against if we're just told don't do it. Okay, so I think the issue of sex education and because if you want to run away from zina and then you're committing another crime of creating a life that you don't have capacity to sustain, bringing a male or female into your life that you are not mentally matured enough to manage and all of those things, then there will be more astaghfirullah al-azim. You may be committing more sins. Sister Kafa Adilekwa has talked about fasting. There are other things we can do to self-discipline when we find the reason why we should. So sex education and the ability to have economic capacity to live an independent life. May Allah is our task.
Thank you very much, sir. We have few hands up on the attendee. Please, let's not be more than 2 minutes so that we can allow everyone to go round. Brother Abdulmajid Afolabi, you have right to talk now. Can you?
1 minute per person, please. 1 minute.
Brother Abdulmajid Afolabi, you can unmute yourself now. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yeah, a quick one. I just want to say something quickly on the issue of having delay marriage in our sisters. actually as as an admin of the youth wing, is that a very disturbing and a challenging issue we have. And if we don't do something about it, it's really going to be a problem for us. I think we need to, just a suggestion, we need to really find a way of counseling our sisters, because I don't see a reason why we have sisters that are of age get married, and some of them quite okay. If you ask them reasons why they are not married, they can't tell you. They can't tell you any reason. Perhaps maybe our mothers or our parents who are not doing well enough, but we need to do something about it. I don't know. It's a general problem we have, but we need to do something about it so that all these issues that we're trying to discuss here, we can see something that we can do to avert whatever calamity that can arise from it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother. Let's go to Sister Fatima Salami. You have right to talk now, sister. Please unmute yourself.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I just wanted to contribute in regards to what we've been talking about in regards to age. Said maturity comes to play because you have a kid of 21, 22 who will have a family. Khalid, stop it, and be able to care for his family. And you have men that are 40 and over 40 who still doesn't understand the concept of marriage and taking care of their family. So I think teenage or no teenager, I don't think age necessarily matters. And when it comes to a lot of sisters not getting married now, or, you know, a lot of people still remaining single after a certain age, I think it's the fear, personally from a woman, I think it's the fear of marriage, maybe seeing other people and what they're going through. Men are very careful. They don't want to get married without money. Like I think a sister mentioned, financial responsibility. A lot of people don't want to get married because they think they can't afford to get married. And some people are just outrightly not ready. So I think, again, I don't think age matters. So that's what I wanted to contribute to it.
Thank you. So age doesn't matter. How do we support them financially? This is also in line with the saying of Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which says if you have a child that is of age, you know, if you think that he hasn't got the money to do it, go ahead and do that for the person. Inshallah, Allah will make it easy for us. I have one Ade on here. You have right to talk now. Ade, 1 minute, please, quickly. Please unmute yourself.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Basically, all what has been said has taken in, but I think personally, before children are of age, parents should endeavor to have a very good relationship with their kids right from youth, because from age 10, they'll be picking so many things from their peers as from school. And I think from that age, then you should be telling them what are the pros and cons in line with Islam. And then when certain age is with their responsibility as well, if obviously, because that's very important. Some of them, I said, okay, they are matured, they have feelings. And as this Zona head said earlier, that sex education is very important. There's a time that they should be courting to know each other, to know if their partner, because they might have likeness, and then down the line that fades. Is that the real person that they wanted to end up with before introducing you know what I mean, the sexual bait and all that stuff. That's just what I wanted to contribute, sir.
Thank you very much, sister. Thank you, ma. But the concern which we have is that people tend to take the word courting to mean license to kill. They mean license to do whatever they like within themselves. And that is where we are trying to guide against. That is the relationship part that we are trying to guide against. So
I do agree with you. That's where the elders comes into play to kind of explain to them. When I say courting, it's not like they're going to have a year, but like 2-3 years courting. Obviously, they really need to know each other with no intimacy involved, and then
Hello,
obviously
Jaja,
both
can you
parents.
stop this? We'll come back and have a longer time.
Okay, sir. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you for that. So just to wrap everything up, Sister Fatima, do you have anything to add to this? Sister Fatima, before we go.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Obviously what everyone on the panelists has said, and it's all true in all, but we need to consider the children's feelings in all of this. When they come to you as their parents or someone they look up to or they're guiding, and they sit you down and they tell you, oh, mom, dad, I'm ready for marriage, we need to consider how, like, the amount of strength it took them to come and sit down to you to let you know that they're ready. So we can't ridicule them in, like, by saying, oh, you're not ready, how can you be ready, this and this. Everyone falls in love, or everyone grows differently in respect to being ready for marriage. So we need to consider how they're feeling and go in accordance with that. So as parents, I just want to tell you to just listen to your kids. When they come to you, it takes great, like, strength for them to come to you and to tell you how they're feeling. So just listen to them. That's all I can say, to be honest.
Thank you very much. I think there are so many hands. Unfortunately, the time which have been permitted is elapsed already. Thank you, Sister Fatima, for that last note. The reason why we brought this discussion to this platform today is to get across to our parents, is to tell our parents, sometimes we don't listen. Sometimes we have the way we were brought up in Africa, the way our mother have told us that if you're not this, if you're not that, you can't do this. We brought that belief, and we're passing that on to our kids as well. Sometimes parents as well, sometimes want to correct their wrong on their children. You know, sometimes parents' failure, they want to ensure that where they failed, they want to make sure that their children will not fail on that note. And it might not be in line with what our kids actually want. Thank you very much for that. It is quite important that our parents do listen. And it's also quite important that our children also listen to our parents, because there is something they have that we don't have. That is what we call experience. Experience happens to be the master of all. And let's listen to their experience and take that on board when we are making our decision. Thank you very much, everybody. Jazakumullah for your time. And thank you to our mission board for giving us the time and the slots to have this discussion today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahumma Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim. This is a very, very important topic. Unfortunately, we didn't, anticipate that it would go this way. So while the session was on, we were having conversation behind the scene, and the consensus is that inshallah bi kudratihi we are going to come back. We are going to come back. Inshallah. We will definitely revisit this topic, and when we come back to revisit this topic, we will give it extended time, because from observation, we saw a lot of ants, even some people that have not raised ants. As this proceeding continues, they will download, the processor will download, and they will want to contribute, because we are all in this together. We are all in, some of us, some people, not they are there, they have experienced it. Some of us are approaching, whether we like it or not. Our children are now approaching that age. Somebody mentioned 18, 19. My child will soon be 19, or will soon be 18. So when it gets there, how do I deal with this matter? So inshallah, we will definitely come back. And inshallah, it will be given proper publicity. so that everybody will be able to participate. The floor, the platform will be open for question and answers, and we'll be able, we should have allocated time for questions and things like that. So please pardon us for this short time that we allocated to this very important topic. Very, very important. Very, very important. The Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says, "An-nikahu sunnati wa man raghiba an sunnati falaysa minni." Marriage is my tradition, is my sunnah. Whoever does not get married is not one of me. So how do we get married? So these are the things we need to get to know. Before we get married, those are the things. So inshallah, we will come back in order not to flog this this issue, inshallah. May Allah accept it from us and give us the benefit of being married, inshallah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Before we go to the next program, which is prayer requests, the Ustaz Domaba prayer request is Fadila to Sheikh Isaac Shuaib Shoyemi. It will come on board to do prayer requests. But before that, I would like to read some of the things that came on to the screen, perhaps if he hasn't seen them. We got a message that says, please pray for Brother Abdulaziz, the Kwara Zone Youth Treasurer, who died today. Astaghfirullah. May Allah forgive him. Who died today through a car accident. May Allah forgive him. He left wife and children behind. So Eba Shadua from Brother Abdulaziz, Lati Kwara. Back on our prayer request for Brother Said Alan from Milton Keynes. He lost his grandmother on Monday. And what else? And okay, the other ones are questions. So about
Alhamdulillah, inshallah.
Bismillah.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ala dawatana rabbana. Ala dawatana rabbana. Ala dawatana ajibu lana. Ala dawatana ajibu lana. Ala dawatana rabbana. Ala dawatana rabbana. Ala dawatana ajibu lana. Ala dawatana ajibu lana. Ọbọ̀lúwa mashallah ìgbàdúrà wa. Ọbọ̀lúwa mashallah ìgbàdúrà wa o. Ṣé bó mọ̀ pa ó lẹ́nìkan fi wọ́? Ṣé bó mọ̀ pa ó lẹ́nìkan fi wọ́ Ọlọ́run? Ọlọ́run má ṣàwọlá pé ìwọ nìkan lọ́ba tá a ní. Orí gbangba wa, orí kọ̀rọ̀ wa, ó mọ bá a ṣe tó, ó mọ bá a ṣe mọ. Pẹ̀lú bá a ṣe tó, pẹ̀lú bá a ṣe mọ, ajúra wálẹ̀ fún Ọlọ́run ọba. Ọlọ́run gbogbo ń ta ṣe ládùúà látàárọ̀ lórí pláfọ́ọ̀mù yìí, Ọlọ́run bá mú lọ sílẹ̀ àṣẹ. Ọláyé tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad. Jàmá, lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ká tó lọ sínú prayer request yìí, gbogbo wa pátá, gbogbo àwa òbí tá a wà lórí pláfọ́ọ̀mù yìí, ẹ jẹ́ á ṣe bísímìláhì wádùá fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wa pátá. Ọlọ́run gbogbo àsìkò tí wọ́n bá máa yàn, Ọlọ́run a bẹ̀ ẹ́, èyí tó dáa ní k'Ọlọ́run bá wa fún wọn yàn Ọlọ́run. Èyí tó pé, èyí tó ní àlùbáríkà ní k'Ọlọ́run bá wa fún wọn yàn Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run má ṣàwọlá pé ìwọ Ọlọ́run lọ́ba olùṣọ́, lọ́ba máa fìṣọ́ ẹ̀ṣọ́ wọn Ọlọ́run. Ọlá bísímìláhì wàdùá, ká má gbàsìkò, bísímìláhì rahmanir rahim. Wàdùá walayli idha saja, man wadda'aka rabbuka wa man qala. وللآخرة خير لك من الأولى ولسوف يؤتيك ربك فترضى ألم يجدك يتيما فهوى ووجدك ضالا فهدى ووجدك عائلا فأغنى فأما اليتيم فلا تقهر وأما السائل فلا تنهر وأما بنعمة ربك فحدث. Bákan náà, brother Wálé, wọ́n láwọn ní court case ní ọjọ́ Monday
abẹ́ ọlọ́run ọlọ́run má ṣàbá wa sí wọn lọ ọlọ́run ọlọ́run má ṣàbá wa sí wọn débẹ̀ ọlọ́run tí wọ́n bá ti ń débẹ̀ abẹ́ ìwọ ọlọ́run ọba ọlọ́run jọ́ bá ní ọlọ́run bá pàdé ń bẹ̀ ọlọ́run adájọ́ tí ó da ẹjọ́ wọn ọlọ́run bá wa gbẹnu ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́run ọlá yìí tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad brọ́dà wa ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ orúkè tẹ́ fẹ́ lọ fún àwa ò mọ̀ àmọ́ tó bá jẹ́ pé nínú ọkàn ara yín ẹ̀yin náà ẹ ti mọ̀ pé ẹ jẹ̀bi ni kẹ́ ẹ tó lọ ẹ kọ́kọ́ jura yín lẹ̀ fọlọ́run kẹ́ ẹ sọ fọlọ́run pé o ti mọ̀ pé lẹ́ṣẹ̀ ẹ̀ṣá ni ìmí ọba ya rọ́bì dákun wá foríjì mi wá gbàdúrà mi dákun wá foríjì mi ẹ jura yín lẹ̀ fọlọ́run kẹ́ ẹ ṣe istikfaru tó pọ̀ kẹ́ ẹ jẹ́wọ́ fọlọ́run kẹ́ ẹ jura yín lẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ tó lọ ọlọ́run á wà bẹ̀ ọlọ́run má ṣàwọlá ọba tẹ́ ẹ jura yín lẹ̀ fún ọlọ́run bá wa sì yín débẹ̀ ọlọ́run bá wa sì yín débẹ̀ ọlọ́run ọlá yìí tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad gbogbo apáta àpanupọ̀ á ṣe bísímìláhì wọ́dùhà lórí àyà kọ̀ọ̀kan á máa ṣe rọ̀dí Allahu ta'ala ánìwò wà rọ̀dú ìyẹn ń bẹ nínú Quran chapter 98 verse 8 suratu Baina òun náà ló wà rọ̀dí Allahu ta'ala ánìwò lórí àyà kọ̀ọ̀kan brọ́dà wa yìí tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń lọ ẹ̀yin náà ẹ máa ṣe àdúrà yìí suratu Duha ìyẹn ní Quran chapter 93 kẹ́ máa kà á lórí àyà kọ̀ọ̀kan kí wọ́n máa sọ pé rọ̀dí Allahu ta'ala ánìhù wárọ̀dù àánú ọlọ́run ọba kò ní fi ilẹ̀ ńgbà kankan ọlá ìtóbi ànábì wa Muhammad ọlá bismillahir rahmanir rahim wad-duha rọ̀dí Allahu ta'ala ánìhù wárọ̀dù ánìhù wal-layli idha saja rọ̀dí Allahu ta'ala ánìhù wárọ̀dù ánìhù man wada'aka rabbuka wa man qala rọ̀dí Allahu ta'ala ánìhù wárọ̀dù ánìhù walal-akhiratu khayrun laka minal ula رضي الله عنه ورضوا عنه ولا سوف يؤتيك ربك فترضى رضي الله تعالى عنه ورضوا عنه ألم يجدك يتيما فهوى رضي الله عنه ورضوا عنه ووجدك ضالا فهدى رضي الله عنه ورضوا عنه ووجدك عائلا فأغنى رضي الله عنه ورضوا عنه فأما اليتيم فلا تقهر رضي الله تعالى عنه ورضوا عنه ومن سائل فلا تنهر رضي الله تعالى عنه ورضوا عنه وما بنعمة ربك فحدث رضي الله تعالى عنه ورضوا عنه رضي الله عنه ورضوا òun ló ń bẹnu suratul Baina tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń ka suratul Duha kẹ́ máa fi rọ̀dí Allahu anhu waradu anhu sí láàrin ọlọ́run má ṣàwọlá pé òun lọ bá àánú ọlọ́run bá wa ṣàánú yín ọlọ́run bá wa dúró tì yín ọlá yìí tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad bákan náà àwọn brọ́dà wa kan oníkàbá ká ṣe àdúrà fún Mr. Àbáyọ̀mí Bákàrè tí wọ́n jáde láyé ó pé ọdún 5 tí wọ́n jáde láyé abẹ́ ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe kún sí mi fún wọn ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe kún sí mi fún wọn ọlọ́run iwájú tí wọ́n kọjú sí ọlọ́run jẹ́ ó dá ọlọ́run ẹ̀yìn tí wọ́n fílẹ̀ ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó bàjẹ́ ọba tí ò jẹ́ ó bàjẹ́ níṣojú ẹ̀mí wọn ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó bàjẹ́ lẹ́yìn wọn ọlá tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad ọlá bismillahi kul huwallahu ládàbẹ̀ ọlọ́run bá wọn nù sáré bismillahir rahmanir rahim qul huwallahu ahad allahu samad lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad bismillahir rahmanir rahim qul huwallahu ahad allahu samad lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad bismillahir rahmanir rahim qul huwallahu ahad allahu samad lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad bákan náà wọ́n ní ká ṣàdúrà fún brother Abdulaziz tí wọ́n jẹ́ treasurer Kwara zone Nasfat Kwara zone bí wọ́n jáde láyé ní àárọ̀ yìí pẹ̀lú ká accident gbogbo apáta kálukú wa ọ̀nà tá a gbà kúrò láyé kò jọra wọn nínú àwọn àṣírí tọ́lọ́run bá fi pamọ́ tí ò fi wọn ẹnìkankan gbogbo alámọ̀ pé a wáyé látara àwọn òbí wa àmọ́ ọ̀nà wo la fẹ́ gbà kúrò láyé wallahi làásìm kò sẹ́dá tó yé ẹni tí ó kúkú mọ́tò ọlọ́run bá mọ̀ ẹni tó jẹ́ pé yóò sùn yóò kàn kú náà ni ọlọ́run bá mọ̀ àtẹni tó kúkú mọ́tò àtẹni tó jẹ́ pé ó sùn ó kàn kú náà ni àwọn méjèèjì ẹ̀mí kan náà ni ó kúrò lára wọn àmọ́ ọ̀nà tẹ́mi yẹn fẹ́ gbà jáde òun ni ò jọra wọn wallahi brother wa Abdulaziz tí wọ́n jáde láyé láàárọ̀ yìí wallahi lazim àsìkò tí wọ́n lò láyé ó ti tó àsìkò wọn ó ti tó ọ̀nà tọ́lọ́run ń sì kọ́lẹ̀ pé ẹ̀mí ó gbà kúrò lára wọn òun ni ọ̀nà tó gbà kúrò lára wọn yẹn wallahi Ọlọ́run abẹ́ Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe kún sí mi fún wọn Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe kún sí mi fún wọn Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe kún sí mi fún wọn Ọlọ́run iwájú tí wọ́n kọjú sí Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ó da Ọlọ́run èyí tí wọ́n fílẹ̀ Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó bàjẹ́ Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run má ṣàwọlá ìgbìyànjú wọn lójú ọ̀nà ẹ̀sìn Islam kéèyàn tó lè jẹ́ treasurer ní Nasrullah ilé party ó tó wá jẹ́ ti zone á jẹ́ pé ẹni tí wọ́n fọkàn tán ní branch ẹ̀ ni kí wọ́n tó ti lọ sí zone pé lọ jẹ́ treasurer ń bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run kó wá wọlá ìgbìyànjú wọn lójú ọ̀nà ẹ̀sìn Islam yìí Ọlọ́run abẹ́ Ọlọ́run bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ wọn rọrùn Ọlọ́run bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ wọn rọrùn Ọlọ́run ọlá tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad tí wọ́n bá ti gbé wọn sínú sàárè àwọn màláìkà tí ó yọ sí wọn àwọn náà ni Múnkárì àti Nàkírì wọ́n sì pààrà ọ̀dọ̀ wọn wọ́n máa pààrà wọ́n máa bí wọn láwọn ìbéèrè Ọlọ́run gbogbo ìbéèrè tí wọ́n bá bí wọn Ọlọ́run bá wa fún wọn níbi ìbéèrè ọ̀hún Ọlọ́run bá wa fún wọn níbi ìbéèrè ọ̀hún Ọlọ́run ọlá tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad ìyàwó àtọmọ tí wọ́n fi sílẹ̀ Ọlọ́run lẹ́yìn ikú brọ́dà yìí Ọlọ́run má dà wọn láàmú Ọlọ́run lẹ́yìn ikú brọ́dà yìí Ọlọ́run má gbé fìtínà bá wọn Ọlọ́run ọlá tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad ọba tí rọ ẹ̀dá lójú Ọlọ́run bá wa rọ ìyàwó wọn lójú ọba tí rọ ẹ̀dá lójú Ọlọ́run bá wa rọ àwọn ọmọ wọn lójú ọlá tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad jàmáà ká panupọ̀ ká ṣe bísímìláhì kúlú wàláhù mẹ́ta nítorí àsìkò fún brọ́dà yìí Ọlọ́run gbogbo ládàtà bá rí ń bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe ní òjò àánú sínú kábàrí brọ́dà yìí ọlá tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad ọlá bísímìláhì rahmani rahim kul huwallahu ahad Allahu samad lam yalid walam yulad walam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad bismillahir rahmanir rahim kul huwallahu ahad Allahu samad lam yalid walam yulad walam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad bismillahir rahmanir rahim kul huwallahu ahad Allahu samad lam yalid walam yulad walam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad ìyàwó àtọmọ tí wọ́n filẹ̀ Ọlọ́run má dà wọ́n láàmú lẹ́yìn ikú wọn Ọlọ́run ọlá kọ́díjà kunlẹ̀ ìlàfi bismillahir rahmanir rahim laqad ja'akum rasulun min anfusikum azizun alayhi ma anittum harisun alaykum bil mu'minina ra'ufur rahim fa in tawallaw faqul hasbiyallah la ilaha illa huwa alayhi tawakkaltu wa huwa rabbul arshil azim bismillahir rahmanir rahim ila fi quraish ila fihim rilatash shita'i wa sayf falyabudu rabb hadzal bayt الذي أطعمه من جوع وأمنه من خوف ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. bákan náà wọ́n ní ká ṣàdúrà fún Alhaja wa Shifau Motolani táwọn náà jáde láyé ní ọjọ́ láìpẹ́ yìí Ọlọ́run Alhaja wa Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe kún sí mi fún wọn Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe kún sí mi fún wọn Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe kún sí mi fún wọn àwọn náà wọ́n ń bẹ lọ́wọ́ Múnkárì àti Nàkírì báyìí torí Ìmámù Ṣàfi'í ti jẹ́ kó yé wa wípé tó bá jẹ́ pé mùmíní ni wọ́n gbé síbẹ̀ tó bá jẹ́ pé mùmíní ni wọ́n Múnkárì àti Nàkírì wọ́n á pààrà ọ̀dọ̀ wọn lẹ́ẹ̀mejì Ìmámù Ṣàfi'í ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá ti jẹ́ pé mùnáfíkí ni wọ́n á pààrà ọ̀dọ̀ ẹ̀ ní odindi 40 ọjọ́ Ọlọ́run àwọn màláíkà tí ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ wọn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí Ọlọ́run bá wa jẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣe wọ́n ní pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀lẹ́ Ọlọ́run bá wa jẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣe wọ́n ní pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀lẹ́ Ọlọ́run kò sí nǹkan tí wọ́n nídìí ń sí látọ̀dọ̀ wa òun náà ni àdúrà tá à ń ṣe fún wọn yìí gbogbo àdúrà tá à ń ṣe fáwọn òkú wa pátá Ọlọ́run bá ń bá wọn nínú sàárè Ọlọ́run bá wọn bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ọlá tóbi ànábì wa Muhammad ká panupọ̀ ká ṣe bísímìláhì mẹ́ta kul huwallahu mẹ́ta bákan náà ládàtà bá rí ń bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run bá wọn nínú sàárè ọlá bísímìláhì rahmanir rahim kul huwallahu ahad Allahu samad lam yalid walam yulad walam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad bismillahir rahmanir rahim kul huwallahu ahad Allahu samad lam yalid walam yulad ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد ولا لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. gbogbo àwa tí Ọlọ́run kádàrá bí ká lókun lọ́rùn àtàwọn tí wọ́n kọ prayer request àtàwọn tí wọ́n lè kọ gbogbo òkú mùsùlùmí pátá Ọlọ́run wa ṣe kún sí mi fún Ọlọ́run ọlá bísímìláhì kul huwallahu fún gbogbo wọn lápapọ̀ bismillahir rahmanir rahim kul huwallahu ahad Allahu samad lam yalid walam yulad ولم يكن الله كفوا أحد ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. bákan náà àwọn aláàjì wa Amsat wọ́n ní ká bá wọn ṣe àdúrà fún ìyàwó wọn tí wọ́n lé ní ọdún ní àárín ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kọjá yìí. Ọlọ́run ẹ̀mí gígùn àti àlàáfíà ara Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe fún Ọlọ́run. Ẹ̀mí gígùn àti àlàáfíà ara Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe fún Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run má ṣàwọlá wípé wọ́n ń dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run lórí oore tọ́lọ́run bá ṣe fún wọn. Wọ́n ń dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run pé àwọn tún lé lọ́dún ní 2020 tá a wà yìí. Wọ́n ń dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá sọ pé òun ń ṣọjọ́ òbí pátá ó ń celebrate ọjọ́ òbí wàláhì fi ń dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run ni pé Ọlọ́run tó jẹ́ àparí ọdún kan ká tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọdún míì. Ọba náà ni wọ́n ń dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run má ṣàgbà ọpẹ́ yín Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run má ṣàgbà ọpẹ́ yín Ọlọ́run. Alhaji wa Amsat Ọlọ́run má ṣàgbà ọpẹ́ yín Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo oore tẹ́ wá ń dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run má fi kòrò gbẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ fún yín Ọlọ́run. Oore lórí àlàáfíà tí ń bẹ lára yín ni Ọlọ́run má fa ìsàn gbẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ fún yín Ọlọ́run. Oore ọmọ ni Ọlọ́run má fi ìbànújẹ́ gbẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ fún yín Ọlọ́run. Ọlá ìtóbi ànábì wa Muhammad. Gbogbo oore tọ́lọ́run bá ṣe fún yín pátá tẹ́yìn náà ń wò tẹ́ ń ṣe alhamdulillah ilé lórí abẹ́ Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run má fi kòrò gbẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ fún yín Ọlọ́run. Ọlá ìtóbi ànábì wa Muhammad. Èyí tẹ́ tún wá ń retí níwájú Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run má ṣàwọlá pé ẹ̀ ń dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run lórí wípé ẹ lé lọ́dún oore náà Ọlọ́run bá fi lé yín lọ́wọ́ ní kíákíá. Ọlá ìtóbi ànábì wa Muhammad. Àárín yín àti Alhaji wa Ibrahim Amsat Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó dàrú láéláé Ọlọ́run. Ọba tí ò jẹ́ ó dàrú ń jẹta tí ò jẹ́ ó dàrú lánàá abẹ́ Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó dàrú láéláé Ọlọ́run. Ọlá ìtóbi ànábì wa Muhammad. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tọ́lọ́run bá jogún fún yín ọmọ àlùbáríkà ni gbogbo wọn. Ẹ ń rí wọn ẹ ń ṣe alhamdulillah ilé wọn lórí. Ọlọ́run má fi wọn pa yín lẹ́kún Ọlọ́run. Má fi wọn dà yín láàmú Ọlọ́run. Ọlá ìtóbi ànábì wa Muhammad. Ọlá la hawla wala quwwata illa billahi al-aliyyil azim. Jama kápanupọ̀ káṣílà kọ́díjà kò lè ilà fi fún wọn ẹ̀mí gígùn àti àlàáfíà ara Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe fún wọn Ọlọ́run. Ọlá bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Laqad ja'akum rasulun min anfusikum azizun alayhi ma anittum harisun alaykum bil mu'minina ra'ufur rahim. Fa in tawallaw faqul hasbiyallah la ilaha illa huwa alayhi tawakkaltu wa huwa rabbul arshil azim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. لإيلاف قريش إيلافهم رحلة الشتاء والصيف فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Gbogbo wa pátá ká panupọ̀ ká ṣe wádùn wa kankan fúnra wa abẹ́ ìwọ Ọlọ́run má fi wálẹ̀ ńgbà kankan Ọlọ́run má fi wálẹ̀ ńgbà kankan Ọlọ́run má fi wálẹ̀ láéláé Ọlọ́run. Ọlá ìtóbi ànábì wa Muhammad. Gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n kọ prayer request ọlọ́ba àgbàdua àwọn Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo wa pátá a ní nǹkan tá a fẹ́ níwájú Ọlọ́run a ní nǹkan tí ń bẹ nínú ọkàn wa tá a fẹ́ k'Ọlọ́run bá ṣe fún wa. Òun la ṣe ń péjọ sórí platform yìí ní every Sunday. Ọlọ́run má ṣàwọlá wípé ìwọ lọba tá à ń justice fún gbogbo tí ń bẹ nínú ọkàn wa pátá lọ́ba àmú lọ sílẹ̀ àṣẹ Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run mẹ́ta ṣe fún wa ní kíákíá Ọlọ́run. Ọlá ìtóbi ànábì wa Muhammad. Ọlá bismillahir rahmanir rahim. والضحى والليل إذا سجى من ودعك ربك ومن قال وللآخرة خير لك من الأولى ولسوف يؤتيك ربك فترضى ألم يجدك يتيما فهوى ووجدك ضالا فهدى ووجدك عائلا فأغنى فأما اليتيم فلا تكر وأما السائل فلا تنهر وأما بنعمة ربك فحدث ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. صلوا على النبي الكريم
sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Bá wa gbàdúrà wa gòkè lọ Ọlọ́run, bá wa gbàdúrà wa gòkè lọ. Níbi tọ́wọ́ ayé ò lè tó kò ní lè tó, níbi tọ́wọ́ ajẹ́ ò lè nàgà dé. Bá wa gbàdúrà wa gòkè lọ. Alhamdulillah, gbogbo ìtàn ṣe fún aládùúrà ọlọmọṣẹ́ àbá wa gbà. Alágbára kan, àlété kan, àlọ́gbọ́n kan, àfi tí Ọlọ́run bá fún wa ṣe. Gbogbo ìta wa tì síwájú rẹ̀ Ọlọ́run báyìí ọlọmọṣẹ́ àbá wa gbà. Ìta fi dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run ọlọmọṣẹ́ àgbà ọpẹ́ wa. Èyí tá a fi tọrọ àforíjì ọlọmọṣẹ́ àforíjì fún wa kó mójúkò láìfi wa. Èyí tí a fi tọrọ oríire fẹ́nìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa àti àtúbọ̀tán rẹ̀ ọlọmọṣẹ́ àṣẹ fún wa pẹ̀lú rọrùn. la ilaha illallah ala Muhammad rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Lẹ́yìn tó kàn ní ètò alẹ́ ẹ̀ní síwájú ká tó bọ́ sí súrátù Yasin inshallah. Òun náà ni event kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kọjá yìí tó gba ìgbìyànjú wa. Òun náà ni nípa ìgbìyànjú táwọn jọmọ́ wa ń ṣe ní Nàìjíríà. Táwọn jọmọ́ wa ń ṣe ní Nàìjíríà tí Ọlọ́run bá jẹ́ kí ó rán kan nú àwọn ọmọ ogun ẹ̀. Ó rán kan nú àwọn ọmọ ogun ẹ̀ sí ìgbìyànjú náà. Wọ́n wá ní kí gbogbo wa ká pawọ́pọ̀ ká ṣe sárákàtù jàríà ká ṣe tọrẹ àánú sójú ọ̀nà Ọlọ́ọ̀ba nínú àwọn nǹkan tọ́lọ́ọ̀ba fún wa. Òun náà ni à ń rí lójú screen wa yẹn ní ìlú Mọ́kúá ní Niger State. Wọ́n ní ìkànnú àwọn iléèwé tí wọ́n ti ń kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa ní ìwé ní Nàìjíríà tí ó jẹ́ ti Nasfat. Ọlọ́run rán ìjì kó wá dáwó. Ìjì náà wá ṣiṣẹ́ tí ẹ ní iṣẹ́ tọ́lọ́run rán nìyẹn. Ọlọ́run mọ́ ṣàwá wọlá pé iṣẹ́ èèyàn kan ò gbọ́dọ̀ dí tẹnìkan lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n wá ní ká wá ké pàjáre ká wá ké báyìí gbogbo àwọn tí Ọlọ́run bá bùkún káwa náà bù ká dá sí tójú ọ̀nà Ọlọ́run bá ká bá wọn tún ilé ìwé yìí ṣe ní ìlú Mọ́kúá ní Niger State. Òun náà lẹ rí ẹ ilé ìwé náà ó dà in fact kò ṣe nǹkan kan kù ibi àgbàrá òjò àti atẹ́gùn òjò owó ilé náà pátá ní ilé ìwé táwọn ọmọ ti ń kọ̀wé Nàìjíríà nìyẹn. Káwa náà wá reflect back síbi tá a ti ń bọ̀ àti ibi tá a dé. Ṣé bí àwa náà ṣe tá a bá rí báyìí àwa náà máa wá rántí pé ó ṣeé ṣe kó jẹ́ pé iléèwé tèmi náà lọ nígbà tí mo wà Nàìjíríà àwa tá a lọ iléèwé oko báyìí sáìtì yẹn ó jọmọ́ ń tà wà familiar mọ́ ìwọ náà rántí tiẹ̀ náà wo tiẹ̀ náà Ọlọ́run wa náà wá 10 million naira ó kéré nù iṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run 10 million naira ó kéré nù iṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run gbogbo apáta ká bá wọn dá sí ká dá sí àwa tá a bá fẹ́ sanwó sí Nàìjíríà àkáǹtì Nàìjíríà wà ń bẹ̀ tí a lè sanwó sí òun náà là ń rí lójú screen yẹn. Àwa tá a bá fẹ́ dá pounds a lè san owó náà sí àkáǹtì zone ká sanwó náà sí àkáǹtì zec kí a fi rẹ́fẹ́rẹ́nsì Mọ́kúá àwọn zonal chairman wa wọn làwọn fẹ́ fún wa ní wọ́n fẹ́ fi gbólóhùn kan àbí kejì kan fi support ẹ̀ bismillah. Yeah. Bismillah, chairman.
Assalamu alaikum gbogbo lé. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. A dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run a dẹ̀ ṣe rí project yìí àfi tó bí Ọlọ́run kó gbà ní ìbádà fún wa. Ó kéré nínú iṣẹ́ tí Ọlọ́run lè ṣe. Èyí tá a bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ni pé kó kà wá mọ́ àwọn tí ó rán níṣẹ́ dáadáa gẹ́gẹ́ bí Imam wa ṣe sọ. Iṣẹ́ tọ́lọ́run rán ìjì yẹn ló ṣe yẹn. Kọ́lọ́run kó jọ̀ọ́ kó rán wa níṣẹ́ dáadáa. A ti sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ a ti sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo wa ń bì náà sìn. Tó wá sọ́kàn mi ni pé àwọn màmá wa wọ́n sábà máa sọ pé ṣọmọ mi lọ́mọ kọ́lọ́run kó ṣọmọ gbogbo wa lọ́mọ. Ọlọ́run wo ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ó dẹ̀ ṣàlẹ́ṣà ó rán níṣẹ́ tó rán eléyìí kọ́lọ́run kó gbà ní ìbádà fún wa. Èròǹgbà wa I've seen somebody who has joined the youth program from Warri and all of those things, but èròǹgbà wa tá a gbà tá a fi mú kinní ìwà bá wa ni pé wàláì kò sẹ́ni tó sọ pé UK zone ẹ lọ mówó wá. Àwa la kàn wò pé wọ́n á máa gbèrú project yìí tí ò tiẹ̀ tán mọ́ Nasfat. Á dẹ̀ dáwó á ṣe láàrin àwa àtọlọ́run. Eléyìí wá jẹ́ tiwa. It's our school, it's our property. A gbà á ní ìmọ̀ràn pé ẹni tọ́lọ́run bá bùn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká já bá ṣe ń ṣe COVID yẹn ká san sí COVID account. Ká kàn kọ school or Mọ́kúá or Nigeria as reference. Iye tọ́lọ́run bá bùn kún ní kálukú. Tó bá dijọ́ mẹ́jọ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Àwa sọ fún wa gbogbo wa pátápátá iye tá a bá rí kó jọ. A fẹ́ kó gbogbo ẹ̀ as one donation from all of us in UK and say èyí tá a fi ṣe sàdákà járíà sí project yìí rèé lórúkọ gbogbo apátápátá kọ́lọ́n kó kà wá mọ́ kọ́lọ́n kó ṣe nírọ̀rùn ìjì ló jà tó wó eléyẹn ṣùgbọ́n èmi mọ ohun tá à ń sọ yìí ẹ má bínú tó bá yé èèyàn ló máa fi ṣe example nígbà tí Ọlọ́run rán àwọn kan tó jẹ́ irinṣẹ́ shaitan tí wọ́n tiná bọ mọ́ṣáláṣí wa Manchester ó wá dàbẹ́ ní pé kò sí nǹkan kan mọ́ àwa tá a níbi tá a ti ń ṣàṣàlátù àwa di tenant àwa ń kó káàkiri ṣùgbọ́n ilé ọba tó jó ẹwà ló bù sí Ọlọ́run kó kà wá mẹ́ni tí ó tún lè wé yìí ṣe tí ó wàá sọmọ gbogbo ìgbà tó bá ń kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nú ẹ̀ kọ́lọ́run kó jọ kó máa pín wá ńlá dẹ́ títí ayérayé. So the appeal is pay to the zone account as we do for COVID-19. We will not take anything for COVID-19 this week. We will take it that way. We will remit as one body of Nasfat in UK and Ireland, and we would come back to the house on Sunday, inshallah, bi kudratillah. Torí àfẹ́ kó pẹ́ ẹni tó bá ń tọrọ Ọlọ́run má fi wá rárẹ̀ rè Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ká rojọ́ wọ́n fẹ́ni tí yóò gbọ́ tán tí wàá sọ pé okay ó dẹ̀ ti pé ká ní last week ni àfẹ́ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn brothers and sisters wa tán wà nídìí project yìí gbogbo tá a bá fẹ́ fún wọn a fẹ́ ṣe ní kíákíá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ tá a mú yìí ẹni tọ́lọ́run bá bùkún kó ṣe. If you are blessed enough to bless others, Allah will continue to bless you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ọ̀nà láti gbọ́ látẹnu zona chairman yẹn wọ́n ń gbà wá ní ìyànjú iṣẹ́ olóore ni káwa náà mọ́ gbẹ̀yìn bẹ̀ ọ̀wọ́ náà ó dà kó jẹ́ £1 ló ní gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti mọ́ ń sọ báwọn lè máa wí pé kò tó nǹkan ní sọ̀yàn dáhùn káwa náà máa wà nú àwọn tó máa ya ohun sí ojú ọ̀nà Ọlọ́run látòrí àwọn zona missioner wa àwọn náà ti kọ́kọ́ gba wájú pẹ̀lú bí máa san owó sínú inú àkáǹtì tán ní ká san owó sí eléyìí is a challenge to everyone if táfà bá ti ń gba wájú pé ọ̀rọ̀ débi ológun ń gbé sá nìyẹn eléyìí bákan náà nígbà tí zona missioner wa ti gba wájú gbogbo àwa ZMB náà kò yà wá náà lẹ́ o so ZMB member 25 ni wá kò yà wá náà lẹ́ káwa náà bá san £20 kò kéré jù £500 ti lọ sí àkáǹtì yẹn nìyẹn inshallah kọ́lọ́mọṣẹ́ àtúbọ̀ ṣe rọrùn fún wa. La ilaha illallah ala Muhammad rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Ní èyí tó kàn lórí ètò wa òun náà ni kí a bọ́ sí súrátù Yasin àwọn àfáà tó máa bá ka súrátù Yasin àwọn náà ni àfáà wa Muhammad Abu Yasin láti ìlú Manchester. Bismillah àfáà Yasin tó fẹ́ ka súrátù Yasin ẹ tẹ́wọ́ àdúrà.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ياسين والقرآن الحكيم لك لمن المرسلين على صراط مستقيم تنزيل العزيز الرحيم لتنزل قوما ما أنزل آباؤهم فهم غافلون لقد حق القول على أكثرهم فهم لا يؤمنون إنا جعلنا في أعناقهم أغلالا فهي الأذقان فهم مقمحون وجعلنا من بين أيديهم سدا ومن خلفهم سدا فأغشيناهم فهم لا يبصرون وسواء عليهم أنذرتهم أم لم تنذرهم لا يؤمنون إنما تنذر من اتبع ذكرى وخشي الرحمن بالغيب وبشره بمغفرة وأجر كريم إنا لنحيي الموتى ونكتب ما قدموا وآثرهم وكل شيء أحصيناه في إمام مبين واضربوا له مثلا عذاب القرية المرسلون إذ أرسلنا إليه اثنين فكذبوهما فعززنا بثالث فقالوا إنا إليكم مرسلون قالوا ما أنتم إلا بشر مثلنا وما أنزل الرحمن من شيء
إن أنتم إلا تكذبون قالوا ربنا يعلم إنا إليكم لمرسلون وما علينا إلا البلاغ المبين قالوا إن تتغنى بكم لئن لم تنتهوا لنرجمنكم وليمسنكم منا عذاب أليم قالوا طائركم معكم إن سكتم بل أنتم قوم مسرفون وجاء من أقصى المدينة رجل يسعى قال يا قوم اتبعوا المرسلين اتبعوا ما لا يسألكم أجرا وهم مهتدون وما لي العبد الذي فطرني وإليه ترجعون أتعظ من دنيا آلية إن يردني رحمن بدور لا تغني عني شفاعته شيئا ولا يوكزون إني زال في ضلال مبين إني آمنت بربكم فاسمعون قيل ادخل الجنة قال يا ليت قومي يعلمون بما غفر لي ربي وجعلني من المكرمين وما أنزلنا على قومي من بعد من جد من السماء وما كنا مرسلين إن كانت إلا صيحة واحدة فإذا هم خامدون يا أسعد على عبادي ما يأتي من رسول إلا كانوا به يستهزئون ألم يروا كما أهلكنا قبلهم من القرون أنهم إليه لا يرجعون وإن كل لما جميع لدينا محضرون وآية لهم الأرض ميتة وأحييناها وأخرجنا منها أبا فمنه يأكلون وجعلنا فيها جنة من نخيل وعنب وفجرنا فيها من العيون ليأكلوا من ثمره وما عملت أيديهم أفلا يشكرون سبحان الذي خلق الأزواج كلها مما تنبت الأرض ومن أنفسهم ومما لا يعلمون وآية لهم الليل نسلهم منه نارا فإذا هم مسلمون والشمس تجري مستقر لها ذلك تقدير العزيز العليم والقمر قدرناه منازل حتى عاد كالعرجون القديم لا شمس ينبغي لها أن تدرك القمر ولا ليل سابق النار وكل في فلك يسبحون وآية لهم أنا منا ذريتهم في فلك مشحون وخلقنا له من مثله ما يركبون وإن نشاء نغرقه فلا صريخ لهم ولا هم ينقذون إلا رحمة منا ومتاع إلى حين وإذا قيل لهم اتقوا ما بين أيديكم وما خلفكم لعلكم ترحمون وما تأتي من آية من آيات ربي إلا كانوا عنها معرضين وإذا قيل لهم أنفقوا مما رزقكم الله قال الذين كفروا للذين آمنوا أن نطعم من لو يشاء الله أطعمه إن أنتم إلا في ضلال مبين ويقولون متى هذا الوعد إن كنتم صادقين ما ينظرون إلى صيحة واحدة تأخذهم وهم يعصمون فلا يستطيعون توصية ولا إلى عليه يرجعون ونفي في سوء فإذا هم من الأجداث إلا كانوا يستهزئون إلا ربي يعسلون قالوا يا ويلنا ما بثنا من مرقدنا هذا ما وعد الرحمن وصدق المرسلون إن كانت إلا صيحة واحدة فإذا هم جميع لدينا مهضرون فاليوم لا تظلم نفس شيئا ولا تجزون إلى ما كنتم تعملون إنا ذهب الجنة يوم في شغل فاكهون هم وأزواجهم في ظلال على الأرائك متكئون لهم فيها فاكهة ولهم ما يدعون سلام قولا من رب رحيم وامتازوا اليوم أيها المجرمون ألم أعهد إليكم يا بني آدم ألا تعبدوا شيطانا إنه لكم عدو مبين وأن اعبدوني هذا صراط مستقيم ولقد أضل منكم جبلا كثيرا فلم تكونوا تاكلون هذه جهنم التي كنتم توعدون إذ لو يوم بما كنتم تكفرون اليوم ناتم على أفواههم وتكلمنا أيديهم وتشهد جلوهم بما كانوا يكسبون ولو نشاء لطمسنا على أعينهم فاستبقوا صراطا فأنا يبصرون ولو نشاء لمسناهم على ما كانت فما استطاعوا مضيا ولا يرجعون ومن ومن نكسه في خلقه فلا يأكلون وما لم نعه شيئا وما ينبغي له إن هو إلا ذكر وقرآن مبين لينذر من كان حيا ويحق القول على الكافرين أولم يروا أنا خلقنا له مما عملت أيدينا أنعاما فهم لها مالكون وذللنا لهم فمنها ركوبهم ومنها يأكلون ولهم فيها منافع ومشارب أفلا يشكرون واتخذوا من دون الله آلهة لعلهم ينصرون لا يستطيعون نصرهم وهم لهم جند مهدرون فلا ينسوك قولهم إنا نعلم ما يسرون وما يعلنون أولم يروا الإنسان أنا خلقناه من نطفة فإذا هو خصيم مبين وضرب لنا مثلا ونسي خلقه قال ما يحيي عظاما وهي رميم قل يحييها الذي يشاء أول مرة وهو بكل خلق عليم الذي جعل لكم من الشجر ضرينا فإذا أنتم منه توقدون أوليس الذي خلق السماوات والأرض بقادر على أن يخلق مثله بلى وهو خلاق عليم إنما أمره إذا أراد شيئا أن يقول له كن فيكون فسبحان الذي بيده ملكوت كل شيء وإليه ترجع ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم.
Mo ti fẹ́ kádàrá mi sọ́dọ̀ rẹ Olúwa. Mo fẹ́ kádàrá mi sọ́dọ̀ rẹ Olúwa. Jọ̀gbọ́n òràn ogun òràn àyàfàdúà. Mo fẹ́ kádàrá mi sọ́dọ̀ rẹ Olúwa. Jọ̀wọ́ mi tí mo tẹ ọwọ́ àdúà. Mọ́mọ́ jẹ́ ń ká ló fi fòrọ̀ bí ọlọ́run ọ̀làlá àwòlà wàlá quwwata illa billahi aliyyil azim. Síwájú kí àwọn ZM kan tó bá wa ṣe àdúrà lọ́lẹ́, àkáǹtì tí wọ́n ní ká sanwó sí fún pírójẹ́tì ti Mọ́kúá ní Niger State, òun náà ni ó wà lójú screen wa yẹn. Gbogbo àwọn tí a bá fẹ́ sanwó síbẹ̀ kí a kọ àkáǹtì náà lẹ̀. In fact ó máa wà ń bẹ̀ tí tá a bá fi parí ànígbé kúrò ń bẹ̀ ká lè mọ̀ pé ó mú wa lọ́mú kọ́lọ́n kó ṣe ń rọrùn fún wa. Gbogbo apáta àkáǹtì náà ló wà lójú screen wa yẹn, ká sanwó síbẹ̀, ká fi Mọ́kúá ṣe reference àbí ká fi Nàìjíríà ṣe reference, ká má lo COVID-19 ní èní gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn zonal chairman ṣe sọ fún wa, ká má lo COVID-19 lénìí. Owó tá a bá ti rí lákàǹtì yẹn wọ́n ní ọmọ àsọyé tó jẹ́ fún wa lọ́sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ wá, a lè sẹ́ndì ẹ̀ sí àwọn ará Nàìjíríà fún pírójẹ́tì Mọ́kúá. Ká lo Mọ́kúá àbí Nàìjíríà ká fi ṣe reference àkáǹtì náà nìyẹn ní ojú screen wa inshallah. Bákan náà síwájú kí wọ́n tó ṣàdúrà fún wa ní ìjẹ́jọ́ àti ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kọjá lọ ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì sẹ́yìn wọ́n sọ fún wa pé gbogbo àwa tí a bá ń wá ọkọ àbí tá à ń wá aya nínú àwọn jọ̀mọ́ wa ń bí ká pe àwọn elétò tó wà níbi àjàbí ká pe missioner branch wa ká fún wọn ní interest wa ká fún wọn ní details wa. We will collect everything. We are already collecting some names. Inshallah kọ́lọ́mọṣà fún wa lọ ọkọ alálùbáríkà ìyàwó alálùbáríkà kọ́lọ́mọṣà wa fi àwa náà ṣe kòńgẹ́ olóore kọ́lọ́mọṣà dùn wá nú kalẹ̀ ká pé àwọn missioner branch wa kí a sọ fún wọn tí ò bá lè pe missioner if you have anybody that you can confide in, please do let them know. Do not shy away from this. Do not shy away from this. Nínú àwọn iṣẹ́ tí ó yẹ ká ṣe náà ni à ń ṣe yìí ká pè mí ẹ lè pè mí ẹ lè pè ZM ẹ lè pè anybody tẹ́ bá feel comfortable calling or talking to inshallah. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí a ti sọ báyìí ZM wọn á bá wa ṣe kútúbà súrátù Yásìn àti àdúrà ìrọ̀lẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bá ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan inshallah prógámù ti àwọn yóòtù tí àyè ò gbà wálé lórí a máa polongo ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ìyọ̀ǹda Ọlọ́run. Àwọn elétò youth wọ́n ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ lé lórí wọ́n á ṣe publicity tó yè koro fún wa so that a lè prepare ohun tí a bá fẹ́ sọ níbẹ̀. While I was behind the scene, I've been getting some messages that people want to share their experiences with us with regards to what they experienced while they were growing up. Kọ́lọ́run mọ́ṣá túnbọ̀ ṣe rọrùn fún wa. Subhanallah. Bismillah said.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma ya Rabbi salli ala Muhammadin was-sayyid sadati nabi Muhammadin. Awnaka ya Allah. Awnaka ya Annan. Andaka ya Mannan. Awnaka ya Sultan. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. Muhammadur Rasulullah. محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم الملك الحق محمد رسول الله صادق الوعد الأمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لا إله إلا الله الحمد ويميت وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير اللهم يا من يملك حوائج السائلين ويعلم ضمائر الصامتين يا من ليس الماء رب يدعى لا إله يرجى ولا فوق وخالق يخشى اللهم إنا نسألك مسألة المسكين ونبتغي إليك ابتيال المذنب الذليل وندعوك دعاء الخائف الضرير قم بنا رئيفا رحيما يا خير المسؤولين يا خير المطيع يا رب اهدنا بالهدى وزينا بالتقوى واغفر لنا في الآخرة والأولى اللهم اجعل في قلوبنا نورا وفي أسماعنا نورا وبأبصارنا نورا ومن
اللهم آمين اللهم آمين.
الآخر فلا شيء والظاهر فلا شيء فوقك والباطن فلا شيء دونك يا خالق الأرض خالق الأرض والسماوات أنت الله الذي لا إله أنت الواحد الأحد الفرد الصمد والوهاب الذي لا يبقى أن ترزقنا علما نافعا ورزقا واسعا ولسانا ذاكرا وعملا زكيا وإيمانا خالصا واجعل خير أعمالنا أواخرها وخير أعمالنا خواتمها وخير أيامنا يوم لقائك فيه اللهم ثبتنا بأمرك وجزنا بنصرك ونجينا من عذابك يوم تبعث عبادك اللهم اختم بالخيرات آجالنا وحقق فضلك آمالنا وسهل بلوغ رضاك سبلنا اللهم لا تدعنا في مقامنا هذا ذنبا لغفرته ولا هم إلا فرجته ولا غائب إلا فردته ولا كرب إلا كشفته ولا دين إلا قضيته ولا عدو إلا كفيتنا صرعه ولا فساد إلا صراطها ولا مريض إلا عافيته ولا كلة إلا سدتها ولا حاجة من حوائجنا الآخرة هي لك رضا ولا فيها صلاة إلا قضيتها يا أرحم الراحمين فإنك تهدي السبيل وتجابر الكثير وتقبل الفقير اللهم إنه لا بد لنا من لقائك واجعل عندك عذرنا مقبولا مقبولا وذنبنا مغفورا وعلما مغفورا وسعينا مشكورا. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار واغفر لنا ولوالدينا ووالد والدينا وذريتنا والمسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. أجاجو ماوي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وتركنا بعدهم يومئذ يموج في بعد ونفيق في سور فجمعناه جمعا فجمعناه جمعا فجمعناه جمعا فجمعناه جمعا فجمعناه جمعا فجمعناه جمعا كما سدك فجمعناه جمعا فجمعناه جمعا فجمعناه جمعا فجمعناه جمعا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين آمين آمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. ما شيء لا شيء ما الله má ṣe ìlà ṣe mọ Allah ọba já ṣe púpọ̀ láyé má ṣe ìlà ṣe mọ Allah. Síwájú ká tó lọ àwọn elétò wọn ti sẹ́ndì póòlù sí àkọsí fún wa ká fíìlì àwọn fọ́ọ̀mù questionnaire tí wọ́n sẹ́ndì sí wa so that we can work on it and improve on the performance on this platform inshallah. Má ṣe ìlà ṣe mọ Allah má ṣe ìlà ṣe mọ Allah ọba já ṣe púpọ̀ láyé má ṣe ìlà ṣe mọ Allah. Olúwa tó ṣẹ̀dá wa Allah dákun má gbàgbé wa Allah. Ọlọ́run tó ṣẹ̀dá wa Allah dákun má gbàgbé wa Allah. Ọba tó níkẹ́ nígẹ̀ dákun má gbàgbé wa Allah. Ya Karimu abuli Allah majafa ijali Allah kamroja kamisili lamtuibu roja Allah la ilaha illallah Allah la ilaha illallah Allah Muhammadu Rasulullah la ilaha illallah Allah. Ọ̀rọ̀ wa ṣe yanu Allah fọ̀rọ̀ wa ṣe yanu Allah fọ̀rọ̀ mi ṣe yanu Allah fọ̀rọ̀ mi ṣe yanu Allah kọ̀rọ̀ mi máa Ọlọ́run máa fọ̀. Allahu Akbar. Alhamdulillah gbogbo bí a ṣe sọ ọlọmọṣẹ àgbà ní ìbádà fún wa ọlọmọṣẹ àgbà àdúrà wa ọlọmọṣẹ àdúrà ọ̀rọ̀ mi ṣe yanu Allah kó bá àdàbà Allah Ọlọ́run máa ajárí Allah kó bá àdàbà Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́rí Allah.
Wálé ní máa jẹ́ ìkó máa níyàlé.
Muhammad Allah la ilaha illallah la illallah, Allah Muhammadu Rasulullah. La ilaha illallah, Allah. Nasfati dọwọ́ rẹ̀, Allah.
Ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ dọwọ́
Àwọn
rẹ̀.
ẹmẹgbẹ́ dọwọ́ rẹ̀, Allah.
Ọkùnrin dọwọ́ rẹ̀, Allah.
Àti
Obìnrin
Fọlámù
dọwọ́
ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó dákun àṣàánú wa, Allah. La ilaha illallah.
Wa naru shauka fi kabati. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Yazunnu binnal asudu lana sununa dobaka bi balabi. صلوا على نبي الكريم لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله
Right, and how does this affect our youth? This affects our youth in a way whereby, especially, I'm gonna bring it closer to home. As Black youth and as a Black youth and as a person who works with different individuals on a day-to-day basis, your race could be a form of loneliness, right? A form of isolation for your colleagues to leave your side in things that shouldn't be good. So apologies for the interruption. Can one of the co-hosts please mute the individuals whose mics are probably on? Forgive me for this interruption yet again. To continue on, lack of family support. Now, this is a common one where each individual in our youth, right? Each individual, whether it be a youth, an adult, a child, feels lonely, whereby the family is not supporting, or they feel as though the family is not adhering to their own emotional current state of mind, right? Transitional loneliness. Transitional loneliness is a complicated one whereby it can be described as assuming you moved house, you're moving from your old house to your new house, and you feel as though you missed your old house in comparison to your new one. So you feel lonely where you are, or if you're on your own, if you're moving to your own house for the first time, transitional loneliness can be considered as what you're feeling, right? Friendship loneliness. Now, this is a common one between our youth and our children of today. Children always isolate themselves. It's gone on for ages, and it will still go on for ages. And it will still continue to go on. It'll still continue to go on through the ages, right? This is where children decide to pick on each other or leave one individual out of a game, or it could go as far as college level where friends are bickering between each other. As I said, the information I'm giving right now is the foundation level. I am not going into the informative level whereby I'm detailing each type of loneliness for each individual. Now, I could easily do that. I could give you statistics. I could give you the causes of loneliness, the implications it has. I must ask for forgiveness. There's an interruption with one of our members there whose mic is switched off. If it's your mic, can you please switch it off, please? It is quite disturbing for those who might want to be who might be listening. Let's see. Okay. Forgive me yet again for the interruption. As I was saying, that I'm not giving the informative level of loneliness. I'm not going into detail. And as my slides go on, there's a point I'm trying to make, especially when in relations to our youth and as we grow up from childhood to youth and then to young adults. So those were the different types of loneliness that I chose at random. Now there are many, many more out there. And if you're looking for the information on these types of loneliness, the internet is a great source of information to find information on each type. Right? Now, this is where my slides start to get interesting, right? Recovering from loneliness. And the slide says blank, right? As I said at the start of this discussion, I made a disclaimer saying that I'm no professional in this field. I study electronic engineering, but my experience and my communication across the board with different types of individuals and the way they go about solving their own problems is unique. Now, recovering from loneliness, I have blank on the screen. Everyone can see this. It says blank. No information given, nothing given. So how am I supposed to recover from my loneliness, right? I want to adhere to you guys to show you that each individual who walks this earth is different. No one person is the exact same. Therefore, no one solution can work for the other, especially when it comes to mental health. We are all different individuals, right? Now, methodology could work for us. There are certain things we can carry out step by step to aid us in recovering from loneliness, essentially. But that step might not work for the next person beside you. So I'm in no right or no, I'm in no position to tell you that, oh, if you're feeling lonely, this is the step-by-step guide for you to carry out in recovering from your loneliness. Let's not forget the loneliness. There are different types of loneliness out there. So one solution for one type of loneliness won't be the same solution for the other type of loneliness. But there is something they all have in common together: communication. At the start of my slide, I said loneliness is our inability to communicate. Essentially. It's our inability to connect on an emotional and physical level with the peers around us, right? With that word connect, that comes into play communication. If we can't communicate our thoughts, then we will surely be lonely, right? It is our inability to connect on an emotional and psychological level. The first step that I can give, that I know for a fact that does help, is finding a form of communication to help you recover from your loneliness. That's all I can give you. I can't give you, this is a step-by-step guide. I cannot tell you that because I'm not profound in that profession, and I'm not versed in that field of expertise either. But I can't say for a starter that if you want to recover from loneliness, especially with our youth today, you have to start from a communication-based level. Communication is the ground to all. Healing. If you're not communicating your problems, there's no way you can recover from them. So if I'm to give an advice on recovering from loneliness, I say start with communication. But I will not be giving an informative information because the internet is out there for us to do our own research, to search up what's going on, to search up how to recover from this different type of loneliness. And on top of that, the Quran is a great place to also start. It is a great place to look for solutions, and it's our guiding principle on our day-to-day basis. So I'm in no position, as I said earlier, to give you any information. And on top of that, even if I was to give you information, what would that do? I'd give you the information now. I'd give you a step-by-step guide. But after this slide, who's to say you're going to go and research your own topics, research your own field, research your own solutions to your type of loneliness? To continue, from recovering from loneliness, I also said I will be discussing about suicide, right? Now, this is not my own topic. Another panelist will discuss about suicide itself, but what is suicide? Suicide is the act of taking one's own life away. It is wrong, It is the wrong thing to do, yes, but what causes all this to happen? Psychological trauma, emotional distress, self-harm, many things adhere to this topic itself, and it's quite a sensitive topic. My next slide said, why does suicide occur? And the blank yet again says, and the slide yet again says blank. I cannot give you an accurate account of why suicide occurs between each individual that walks this earth. There are 7 billion people in the world and growing. I cannot say to you that this individual committed suicide because of this reason. I can give you statistics, I can give you information, I can give you scientifically proven reasons as to why suicide occur, and as to why psychological trauma, as to why psychological events affect people to take the action or the course of action towards suicide. If I was to do that, if I was to give you all this information, yet again, what would that prove to you? How will you come to better understand why people commit suicide? How would you go about your own way to find out more information? If I give you all the information I could possibly give, this slide will continue and continue and continue, and it'll never end. So I urge you as a youth of today, to please go out and do your own research as to why suicide occurs. I cannot, as I said earlier, and I gave the disclaimer, and I will keep repeating throughout this entire, throughout my own duration of this topic, I cannot give you an information. I cannot give you an accurate account to why people do the things they do. Psychologically, we are all different on a big scale. Me and you are not the exact same in many areas. We might be the exact same in one, but the solution we take to carrying out the solution we take into solving our own problems is never the same. We don't think the exact same, because if we do think the exact same, we would be all doing the exact same thing every single day, every single hour, every single minute, every single second of the day. So why does people commit suicide? My slide says blank. I actively encourage you to do your own research, because the youths of today are dying. The youth of today are taking their own lives, and they know the reason why they're doing it. I cannot tell you the reason why they are taking their own lives. I can give you statistically proven information as to why people do it. Yet again, Yet again, if I was to do that, I'd be putting everyone in a broad category as to why they do the things, they do. Moving on from why people commit suicide. The next slide also said solution to suicide. And yet again, my slide says blank. Now you might be getting tired you might think, okay, I haven't done my homework, I haven't done my research. And frankly, it's quite the opposite. I've done my research as to why people do the things they do. But the people writing these articles, right? The people who are writing these articles, giving you information as to why people are doing the things they do, they're giving a broad sense altogether. It's not taking each individual and analyzing each individual and saying, this is your solution, this is what you carry out, this is what you do. If we were to do that, we would have to test each and every 7 billion people in the world. That's not feasible. But the solution to suicide, I can't give you that. I'm in no right, in no position, shape or form to tell you that this is the reason why people are committing suicide. I cannot do that, but I can urge you yet again to do your own research. How does this affect our youth? Getting to the bottom of my slides. I'm getting to the bottom of my slide, and the last slide says loneliness and suicide. How do they relate? Yet again, the slide says blank. At the start of my discussion, I said that I urged everyone to do their own research. And knowing that this is for our youths today, and this is a panel discussion to inform our parents as to how our youths develop. I want to bring your attention to my slides. At the start of the slide, the information was there. There was a lot of information. There was bold writing. Something was highlighted in red. But as my slide got further down, the information on the slide dwindled. It got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And I want to bring your attention to how that relates to communication within our youth. When children are born, they're very expressive. They continue to express themselves up until a certain age. And then when they become teenagers, they start to talk less and less and less and less. And then they get into a state where they stay in their own mind, and they rather stay there to understand their community, their surroundings, to understand the people around them, and they make an informed decision about the world they live in. My point of view was to show you that through my slides. At the start, there was information. Information was clear, was concise, not informative, but there was information. There was basically words written on the slides. But as my slides went further down, the information dwindled. That's metaphorically, that can be compared to the youth of today. When they're children, we talk, and you can't get us to be quiet. But when we get to a certain age, we stop talking. Now, this is why I urge the parents on this panel discussion. If your child is not talking, if your youth is not communicating, there is a sign that there could be something wrong. This is where initiative takes place. Those who are affected mentally, psychologically, won't start the conversation. They won't start communication off the bat. I encourage the parents to take the action towards communication, to ask, are you okay? To get to know their individual kid, to get to know their individual children. Youth are very quiet, and we tend to keep to ourselves because we believe our parents don't understand the way we think. This is what my slides were getting onto. My information dwindled as the slide got further down. Because if I was to give you yet again the information that you needed, what's stopping you from going out and doing further research? You have all the information. If I was to give you all the information, you would have all the information in my slides and you could read them. But at the end of the day, that would be it. You'd read the information and end of story. Discussion is over. So metaphorically, I deliberately dwindled my own information to come to you as a youth, as a child, to all of you. Our youth of today, especially during this pandemic, some of us are getting stronger in a way whereby we are forced to live in a house with our families. So we are forced to communicate, we are forced to talk, we are forced to grow and to evolve. But there are those of us who this is not a conducive environment for. So what do? We seclude ourselves from our family, and things get worse. For those of us who are like that, during this pandemic, this is not the best time to be on your own. And this is not the best time for your parents to leave you on your own also. Yet again, I will urge and ask you to do your own research, please, and to not leave your youth or your children in a state of mind where they seem to be on their own all the time. It's not conducive, and it's not helpful. I started up my conversation with loneliness. That's how it starts. You feel lonely. From loneliness, something else grows. Out of that something else, another thing grows. And before you realize it, something has happened, and you can't fathom as to why this happened because your youth wasn't communicating. And so when people ask you what happened, you say, I don't know. So I'm urging you as a youth who has spoken to so many people, who has spoken to so many youths. Yet again, I am not averse in this topic. I'm not averse in this discussion altogether. But if I was to come to you as from a personal point of view, I urge you to go out and do your own research. Because if you do your own research, it becomes more informative and more meaningful to you yourself. I can give you the information, but what's that going to do? After today, you leave the information and you say bye. So I urge you yet again, and I will keep saying it, to please do your own research. Because if you do that, it becomes much more meaningful to you. It becomes much more meaningful to your child because they can see that you are actively trying to engage in their own lives. Those who have mental problems, who have well-being problems, who are psychologically troubled, won't always start the communication, won't always start the connection. I urge the parents to pay attention to their kids, to pay attention to their youths, and to take note of what could possibly be going on, and to do your own further research. The further we grow, the less quieter we become, until we get into our adult stage where we become much more expressive. It's like a bell curve. At one point we're high, and then eventually we're low. So my time is coming to an end, and the last thing I want to say is, first off, thank you for listening and paying attention to what I had to say today. My information was not there, deliberately wasn't there, to try to get you to understand the level and dexterity of this discussion is, and to please do your own research and be informative, and be very informative with your children. Today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my fellow brothers and sisters, and my moms and dad. Thank you very much for listening to what I had to say, and I hope that even with my lack of information, this has been informative to you.
Thank you very much, Brother Israel. You've really spoken a lot, and I've really got some things down from your presentation. May Allah continue to enrich you, to increase your knowledge and understanding. May you be a source of joy to your parents and to everybody that are close to you. So I praise you for the courage. I praise you for that kind of information you've put across to us. So you are the coordinator, but you have started as panelists yourself. So you are the one that's supposed to be doing what I'm doing. But I will still go back to you again as coordinator, because it is youth event and we just have to give you the floor. So that is justice. So back to you again.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next panelist is our brother Ahmed Yusuf, who yet again is a social care worker. As I said earlier at the start of this, he's more informative than I, knows a lot more than I would know, and I would adhere to everyone to please listen to what he has to say, because it is.
Please let me make that play. Please, can all the parents and all the participants on the platform please mute your microphone, please? We are listening. It's only when you want to ask questions that you can now unmute yourself. But for now, let us keep the microphone off so that we do not be disruptive. Thank you so much for doing that.
Without further ado, and anything else to add, I give it over to you, Brother Ahmed.
Yeah, I hope that's working fine. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Barakatuh.
Yeah, so today I'm going to focus on self-harm, and I'm going to focus on eating disorder. A lot of, especially with eating disorder, I'm going to go back home. Like in Africa, we don't take this as a serious issue, but it actually is, especially if you're living in Irish society. So that's what I think eating disorder is important to discuss about. Fair enough, we might have heard of self-harm because we have a good idea what that is, but eating disorder is something that we tend to ignore as a Black community. So to start off, I'm not gonna waste much of your time. I'm just gonna talk 10 or 15 minutes because I don't want to bother anyone either. So yeah, and if you have any questions, just there'll be time for questions and answer at the end. So firstly, I'm gonna start off with even though I'm gonna start with mental health. Like I just want to talk a bit about that because not everyone knows what mental health is. So to make it simple for you all, there's actually difference between mental health and mental illness. There's a stereotyping in society. When you hear of mental health, the first thing that comes into your head is maybe depressions or self-harm, all that. But it's not. There's actually difference between mental health and mental illness. Mental health means you're in a good, well state of mind. So you're able to take care of normal stress life. You're able to walk. You're able to play. You're able to participate in society as normal. You're able to go to work. That's mental health. That means you have a good mental well-being. And a mental illness is completely different to mental health. Mental illness is something that stops you from living your life to the fullest. So for example, depression, eating disorder, self-harm, and suicide. Everything we're going to discuss about today, that's actually mental illness. So just because you have a good mental health doesn't mean your mental illness is bad. So just keep that in mind. So as I hope that's clear to everyone, because that stereotype is going to come like, and also I think it's important to watch our word, what we said to people, because for example, I'm going to take depression for example as well. Like, you could be going through a normal life stress, like something as simple as maybe something simple, like even missing your boss. You could be like, oh, I'm depressed because I miss my boss and I can't get to work. You can't be depressed over that. So we have to watch our word. Depression is way more than that. Depression is really, 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 really deep and affects people's life. So I'm gonna move on to self-harm. So firstly, as Brother Israel said earlier on, he was talking about suicide, which especially for someone that does not have any experience in this area, fair play to him. He actually had a lot of knowledge, and I was listening to him, and everything he says actually kind of like makes sense to me, because as I said, I did 4 years of college in this. So to start off, there's also difference between self-harm and suicide. Self-harm is actually bringing pain to yourself, but that doesn't mean you want to, I'm sorry for the language, but that doesn't mean you want to end your life. Suicide means you have a suicide thought, you want to end your life. But self-harm is different. Self-harm does not necessarily mean you want to end your life. But if self-harm is not treated, it can lead to suicide. So that's why. So self-harm is kind of like the very first stage. And the dangerous thing about self-harm is kind of like the symptoms is more difficult to see compared to suicide, because you never know, a lot of young people, they could be in the room, and one of the example of self-harm is cutting yourself. So they can cut themselves in any part of their body that you know, for example, their arms, and then when they see their parent, they can hide that, and you might not be able to see it. So that's why it's important to pay very close attention to it. So moving on, right? Self-harm. A lot of people self-harm because they want attention, and they feel like maybe one of the best way for them to get attention is maybe by self-harming themselves. I give another example. This is a kind of like a deep topic, and it's a deep subject that we all have to talk about. If I don't feel comfortable about this, I'm sorry, but it's something we have to talk about. So I'm gonna give you an example, right? Somebody that called themselves, right? Okay, somebody that want their voice to be heard in society, and let's say they're talking to you and nothing is being done about it. But if they actually self-harm, and you see that they self-harm, you're gonna pay much more attention to them. So that's one of the actually reasons why they're self-harming. So we don't want to get to that stage. We want to be able to help them. So like as a black parent, we don't pay attention to this, and I think it's really, really important. It's really, really important to start paying attention, especially in Irish society, because they're exposed to this. And okay, fair enough, you live in Nigeria, like it's not as big issues in Nigeria, but in Ireland, black children in Ireland, we actually need to start paying attention to this, because I'm gonna share some of the statistics as well, and it's really, really high. I'm sorry to break the news for you as well. A few weeks ago as well, there was actually a young black girl that actually suicide. So it's kind of like, I think she's Nigerian. But anyway, so I'm just saying, like, it's a topic we need to start paying more attention to. So moving on, as I said, no, there's So regarding to self-harm, children who actually self-harm, they are the ones that are mostly vulnerable. That are mostly vulnerable in society. For example, they might have a divorced parent, and they might blame themselves for this. If you go on trying to say, like let's say there's a divorced parent, the child might feel guilty about this. Maybe it's my fault, maybe it's this, but we don't know that. That's the thing. That's why it's important. So always check on your children and see what they're doing at all time. Also within this, like especially with the pandemic that's going on and all, like this is the most important thing. We might not like you can see a child that stay in the room all day and you don't know what the child is up to. You're absolutely not having a clue what the child is up to. Check for them every 1 hour, knock on your door. Be like, oh, whatever, you okay? Are you doing what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Something as that simple, they will feel comfortable. They will be like, okay, my parent is checking on me. So obviously my parent care about my well-being. Even something that's that simple, even just go to the room, knock on the door. What are you doing? Is everything okay? Do you want anything? I know it's something that we don't do a lot as a Black parent, but we need to start doing even something as little as that. It can make a huge difference. So yeah, and as I said as well, yes, their family usually come along when their voice are not being heard, or what's name, or let's say they want something done and it's not being done. So I give you some examples. The most common type of self-harm, it could be overdose, taking medication that obviously that's not good for the health. Drinking too much, banging their head off the wall or punching the wall. That's all part of self-harm. That they're bringing harm to themselves because they don't have a way to kind of like cope with the situations. So yeah, so I think it's really important. So I'm gonna give you some statistics now that I think it's actually gonna like surprise a lot of people, because yeah, it's gonna surprise a lot of people. So accordingly, by the HSE, you can look this up yourself if you want more. There's actually more males that engage in self-harm than female. Yeah, because if you think of a self-harm, we're gonna think, okay, there's we're a big kind of like, okay, why is there more male that actually self-harm than female? One of the reasons is because in the society we have like a labor on male, especially if you're a boy, if you're a man, we expect you to be able to handle the situation yourself. As part of being a man, is kind of, or like you don't have to talk to people about your problems, you have to solve it yourself. That is not the case. That is not even me. Even as a young youth boy, I'll be able to tell you I won't be comfortable to go to my friend and tell them about my issue because we kind of have this labor on us that we should be able to fix our problem ourselves. What it's not the case. It's not the case compared to females. They are more able to like talk to their friends and feel confident and like they talk about this kind of stuff. But as a male, we don't do that. And something that we need to start doing, we need to start having this conversation between ourselves and see what we can do to help each other. Because I know females, they do that a lot, but as male, we don't do that because we have this ego. And it's just the society putting labor on us, such as being tough and be able to handle the situation yourself. I hope that makes sense to people so far. And I'm just gonna give you some hints as well, especially for parents as well that have teenage child at home. The most common time that I've done some research in college as well. The most common time that people actually self-harm would be around the evening time. When they're back from school. It's very common on Sundays as well because it's kind of like a rest day, and the child weekends mostly like the child is there in the room and they're doing nothing. And let's say the main reason why they self-harm is because they have a problem. That's more common sense, and they have a problem. So if they're not able to discuss their problem to you as a parent, how do you expect them to go outside and talk to other people? So the homework start at home. Parents need to start taking further action and just check on the children and make sure they're okay, and just allow their voice to be heard in society, and try the best of your ability. Like don't be like talk to them, try your best, just ask them, even something as everything okay? Do you want anything? Do you have any difficulty? Simple as that. If you keep asking them, eventually they're gonna tell you what their problem is and they're gonna feel more confident to talk to you. So I hope I didn't take as much time. I think I'm gonna. Oh yeah, just to finish off as well. Self-harm does not only affect teenagers, it affects every age group, but it's mostly common between young people. Even elderlies over 50s, they kind of like self-harm as well. But the main reason for that is because they're isolating from isolation, like, you know, they don't have anyone to interact with, and, you know, to just, you know, so I just to put out here for people to understand. So I'm gonna move on to, sorry, I just have my information just written down for you. So yeah, I'm gonna move on to eating disorder. So eating disorder, when you think of eating disorder, you know yourself, it's something to do with food. Yes. As Africans, you know, we kind of like, this doesn't affect us as much because we don't pay attention to it. But as I grew up here, and I know eating disorder does affect a lot of young Black people. So eating disorder is bad. There's different type of eating disorder. But I'm just, because I could, if I was to talk about the different type of eating disorder, I could be here all day and talking about it. So I'm just gonna pick the most common one, which is anorexia. What is anorexia? The simple definition and the simple English for it is being thin. That's basically what anorexia is. In 2019, the HSA shows a report that every 200 women, 1 in every 200 women are affected by anorexia, while 1 in every 2,000 men are affected by anorexia. Obviously, that shows there's more women that are affected by this, which is a common sense, because if you think about it, thin is seen as being beauty. Sin is seen as, you know, if you're thin, it's kind of like society accepts you more, which shouldn't be the case. Even something as simple as getting a job. Look at like the job, like the retail's job. If you want to work in JD or Abercrombie, you probably don't work JD. You know what JD is like. If you look at the girls that have that, they're kind of like, you know, they're thin and skinny and like just kind of like, you know. So like this is sending a message to our young people that, oh, for you to be perfect in society, you have to be thin, which should never be the case. So this put a pressure on a lot of young people to be thin, to be skinny, and this is gonna affect them in the long run. It's gonna affect their health, such as they're gonna start starving themselves. So they're gonna start starving themselves and not watching their health. So one of the ways for people to lose weight is by not eating, because that's the most common one. They stop eating, but this is gonna affect them. You know, it's gonna have a lot of common side effects and their health. Like, so yeah, so it's literally, yeah. And also as well, like females are, they're labored in society, like girls are labored in society, like all the message out there into society continuously telling young people, young male and young female, to be thin. Like even the education system in Ireland and majority of the places in the world, like, is still sending young people a message to be thin and skinny. For example, I'm going to take home economics, for example. A lot of things you learn in home economics about diet, you know, how to cook, and, you know, how to be like, for you to be healthy, you don't have to be skinny. You don't have to be thin. You know, you can have a normal body weight and you can still be healthy. So, like, yeah, so like we need to pay attention to that. And also within that as well, even the government, like, we don't like, okay, I'll tell you another statistic that I found out, right? So the World Health Organization, this is the World Health Organization, not just Ireland now, all over the world, there is 21.6% of female who engage in anorexia behaviors. And this experience could last up to 10 years or more. For depression doesn't last up to 10 years or more. For depression, there's always a treatment for you, you know, or any other mental illness. Like, for eating disorder, this is not the case, because the government are not putting a lot of their time and effort into eating disorder. So which make it become more of a bigger issue, and for the experience to last for a very long time. Like, so yeah, so as I said, it's just something to pay attention to as well, like, because eating disorder is an issue. It's like it's an issue that we don't worry about in society, but it's an issue as well, because eating disorder, it can lead to suicide, it can lead to self-harm. And I tell you how these are linked, right? So a child, teenagers see their friend skinny, beautiful, all the men want that person, or the person getting a job, getting all the compliments, and then you have another child is not as thin as the other female. Like obviously she's gonna be under pressure because she wants to be perfect. Even something as simple as social media, you know, look at the Kardashian, like such a Kylie Jenner, like if you see their Instagram page, all what they're promoting is their body image. So like their body image has to be skin. Basically, thin is seen as perfect, which is not the case, which is absolutely not the case. So it put a lot of young people under pressure to kind of just starve themselves, which can lead to anorexia. Like, and yeah, and that could lead to self-harm as well in a way that, let's say, for example, like they're trying their best and like they're not meeting that body goals. Like they can start, you know, they can be depressed over this, they can start harming themselves or have a suicide thought. So it's kind of like it's a thing that what we can do. Like I'm not an expert, like I'm not a counselor or I'm not a therapy, but like the best thing is to just allow your child to accept their body. And what you can do as a parent is to, you know, give them advice what to do, you know, or maybe there's a lot of therapy out there that will also help them as well. So yeah, and also I'm just gonna give us another. I don't want to go too deep into it, and I'm just gonna say social learning too as well. Social learning is kind of like people learn from each other. So so for example, like you might have like you might have like a parent that does engage in anorexia behaviors, like and the child might learn this from the parent. Like so even as a parent, we play an influence in this. Like we have to watch what we eat and how we communicate to our child and how we talk to them. And yeah, and then I'm just sorry now, I'm just kind of like on yeah, okay, yeah. Also, yeah, such a one thing about mental health is mental illness. Like they're all kind of like linked to each other. Like true eating disorder, it can lead to isolation as well. Like for example, a child is not comfortable, or a teenager is not comfortable with their body, so this can stop them from going out because they're ashamed of their body. So they might stay in their room, and that's where they kind of like engage in that kind of like self-harm behaviors or maybe suicide thought and all, because they're ashamed to go out, and like they're also ashamed to get a treatment as well, because they're ashamed to have this conversation with their parents or their friends, because they feel like they might be labeled in society. And when I mean labeled in society, is such as being seen different. Like so, for example, now if people find out you have an eating disorder problem, they might treat you differently. You know, they might not accept you. They might see you differently. So this can affect the child. So they might keep this within themselves and not discuss it to their parents or their friends. And yes, social media have an absolutely huge influence. As I said, a lot of these young people role model, like you're gonna see that they're seen as perfect, they're seen as beauty, which is not always the case. Accept your body, and the best you can do is, you know, like your body image shouldn't describe who you are pretty much. And yeah, social media does have a positive impact as well, because through social media you can kind of like, you know, research stuff of how to kind of like maintain your healthy in diet without affecting your body. So, and yeah, I'm gonna bring explanation of anorexia. It's kind of like I'm gonna kind of like talk about the biological perspective. Like, okay, teen, it could be a genetic thing. Like, so it could be a genetic thing. And looking at anorexia from a social culture perspective. So this way, I'm gonna bring this back to Africa. Like, teen is kind of like different in Africa, right? A lot of you could probably agree or disagree with me. But for my knowledge and understanding of what I know back home in Nigeria, it's kind of like teen is not as valuable. It's not seen as valuable in African society. Such as they like in Africa, we much prefer, like, if you're not teen, if you have Like, you know, if you're not thin, if you're not skinny, yeah, they might consider you as wealthy because you have, and then people that are kind of like thin, they might be seen as pro. So like African kind of have their own different perspective, but somewhere as in Irish society, it's kind of like different. And yeah, and so pretty much if you're within everything I just discussed about, if anyone is experiencing any type of mental illness or any such a mental health, I actually have a phone number here with me that you can ring up and they will be able to help you out. So at the end of the conversation, I'm going to get the chairman to give out the number to you. And I hope a lot of you learn from this conversation. And if anyone have any questions you want to ask me, you're more than welcome. I'm sorry some of this conversation might be uncomfortable for some people, but mental illness is a deep conversation that we need to discuss about. It shouldn't be ignored. We should be able to share this conversation with each other and everyone be on opinion. And yeah, that's it for today. And I hope some people get a bit of knowledge from it. And thank you very much.
Can I please ask one question, Alava?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that was a really good talk you gave there. Really appreciate it. I'm just wondering where fitness comes into this, because you talk about diet, but how important is fitness, do you think?
Fitness. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Thank you for the question. Fitness is important. Exercise is important. Like anybody will recommend you to exercise any time of the day. It's important for your health. But I'm just saying in terms of anorexia. Anorexia is people who engage in anorexia behaviors. They are starving themselves to be skinny. They're not even taking exercise because they see starving themselves might be the easiest way to kind of like lose weight. And as you said, exercise coming in kind of like there's other options. Exercise is kind of like an option for you to kind of like let's say you want to maintain your body. Exercise is one of the options. But like starving yourself is kind of like it's more dangerous because it has a lot of risk and side effects, and yeah, it can just affect you in the long run. Yeah. Did I answer your questions?
Yeah, you did. Thanks a lot. And just one more question. What advice would you give to somebody like currently going through that and like they want to change things? Like
Currently
somebody
going through anorexia.
experiencing, yeah.
See, the best advice I would give someone who is currently going through that is, firstly, you should never force people. You can't force them. The only thing you can do is always give them an advice. So you can't tell them, oh, stop doing this. That's totally wrong. You can only give them advice what to do. And one of the advice, as I said, I'm not an expert. I'm not a therapy or I'm not a counselor, but like the best advice you could kind of like give them is maybe bring in exercise in, talk about exercise. Can you do this? Can you do that? Maybe maintain your eating or this will this help rather than starving yourself because one of the main causes of anorexia is starving themselves, which is the issue. So that was a good question, brother. The question is just exercise. That would be one that you could give them pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry to cut you short. The questions are great. We really do appreciate questions. Please, if you have any questions, hold them down or write them down. For the last 20 minutes of this talk, all your questions will be answered in detail by either any of the panelists who spoke or a professional who's within our midst right now. But I don't want to cut short of those who have their own discussion to also speak about. I know you, Sister Victoria, you had a question there. Please hold on to your question and write it down so that you don't forget. Thank you very much. But due to time constraints, we do have to move on. Brother Ahmed Yusuf, thank you very much for your discussion. It was definitely informative. I for one definitely learned something out of it, and I hope the rest of you did learn something out of it as well. May Allah continue to guide you, bless you, and watch over your knowledge as you expand knowledge overall on mental health.
I'm on now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, everybody can hear.
Yeah, I can hear it. So much fix it for me.
Thank you very much, Brother Ahmed.
Yeah, no problem.
So our next panelist is Miss Shakira Ojolakbe, who is a social care worker, I believe, who is definitely a mother, a psychology student, and who is proficient in this discussion that we're about to have right now. She will be discussing about, actually, I won't tell you what she will be discussing about. I'll leave that to her. That's her right and her rights alone. So without further ado, can our mother and our miss take up the mantle, please?
Hello, Alaja Ojolape, before you go ahead, can we mute every one of us, then you unmute yourself there as a co-host? Is that okay, man? Everybody will be muted, only you will be on. You unmute yourself on your own side there, okay? Thank you.
I've done that. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa
barakatuh.
My name is Ajia Shakira Ojolakwe. Can you see me? Because I can't see anybody.
We cannot see you, ma'am.
Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you.
We can see you now. We can see you now. We can see you now.
My name is Ajia Shakira Ojolakwe. I'll be discussing anxiety. Like one of the panelists said, mental illness is actually different from mental health. And anxiety is not a mental illness until it becomes overwhelming. Can you hear me? Hello?
Can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Well, we all are going through a situation where we are exposed to anxiety at the moment. The whole nation. You can see me now. Anyway, and anxiety, it's not really an illness. It's what we are going through. It's a common feeling that everyone exposed to, that we experience at some stage in life. It could be a normal emotional response to stressful situation. And it can also be a natural understanding of emotional response that can help us prepare ourselves for its challenges ahead. Sorry, I have a lot of things in my front at the moment. Anyway, as I was saying, it's everyday feelings that we all go through. It's only become a problem when there is no obvious reason for it. At the moment, we are all going through COVID. We are all staying at home. Our students are not at school. And then this can really cause an anxious feelings. But when this kind of feeling continue to persist for a long time, that is when it becomes a real mental illness. What can trigger illness, anxiety? It could be a trauma, a stress due to illness. It could be a stress build-up. It could be a personality, which is some kind of a genetic. And it could actually be a reaction from drug or alcohol intake. All this can be, we can also put in a perspective, because one person's anxiety trigger may be quite different from other people. Mostly our youth are experiencing a lot of anxiety recently. Some secondary school finalists, the one who are supposed to be sitting their final exams, which has been postponed or indefinitely, or people who are in school who has been not been attending classes. They are all on attending classes online. And we have people who also are working, the frontliners, who are very, very scared to bring any kind of sickness back home to their family. All this can actually cause anxiety. But we can really work on this because it doesn't have to be an illness. It doesn't necessarily have to turn to an illness for anybody. The only way we can do this is that we really have to manage our feelings. We really have to make sure that we manage our negativity, our any kind of situation that can bring negative feelings or negative thinking that can really cause an anxiety, which can really blow into some kind of a panic disorder, because that is when we are going into real mental illness. Anyway, if you have been experiencing anxiety for like a week or more, this is a time you need to seek for a support. I mean, professional support. I will let you know what you can watch out for before you can realize you are actually anxious. If you are suffering from dry mouth, if you have some kind of a difficulty swallowing, if you're having a nightmare, if you cannot sleep properly or you cannot stay asleep, then you must be suffering from anxiety. If you cannot concentrate, I mean, if you have some kind of a poor concentration, if you have a muscle tension and some kind of experienced headaches, then you should be very aware that you are suffering from anxiety. You can also watch out for your rapid heart rate, your breathing, or sweating or trembling. If you are having this all the time, then we are talking about real anxiety disorder. I will also talk about other things you can do to prevent anxiety. If you are feeling anxious and it's impacting your day-to-day activity, you must really need extra help and support. I am not a professional yet because I'm still a psychology student, but I know that if you have to seek for a professional help, you really need to go through to your GP. He is in the position to advise you on a professional level. All I know is that if you speak with your GP, he's going to be the one to send you to a counselor, or probably your self-help. That is if you can really control your anxious situation. But if you have to go through a counselor, we'll be talking about CBT, what we call cognitive behavioral therapy. It's only help to manage whatever it is that is making you anxious. And it makes you to, it will just help you to think positively. At the same time, if this does not work, you probably will have to speak to a counselor, a psychologist. Anyway, most of anxiety disorders develop in childhood. And if it's not well controlled, it could go on to the adulthood as well. It's not something that you cannot handle. You could handle your own anxiety as long as it's not full-blown panic attack. That is when you're having a real mental disorder. So I hope that at the moment, we'll all be able to control our anxiety. We should not let it weigh us down. We all know that the situation we have nowadays is really, really anxious moments, but this can be controlled. I will only advise a self-help as long as it's something we can all handle. But I will advise you, if you cannot go through all this by yourself, it's very advisable to seek a professional help. Anxiety has, we have a different type of anxiety actually. All this is, it depends on the way you feel. If we have just a common response, it's something we can help ourselves with. But when it's developing to some kind of generalized social or some kind of OCD that professional call obsessive compulsive disorder, that is when we're talking about real professional help. I hope all this can help us. And if you really need more information, speak with your GP. Try as much as possible to go online. There's a lot of self-help online. But mostly, watch out for your feelings. Negativities cause a lot of anxiety. And anxiety could develop into full-blown panic attacks. And that is when we're talking about real serious mental health disorder. I hope I could be able to help you with these informations. If you have any questions, I'll be able to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Matt. Your talk was very informative. I certainly didn't know that if you've got dry mouth that it could cause or lead to anxiety. That I did not know. So thank you very much, Matt, for your information.
It is. You're welcome.
The topic you gave, it certainly was informative. I hope you guys learned a lot from it. I ask Almighty Allah to continue to guide, to see you through your career, to see you through your college degree, to see you through in all that it is you do in life. Thank you very, very much for your time that you spent with us today.
Okay, sorry, Israel. Could
Yes.
in another 3 to 5 minutes, because communication become more kind of effective if we are able to mix our code, especially for the parents on the platform. About so far on ya, talk to us as parents on how we can help ourselves by helping our kids in a kind of no holds bar, please.
I have no intention of holding back. Like I said before, we have a lot of ways to help our children. We parents have a lot of job to do. And that was why I was asking to discuss about parental styles and the way we handle our youth of nowadays. We're actually doing a lot of things wrong. Well, I discovered this when I started my psychology degree. I've always thought we are the best in the whole wide world, but we're actually doing a lot of things wrong about our kids. Because our kids, they're quite different from us. They are not really the kind of kids that we will be handling the way we were handled, the way we were trained. We really have to have a compromise, bring them, or we go to bring ourselves up to their level. But of course, with a lot of boundaries. Because most of these kids, they actually don't know what they're doing. And they are having a lot of problem because they don't know what they're doing. I've had one of my children telling me that, Mom, I have an anxiety. Mom, I have a self-esteem problem, and I didn't take him serious. You won't believe that it took me a long time before I realized what I was doing wrong. We really need to work very, very hard along with these children of nowadays, because their home mentality is quite different from ours. And the way we're handling things is just not the right way to do things. We have to make ourselves open. We have to allow ourselves chances to be approached by our kids. Because if you do not allow them to be able to approach us, there is no way they can talk to us. And when they cannot talk to us, they really, really, really go elsewhere for support. And when they do that, they get into trouble. There are quite a number of things I have discovered, learned from these children by talking to them. I don't talk to my children alone. I talk to all the kids, all the young adults that I know. I just want to get into their head. I want to get into their mind. I want to know what is going on in their head, what they feel. I've been approached by young adults asking me why we force them to do things, asking me why we force them to go to school, why we never ask them what they want, why we choose for them. You see, we will do all these things because that's how we were brought up. That's how we were trained. So we believe that we can choose for these kids. They are quite different from us because they have two teachers. Who are the teachers? We, the parents, and the teachers in school. So you see, they have two ways of learning. And the way we teach them is according to African tradition and culture. But the other way, the other teacher is teaching them European tradition and culture. So you see why our kids are confused. That's how they become very confused. And when they are confused, they make wrong decisions. They make wrong decisions. And most of these decisions they are making does not help them. Neither does it help us as parents. So we should really look into our parenting styles, because I assure you we're doing a lot of things wrong with these kids. They are not us. They can never be like us. Every little thing is termed as an abuse to them. The questions, do we answer their questions at all? Do we ever have time for them at all? Feeding children, clothing them, it's not parenting. Why don't we just become a parent at the same time friends to our kids? Believe you me, I assure you, if you parent your children and friend them as well, you get a lot from them. You will learn a lot from them. You will be able to get through to them. You'll be able to get through to their brain and their mind. I can say it's too late. It's never late until it is late. There is no time we cannot start parenting. I mean, even when they are 100 years old, they're still our kids. But I think it will be very advisable if we all start to parent our kids from this moment. We do the right thing and the right moments with them. They need us more than they need the outside teacher. We can teach them our own ways. They'll be willing to learn. It depends on the way we handle it. Most of our kids, most of the kids are killing themselves. They just don't kill themselves. They must have gone through a lot of things. A lot of things must have been going through their brain. Suicide is not for Black. No, Blacks doesn't kill themselves. That's the last thing a Black person would do. But you see what is going on in the whole world. This is why we have to change our way of approach towards these modern day kids. That's what I call them. I hope we'll be able to do this. I hope we'll be able to talk more about it. Well, let's just start at this moment, right now. Let's stop African way of doing things. Back home, we can be beaten, shouted at, cursed. It doesn't even do nothing to us. It doesn't remove anything from us. But if you do that with them, it brings them down completely.
Thank you so much, my sister. If we leave you to now till the end of the day, you still have a lot to tell us. So for the benefit of time, Israel, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I think you've given me the mic now. Thank you very much, Ma, for your information. I really do appreciate the information you gave to our parents that are on board in this panel discussion right now. From what you said, I've jotted down a few questions that I may like to ask you at the end of the discussion because I found it quite important to ask anyway. Thank you again, and I ask may Almighty Allah continue to bless and guide your knowledge for us because you have been most
Amen. Thank you.
Informative with us today. Thank you very much, Ma. Without further ado, I'd like to move on to our next panelist. It's our last panelist. It's our last discussion, but not our least. It is with Miss Kemi Adisa, a social worker who
Mrs. Elijah Adisa. Elijah Kemi Adisa.
Forgive me.
Sorry, is she still talking about the addiction?
Sorry, Ma?
I said, is she talking about the addiction or am I still talking about the addiction?
No, I believe she will be talking about the addiction.
Good.
Yeah, she'll be talking about the addiction. I'd like to hand over, forgive me for my rudeness, and I'd like to hand over the baton to
Ejeba movie in the background, please. Whoever that is watching movie, please turn it off, please.
And I've got. Am I on, please?
Yes, you're on, Ma. You're on, Ma.
Okay,
yes,
all right. Okay.
Interruption.
All right, let me see. Let me just put it to video. Start video. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kemi Adisa. I'm a social worker. I've been working in my role as a social worker in Ireland for the past, I'll say 16 years. I work with people with ID and people with mental health issues. I have a diploma in counseling, and I also just completed a course in CBT, that's cognitive behavior therapy, a kind of therapy that I work with people going through anxiety, depression, odds, anger, problems, shame, and what have you. But I wasn't like I don't think you said I should add addiction, if I'm right. I think what we spoke about, what we agreed on was to talk about loneliness and suicide. So if I'm right,
That's still your remit. That was the assignment given to you.
Yeah. Although like all these mental health issues are interconnected, one can also lead to the other if one is not mindful or if care is not taken. So I'll talk about loneliness. Well, loneliness, I'll say, I wouldn't really consider it as a mental health issue at a stage until it kind of magnifies into something like more serious. And loneliness, like what the last madam likely said about us parents and our children. Loneliness can even be within the family. Don't think because your children are having maybe relationship with you, they are not lonely. They could be lonely if you're not connecting to them. If you're not connecting to their feelings, if the vibes is not there between you and your child could be lonely. Don't think because your child is amidst a lot of people or a lot of crowd that he or she is not lonely. Loneliness could be, like it's part of, I don't know how I put it. Let me just as an example. Like maybe you are a new student in a school, and you are, of course, in the school you have, people around you all the time. But if you're not able to connect to that person in that school, it's like your friend, your close ally, you could be lonely. And even despite the fact that you have people around you, you're still like lonely. You still don't have that, that connection with anyone that, kind of aligns with you. So loneliness could happen to people and meet a lot of people, but deep down they're still lonely. You might even have, even in like, you might have like, maybe move to a new city, move to a new environment. You might not be able to connect with people around you, so you might still be lonely. And you have neighbors around you, but you can still be lonely. So loneliness, I'll just cite some examples that could cause loneliness. If you don't have that right connection with the people that you think that ought to give you that, that company, you might be lonely inside. You can be lonely amidst your friends. You can be lonely amidst your family. Your family might not even get your dynamics. And even that like about parenting, that is a topic for another day, because there are a lot of a lot of anomalies as we Africans, actually raise our children. There is a lot of pitfalls. I cannot, I can't say add more to that, because there's a lot. Like if I should add more to that, it will be just like it's a lot of issues around parenting for us African parents. So it's another day for that, because there is like I've worked where I've worked for the past 15 years, and I've worked with African parents, and I've seen a lot of issues. We don't really get that dynamics of parenting. I'm sorry, because we are engulfed and meshed with our cultural, irrational, views that the way we are raised is not the way we can raise these children. That is just, it's two different entities. And we have a lot of cultural views about parenting. We have a lot of irrational, erratic views about religion, about parenting. I'm sorry to say that it might not really work with the way we want our kids. If we want to raise our kids, no one is perfect. I'm saying that about parenting. There's no manual for parenting, but there are some basic things that we parents should understand, and we should try to just deviate from if you really want to have this good relationship with our children. But anyway, I'm not here for that. So loneliness. So if you change your school to a new environment, you could feel lonely. If you move to a new city, you can feel lonely. If you end a relationship, you can feel lonely. Maybe you have a clash with your friend, with your sibling, or anything like that, or something ends for you. You move from a school to another school, you miss your friend in that school. You move from your area to another area, there's a lot of things that you've missed from where you are coming from. You could be lonely in your new environment. So then you can be lonely if you live with a mental health issue. Like if you have a mental health issue, like maybe you have a bit of, you suffer from anxiety, suffer from depression, you could feel lonely. In your head, you could feel lonely. So this could be, I would say, some causes of loneliness. So what can we say, what can we describe as the symptoms of loneliness? You can have like decreased energy because you are lonely. You don't have that, you know, that motivation to do stuff. So you can have decreased energy. You'll be unable to focus because you are lonely. Your brain is not really that, you know, that's settled. So you might be unable to focus in school, wherever you are at home. You might not be able to sleep, like insomnia. That is what's like not having a good night's sleep. Sleepless night could stem from loneliness. Decreased appetite, and some people could engage more in drinking, substance abuse, in just to curb their loneliness, to find a company that will make them a bit, you know, high, or, you know, so some people could engage in that sort of behavior to be able to, you know, and because if you are lonely at times, it will cause like self-downing for you. And what is self-downing? That could be like, it could lead to like a bit of self-esteem, low self-esteem, because you feel lonely, you don't feel like connected to anything. So that can result to like low self-esteem for you. So some people like that, to cover that mask of loneliness, could engage more in substance abuse, more drink, like drinking problem, and that could, you know, at times that could boost their esteem in a way. That's the first belief, that taking maybe drugs or alcohol misuse might enhance your self-esteem in a way. So people like can engage in that kind of behavior to, you know, to hide under that mask of loneliness. So well, I would say that it's not a specific mental health issue as far as unless it now spirals, that maybe that loneliness now results to maybe sleepless nights, anxiety, and a bit of, you know, maybe leads to a bit of depression. Then I might say that is like a big issue that needs, you know, to that could be termed as a mental illness if it spirals to that stage. So how can we maybe help people that is feeling lonely? Feeling lonely, you try to know what kind of, why is that person feeling lonely? That's the first thing. Why are you feeling lonely? It could be that I've left, well, I mean, I left a new school, I mean, an old school to a new school. I find it very hard to make friends there. You have to, like, you know, try not to like to force things to happen, but you try to encourage that, you know, if you feel that, you know, that you are lonely and that you cannot remain where you are, you still have to maybe have a bit of outreach. You have to network a bit, because until then you might not be able to have, you know, maybe connect that to the friends, to the group of friends that you want. So if you don't make that move, you know, it might be very hard for you to know the kind of person or the kind of group of people that you wish to engage with. You can maybe suggest a bit of that person to start, like if it's a new environment, start going for like a walk around, or maybe try to engage in any social gathering in that environment. And from there, you'll be able to connect and maybe see, I mean, like you might be able to get the link of people that's kind of like suits your own, you know, your overall demeanor. So you might try to maybe encourage that kind of person to kind of like try to network more. And if it's loneliness, it's from maybe you end a kind of like you end a relationship with someone, you know, that might involve a bit of therapeutic work. That kind of person might engage in like maybe seek therapy, counseling to see. That could be like loneliness and grief might come together in that aspect, because when we end a relationship or we lose someone, not even death. Death is not all the cause, like it's not the causative factor for grieving. It's not because you lose someone that is when you need to grieve. You can grieve when you end a relationship. You can grieve when you lose something, you lose a job, you lose, you know, not as physical death. So if anybody that ends a relationship is lonely, it could also be a part of grieving together. So that kind of thing, we need a bit of therapeutic work, like counseling, to work with the grief as well, to put a bit of the grief should be like a bit of to close the grief, a bit of closure to the grief. Then from there you can now work on the loneliness part of it. So loneliness, if it's now spirals to anxiety, that's all, because at times if you are lonely, it could lead to anxiety or, you know, a bit of depression. Anxiety and depression, they are very different. Anxiety is the fear of the unknown, fear of the future, fear of what has not happened yet. And depression is what has happened in the past to you and how that has affected you. Your past is what brings about most depression. Is how you've done, what has happened to you in the past. Maybe that made you so sad, made you so devastated, dejected. So depression could have happened in the past, but you feel so worthless. You feel so like, you know, hopeless. But anxiety could be a problem of the future. And if that is the case with loneliness, it could lead to a bit of anxiety in the sense that you could feel that, oh, I can't really make friends. I'm so unlikable. People will not like to be my friend. I am just lonely. So I can never have my own clique of friends. So that is a future-based problem that has not happened. And that is anxiety for you there. Anxiety can stem into different types. We have the ego anxiety and discomfort anxiety. Ego anxiety is what actually happens to many of us as parents, who believe that, oh, if my son doesn't go to UCD, doesn't go to Trinity College, doesn't go to all this, of course, it's good to have a goal in life. I'm not dismissing that. But if you are very lucky to have all your aspirations fulfilled in life, good for you, lucky. But people cannot tell me that it's what they plan for themselves that they will achieve. Not everything in life. You of course be focused and have your plans, but don't let those plans, you know, get to you that you might not really be able to even see anything. Oh, I really want to do this. I really want to. If my daughter doesn't do this, she's a failure. If she doesn't get this, my son doesn't behave like this, he's a failure. I cannot imagine my son doing this or doing that. That is ego anxiety. That is your own ego coming to play for your future. So we panic in that aspect so much that what has not really happened in our lives, we'll be panicking. Oh no, she can't do this. He can't marry this person. If she does, I'm going to kill him. So these are the things that have not really happened to us, but we are panicking about it already. So we call this ego anxiety. And we have what we call discomfort anxiety. What does that mean? That means that we don't want anything to live our lives. Like, oh my God, if my mom should leave me or my dad should leave me, I can't live my life. I can't continue with my life. So it's what has not really happened, but you're kind of imagining that, or if my friend fights with me, oh God, I can't bear it. That is an example of discomfort anxiety. So these are things that have not really happened to us, but we panic about the future for what has not happened. So I think with loneliness, it could stem into that aspect too for us. Anxiety could set in, and if anxiety sets in like that, then that is a concern, and that needs to be dealt with therapeutically, like counseling or what have you. So I think I will end on that about loneliness. Suicide, suicidal ideation. Well, I'll say that during my course, like my career as a social worker in mental health and ID, I'll say that I have worked with severely mentally has a lot of severe mental health issues that have like once or twice attempted suicide, like work with clients like that. But I have worked with so many that they've had that suicidal ideation, but they've not really manifested it, but they're kind of like on suicide watch. So suicide is a big thing. To actually, think about suicide. That means that there's a lot going on in that brain. The brain is railroaded. The brain is so consumed with a lot of like irrational, erratic, and negative thoughts. Suicide, what will I say could be the causes of suicide? Some mental health diagnosis, they have a bit of like there's a risk factor of them being suicidal. Some mental health, diagnosis, they come kind of pari pursue suicide. I believe like schizophrenia, because they kind of like hallucinate a lot, so they might have that high risk of being suicidal. But like for other mental health issues, and even people without any mental health issues, what could be the causes of suicidal ideation? Probably anxiety. If you have severe anxiety, and that is like I've said earlier on, panicking about what has not even happened, panicking about the future. It's not like, I'm not saying that you don't have any plan for your future, like I've said earlier, but if you over think about stuff, it will lead to the anxiety for you. We're not able to focus if you have a lot of panic about the future. Panic, like now, like if you are in like 6th year, you're doing your living cert, some students get that anxiety at that stage of their lives due to a lot of pressure, from parents, from what the community is. I think that I would say the African community is expecting from you anyway, because I don't because we have that kind of belief that, even the parents too add more to the kids' anxiety, because you're in 6th year now. You must get this point. If you don't get this point, you are a failure. You cannot feel. How would I, my friend's son is in Trinity doing medicine. My friend's daughter is in UCD studying psychology. We have that kind of traits as like a race. I'm sorry to say that. And if any parents are here, we could if we could trace back even I'll say that a potential African person, actually I think it's kind of like enmeshed, it's inherent in us. We believe that we want to show off, my daughter is this, my daughter is that, but you don't even know your daughter. You don't even know if your daughter even wants that. Because I will say that happens to me as a parent. I cannot deny that. I had that ego anxiety for my son too, like, I want him to be here. Then I wouldn't dispute that. It happens to me too, because at times, you've been able to you want to work around that cultural stuff, but if you don't really, you're not really so determined to get some things off your system from that cultural and religious background as a race, it's very hard. But I knew that it's happened to me too before I was like, what is wrong with me? I can't. Why am I doing this for my son? Why do I want to live my own life in my son? Why? Because I want him to do this, because that's what I wish in life. So why would I want to live my life in him? But that's actually why I actually came back to my senses at that time. So the pressure from living side, I'm not saying that don't study for living side, of course, why not? But the pressure needs to be we don't even discover our kids. We even parents, we don't even know ourselves. How come we know our kids? We don't even know who we are as a parent. So I would not know about kids, what our kids even want. If you want to know who your kid is, or your child or daughter is, know yourself first. Who are you yourself? Who are you without all the cultural baggage and religious baggage? Just like I'm Kemi now. Kemi is my name. Kemi wants to think who she is without thinking about culture, about religion. So who is Kemi without these two things? That is when we actually discover who we are, because we add so many things upon the other, and that is what without us as parents to actually, because we know like, oh, this is what the society expects of my son, of me. Why? And we actually we actually plan so much for these kids for the future. Why? Why can't we just live in the present and leave the future for what it is and leave the past behind? Why can't we just live as it comes? But anyway, that's like, I'm kind of digressing there. So like suicide is a very serious thing. What could lead to this suicidal ideation? I said anxiety could lead to that, extreme anxiety, depression. That is a state of hopelessness. That is when people feel that they are just hopeless and they are just good for nothing, that they cannot be anybody relevant in this life anymore. That is what depression actually means. You are hopeless. You don't have any hope for the future. And with that, there'll be so many symptoms. And that could be like not being, just staying in bed, no motivation to do anything, overeating, undereating, decreased social interaction. It's a lot. And with that, if depression exacerbates, it definitely could lead to suicidal ideation. Why am I even living? So what causes depression is another topic for another day. But depression could lead to suicidal ideation. And substance abuse, of course, could lead to that. And if you're kind of anorexic, anorexia patients, and that's like people that feel that they are adding so much weight, they want to be skinny, so they don't want to really add any more weight. So it could be like they are very prone, they are high risk of having suicidal ideation. And if you have a history of family mental health issues, it's could it's like risk of that you might have mental health issues that lead to suicidal ideation. We don't even know this at times as a race. Some people might have familial mental health issues, family mental health issues in the background. We might not know. This could be a factor for people, for other, for it's like a factor. Anyways, a contributory factor for people to have like this kind of suicidal thoughts. If there's a family history of mental illness, so it's a risk factor. And if there's a history of violence in the house too, it could lead to, like if there's a lot of violence in the house, like family history, it's full of violence, full of tension, full of like everything negative. It could affect a child, like, or who is the family, to feel a bit insecure and a bit, railroaded, a bit, like not sure of who he or she is due to the family violence. So this could lead to suicidal ideation. Loneliness could be part of it too. Like if you're lonely and you feel so lonely, this could lead to anxiety or depression, either way, and this could also lead to a bit of suicidal ideation. And yes, drugs, like I've said, hopelessness. And so what's like, I'll say that the symptoms at times could be people feel like hopeless, people talking about suicidal, like thoughts of suicidal issues, like, the person might be saying that, oh, I wish to end my life, I wish to do this, I feel I'm hopeless. You can get it from, maybe if you have any conversation with that person, that, oh, I don't feel worthless, I think I might, end my life soon. They would say it one way or the other if you're very very vigilant. Like I've had a case before that, the mom did not even know that she's going through all these suicidal thoughts until she went into his room and saw so many things. Like, he has, I don't know what the mom was looking for in his room. And he has actually described how he wanted to end his life, then the time, the day, what he would use. And the mom found that, and the mom was like, oh my God, and he was kind of referred to our service. And other stuff, like if you see children, like kids or young adults, some people will sit on the internet and they will actually look at how to kill myself, how to die. They are kind of like, because look, like I'll say in my career, like history of my career, if a person wants to actually maybe commit suicide, if he or she tells you that he's going to kill himself today, he will not do it. Not like I'm saying that he might, but most cases, the day that you don't expect, the day that they will be so happy that you think that, oh my God, I saw him, he was really happy, just the day was, how come? At times they have that, like of course it's premeditated, but most cases, the day that you do not expect that they are going to, carry out that thing is the day that they will do it. Like in the case I had, it was like the day that I experienced was when this woman actually killed herself, was the day she came into my service to see a child that is in care with us. She came that day, she sat with her child, she brought her so many things, she was so happy, she had tea with her, and we're like, oh my God, what a good day for this woman today. She was really in a very good humor. Nobody expected that. And as soon as she left our office, she went and jumped into the canal in O'Connell Bridge. She jumped off like that bridge in town. And nobody was like, we just got a call after like an hour that this woman that left here now, she has just jumped into the canal and she died. I think I have 3 minutes. They said I have 3 minutes left. So I can go on and on. I think I have to round this up here. Thank you for having me. And if there's any question before we round up. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Ma, for your informative talk. I ask that Almighty Allah continue to guide, bless you, and increase your knowledge in this topic and in your career as well. Thank you so much for your information. It has been very, very informative. I think we might have missed one of our topics, which is addiction, and I think that one of our panelists wanted to also discuss about that, and I believe it was Ms. Shakira Ojo that wanted to discuss about it also.
Addiction, like, okay, if there's what anybody wants to talk about it, I can't, like.
We might have missed one of our topics, which is addiction, and I think that one of our panelists wants to also discuss about that. I'm not sure. Is there someone who has an echo going on?
Like, okay, if that's what everybody wants to talk about it, I can't, like.
Hello?
So you have the floor. I think you can talk now. I think there was something wrong with the system there for a second. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can everyone hear me?
Clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there seemed to be a problem there for a second. But the topic of addiction, I think Ms. Shakira Ojo like I wanted to discuss about that also. You're muted, Ma. I think you're muted.
Elijah, can you take up the mute button underneath to the bottom left? Unmute yourself.
You've been unmuted. We can hear you now.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam to barakatuh.
Seems to be a problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Salaam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Now we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, now we can hear you.
I suppose the last topic on the list, the addiction, is what we're about to talk about, right?
Yes, yes, that's it. That's it.
Okay. What is addiction? Addiction is some kind of it's a complex topic, but surprisingly, one young adult was asking me about this yesterday. I got a call from London about this topic, and I hope the young man is online with us because I invited him. It's a mental illness disorder because it has to do with brain. It's a brain disease that it manifests itself at a dependency on a substance or a behavior. We have a different kind of addiction. It's you can be addicted to drug use, alcohol. Gambling is also an addiction. There's a food addiction, shopping addiction, and gaming addiction, as well as sex addiction. We probably we're not going to talk about all this. We talk about what has to do with our young adults who are involved in drug use, alcohol abuse, gambling, because I actually know some young adults who are involved in gambling. I hope some of these children, young adults, are listening to us now because to be for their own benefit. There's a lot of consequences for all this behavior. But you see, it's people still engage on this kind of behavior despite all the consequences. I don't know, but why one should seek solace in addiction, but it has to do with a lot of issues because some people use this behavior as a way of escape from different kind of things. Some people might be using a drug to escape a family problem, work-related stress. Some people use it as a way of fun, some kind of social behavior. But one way or the other, it's really not a good behavior. It's not really a good way of escape. And it's really, really, really bad for one's psychological states as well as physical states. I had a chance of compiling I did some research about addiction last night because I'm actually interested in this. I'm very, very much interested in this topic. So I did some research last night to be able to understand why Hello? Salam alaikum.
Can you hear you? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, because this my phone is behaving somehow. Anyway, the addiction, the behavior, the dependency on a substance, on a behavior, it has a lot of impact on the person using it as well as the family. It can be the addiction behavior. I'm gonna look through the reason why people use drug or get addicted onto anything whatsoever, whether it's a drug, alcohol, or whatever. Some people use it as a, like, they use it. I wrote down some reason why they use it. Some people use addiction, any type of addiction, to escape their present or past situation. Say I try to understand, but I still cannot understand. But whatever it is, I think it has two ways. It is about nurture and nature. What I mean by nature is that some people have the kind of genetics that has addiction. I mean, if you are having a family who is have been addicted to alcohol or addicted to drugs, even cigarettes, some of them some of these habits could be transferred to their kids, but doesn't necessarily have to be. But at least let's just say 50 to 40% can be determined by a person's DNA. It's really, really, really very, very rare. But doesn't mean that everybody who have a genetics of addiction could actually be addicted to any kind of behavior or substance. But I will really need to speak with us parents how to recognize if any of our children or family are addicted to any kind of substance or a behavior. How to notice whether somebody is being addicted to some kind of substance or some kind of behavior. We really need to watch the patterns. It's probably not easy to notice because an addict are very, very secretive. The moment you notice that our children are beginning to be withdrawn to themselves, some kind of secrecy, especially children that are not really secretive before, and they are started to hide things from their parents. Most kids does that, but if we are a very observant parents, will notice when something is really wrong with our kids. But the first thing to do when we happen to be in this situation, never, ever, ever throw away an addict. Do not turn your back on an addict, because at that particular moment, they need help because they are sick. Whoever is taking alcohol is sick. Whoever is depending on drug is sick. Whoever is depending on game, gambling, or food or whatsoever to escape is sick, and they need support. They are not supposed to be threatened or like we turn against them because they are doing this and we think that is, oh, that's the end of the war. It's not the end of the war. People do these things and they don't even know they're doing it. Some people do it out of peer pressure. Some people does it to escape family problem. Even husband does it to escape marital problem. Wife does it to escape marital problem. But at the same time, it is mental illness which needed to be addressed. And a support is needed from whoever that is in this situation. I will let you know some kind of things to watch out for when somebody is having an addiction. Addiction could be dependency on a prescribed medication from our GPs, from doctors. When you take too much painkiller, you tend to get addicted. All prescribed medication could be addictive. So we really need to watch out on that as well. The moment you started to treat every illness or even mild illness with medication, you started depending on medication, you are addicted. So really watch out. And when a child spending 22 hours a day out of 24 hours on playing games, that child is addicted. When a child that works, a worker, cannot account for his money and has nothing to show for all his hard work, watch out. That child might either be addicted to gambling or shopping. It is a situation to be addressed. There are so many things that can cause this, but whatever it is, there is a way we can go about it. And going about it is not some kind of, you say, okay, you become a judgmental. You start to judge, oh, you are having you are taking drugs, you are drinking. No, that's not the way to do it. The way to do it is that we approach this situation with a calm manner. You speak to whoever that is in this situation. Assure them that you are there for them. Allow them to talk about what is causing their addiction. Let them realize that you're there for them. Never condemn an addict. Nobody set out to be an addict. It just happened. Environmentally, or it could be out of all this, our kids of nowadays, the way they go about experimenting things. They have this kind of slang they use, the I dare you, where they are daring themselves to try the different kind of drug. They don't mean to depend on it. They don't mean to get addicted to it. They just want to experiment. At the end of the day, they get addicted to it. Some use it as occasional. The same way they use alcohol. So we need to help them. How do we help them? We allow them to talk about it. We allow them to speak out their mind. It probably be a bit hard. It will be difficult for them to talk about it because an addict does not agree that this is an addict. They always start with a denial. But when they are able to bring themselves to talk about it, give them a listening ears. Let them say what is in their mind. If it's possible, invite family, a trusted family, a trusted friend who has had the same experience so that they can talk. Everybody talk about their experience. If this does not work out for you, seek help. I have an experience years ago. I went in to look for my son. He was very young then, about 15, 16. And I happened to find where they are. There were so many of them in this house. And luckily for me, the door wasn't locked. So I just knock and knock, they wouldn't open, I opened the door. When I entered into this sitting room, the whole place was filled with fume and smell, that kind of smell. These boys they look so much like somebody who has been sniffing stuffs. So I am a bold person. If I can't talk to you, you can't be friendly with my kids. So I started to speak with these children. I said, you people don't look normal. What is going on around here? And they started scratching their, these boys, they were like about 10 in the house. And the funniest part of it, the mother of the boy is upstairs in the house. She was sleeping or whatever. I can't remember. I started searching these boys. I was looking into their pockets, into their bags. Behold, I found what we use to spray in the house, this air freshener. They were sniffing air freshener. That's what they were doing. That's what they were doing. I started to sniff all of them one by one. One boy came in again with a bag on his shoulder. In his bag was full of aerosols. What I did was I sat all of them down. I told them that I'm going to call the guards if they don't start talking. So they started talking. I asked these boys that this moment I'm going to put all of you in my car and I'm going to be going to your houses. Oh, they started to confess. We have been taking this, we have been taking that. Unfortunately, when I spoke the woman in the house, she was very hostile. She wasn't friendly at all. So at the end of the day, what I did was I took my son and 2 of his friends. I drove straight to James Connolly Hospital. I told them what happened, my experience. And they took these boys, they took their blood, they did a lot of tests on them. Luckily, the boys I took with me were okay. They have nothing in their blood. But the way I addressed the issue made the doctor to call me aside and told me to not do what you did today because I was slapping, beating them. If you ever do that again, these children will start using what you accuse them of use, because they are not the one using it. They have nothing in their blood. Well, I didn't listen. What I did was I put those boys back in the car. I started going to their houses. Anyway, you should know what we African mothers do. They fought me, they insulted, they shouted, blah, 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 but I don't care. I did what I have to do. And I just told them, I never want to see your kids in my house, because if I did see them in my house, I'm going to call the guard. Take care of your kids. So I walked away. That was when I started. Hello?
Assalamu alaikum.
Hello?
We can still hear you. We can still hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So, well, that was really made me to be very much on this addiction topic, because since then I've been very much interested in this. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good. Because it's the microphone is unmuted and the video is stopped. I don't know what's going on.
I think your video is stopped on your end, but we can hear you loud and clear, ma'am.
Oh, good. If you can hear me, that's the most important thing. Anyway, that is why I got interested on the topic. The lessons of this story is just to watch our kids. Let's watch who they move with, young adults, or even teenagers. They are very much into this idea you. From idea you goes into experimenting goes to recreational turn to dependency. Please, for God's sake, let's watch our kids. Don't turn away your children. Don't turn away your children if they are addicted. Don't let them believe it's a shame. Because if you let them believe it's a shame, they will go somewhere else to seek for help.
Thank you so much, Elijah.
So just help them. If you try your best and you cannot help, ask for professional help. There is a lot of professionals out there. There is a lot of places you can bring them to for support, for help. And I assure you, a lot of these addicts turn out to be the best. Because I will tell you today, I saw one of these children I spoke about. I saw him walking. He looks very healthy. I asked him if he has chill out, if he doesn't smoke anymore, if he has treated himself. He said yes. I saw another one in a college, an undergraduate. They all turn out fine.
Alhamdulillah.
Let's just be aware.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
I hope this will be.
Thank you so much, Elijah. May God continue to increase your knowledge and understand and bless you and your family as
Amen.
well. Thank you so much for that insightful and educative presentation.
Oh, yes.
So while we're waiting for question and answer,
Yes.
just for 5 minutes, because we're running up in 10 minutes. So I would like Elijah Balogun, who is on the air, is a psychiatric nurse. He's one of the father in the Nasfat. He has been there diligently watching us all this while. So when we see elders in our forum, we should be able to recognize and respect them. So today is not that day. However, we give him 5 minutes or less just to say a word of encouragement and something, if there is anything to back up all the panelists that has been the order. So Alhaji Balogun, so I will give Alhaji Balogun to chat with us. So just for 5 minutes or less. Assalamu alaikum, sir. Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum salam.
Okay, sir. So we're running against time, sir. Just 5 minutes before the question and answer should be get ready. Question should be getting ready. So why the panelists will ask the question. So before the Alaji will. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Oh, salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
To start with, I just want to thank you, Alhaji Kasim, for for creating this type of forum for the youth and the parents. It is indeed a very interesting program. And I want to thank the panelists and especially the coordinator, Israel. You did a very good job to keep it up. Now, if you look at the topic, it says mental health. Now, what I expected the family to, the parents, as well as the listeners and the participants to have the understanding of is mental health. Mental health is a broad term to explain state of well-being of an individual, physically, mentally, socially, in all scope of life. So that is what mental health is. Your ability to be able to do what is expected of you and doing it correctly. That is what mental health signifies is. Now, if you are able to do your daily activities, go to work, cooking as at the time, dressing properly, you are mentally stable. But when it comes to mental health, it is your inability to be able to do all those things that you have been doing that you couldn't do now. So mental illness setting, it is more than that, but that is in summary, that is what. But if you look at the topic underneath, you see you have about 6 topic there. Israel, some are trying to ask a question. When you have so many topics like this, I think it will be better addressed when the discussion is on. You tend to lose memory of the flow of things, the flow of thoughts. When you are talking about loneliness, if there is question that relates to loneliness, it is better addressed then, rather than when everybody must have spoken. So the flow of thought will no longer be there, and the understanding might be reduced. So you deal with the question that tallies with the topic, it will be better understood that way.
Thank you very much, sir.
You understand? Like anxiety. Anxiety is a normal phenomenon of life. Anxiety could be broadly seen in 2 ways. Anxiety could be constructive and it could be destructive. So when anxiety is constructive, it prepares you to face the challenges of life. But when you are unable to face the challenges of life, it tends to destroy you. So prepares you to fight or fly. You get what I'm trying to say? So the question that relates to that will be better discussed under that topic, so that everybody will have the understanding. Now that we know what mental health is, I think Alhaji Kasim, you need to create this type of opportunity again for better understanding of what is discussed today, because it is very broad. So we need to know what is mental health more in detail than this, and we need to know what is mental ill health. We need to know the likely causes of mental illness. We need to know the signs and symptoms of mental illness. We need to know the prevention, and we need to know the treatment. If you look at it, either suicide or anxiety or eating disorder and the like, there are ways in which we can deal with it. We can't deal with it openly the way it is now. A lot of the participants, they said, well, but the topic are so broad that you hardly can get what you want from the discussion. But if you pick it one after the other, it might be dealt with in details, and the presenters or the participants will be able to deal with it if you look at it, they just give a bit summary of everything, which is very, very educative. So I want to thank you again for creating this type of forum. More grease to your elbow. God bless you.
Thank you so much for that word of encouragement. I think one of those observations will be taken on board subsequently. However, we are not experts in that area, so I give it to Israel in particular and some other colleagues of his that work around. We work together. I, as a novice, we came up with the topic because of what is going on in society and the environment we were living in. So, however, going forward, we take the advice, we take them on board that we have to seek for maybe when we're having a kind of a topic like this, we bring it to you, people like you and Elijah Adisa, to please guide us rightly on how to do. Elijah Adisa did a little bit, but I don't want to, because this forum is a youth forum. I want to do everything just to help the youth, just to guide them. So I go back to the youth and say, oh, let us leave it the way it is. So let's let her handle the way she wants to handle it. So, because Elijah said the same thing you said now, that this topic is so vast. If you were to discuss it, it's going to take weeks. So thank you so much for really doing the bidding, doing our bidding as in managing the time with us. So we have any question, please, from the audience. So while others are ready to ask any audience, you can raise up your hand. When you go to your chat button, you will see the chat. So when you see the chat message kind of icon, just click on it and add and ask your question. So we're going to read it out and present it to any of those panelists, and Alaji can even be part of the panelists to answer, because that is his own area of specialty as well. All these mental health, something they end up in his hand, they end up in his world to be treated. So may Allah continue to be with you. So my own question relating to what has been said is that what can a parent do to a child that is not taciturn? What I mean not taciturn is it doesn't talk. He's intelligent, but he doesn't talk. What can we do to encourage that kind of a boy or a girl socially and to help their self-esteem, please? Alaji Akemi. Alaja, anybody can pick her up? Alaja Akemi.
Yeah. Okay, sir. So you said that how can you go back to that question?
How can a parent of a child that is intelligent but cannot talk? He can talk, but he's not kind of a taciturn. He's not kind of a chatty person. It takes a lot of effort for you to get word out of him or her.
Well, I wouldn't say that as a big issue, honestly, because we are all like wired differently. Like it might be an introvert, and I mean, it might just like unless it's so significant that it's very hard for him.
Okay, we lost you there, Elijah. So Alaji Balogun,
hello?
You can come in, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Okay, we are back now. We are back now.
Okay, so yeah. So I said that I wouldn't like see that as a big issue. You know, some people are just like introverted personality that they have there, unless I would say the quietness or what you just described is kind of impacting on his social life. So, or if you want to kind of maybe expand more on that, does that impact that? Does he have friends?
No. The friends they have, one of the problem of this pandemic is that. So he relates so well with his friend in school.
Yeah, so that's So what is the issue there that it's just so quiet for you? Is that what you're saying? Well, I wouldn't see any issues like if it's just quiet, but at least he has friends, and could he go out once in a while? Does he kind of interact?
We force him to go out at times.
Okay, but is it into sports or anything?
Yeah. But because of the restriction as well, his football club has not been kind of efficient.
That's good. And would he like have any issues if he wants to go maybe to the shops to buy something?
He doesn't want to go out. He doesn't want to go out. If he likes staying indoor.
Do you feel that there's a bit of self-esteem problem there? That is what I'm just trying to ask, because at times some kids are just quiet and there's not really like any concern. That's because their nature, unless it's impacting so much that it cannot really like make a friend. It's always like it can't really make me talk to people. If he's going out to the shop, it's like it's showing a bit of anxiety going out. That could be a kind of like antisocial disorder. But if it's just like very quiet on his own, that is like his behavior. I mean, it's like his persona. I wouldn't see any concern there if it's not impacting on other stuff in his life.
Okay, thank you so much.
Or is there any concern from school, from the teachers that?
No.
Yes, that's just how it's wired. I wouldn't say any concern.
Academically, is so brilliant.
Yeah, it doesn't really like if it's like and you said he has bits of like he has his own friends. He loves his football. So far, it's not like you don't see him like maybe shying away from his peers. Not like if he wants to go out to the shop.
You just spoke the word I wanted. How can we overcome shyness in kids?
Look, shyness. Well, honestly, I would say that at times, how old is a child, if you want to say? Because at times we might not we push things too much. Like it could be shy, but not like it's like, if you get me, it could be shy, but it's not impacting on his social life too much. Some people are shy, that is their nature. But so far, it's not that you can't really force like some things to happen like that. You might kind of let him, where you'll be able to know is that when he's feeling so insecure, maybe to talk to his friends or to go outside to meet his friends or to go to the shops, to go and buy something. He feels so shy to go and buy something at the shops, or that could be another issue. But if he's shy and it's like he's still able to have a few friends and there's no really concern from school, as he matures, he might be able to like maybe when he starts working or something like maybe like do this work experience at fourth year, he should be like he might kind of improve his communication skills. So I wouldn't push that. So far it's not impacting, and you don't feel that this is a self-esteem problem. That is my view. But if it's a self-esteem problem, that is different.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? So I seem to be the only one that have a lot of questions here. So I will still ask again. So this one will be directed to Elijah Uju Olakpe when she was treating anxiety and our how we parents contribute to rebates on our. No, I've missed it up. It's about the other topic she was taking, that seeking for help and support online. So as a professional, or as as professionals, I'm talking to all the panelists. Do you think relying on the Google is always effective? It doesn't have its own side effect, because people see that as, oh, I don't need to go to the GP, I don't need to go to professional, I can seek help on the online.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, man.
It's not really advisable to look for advice or any kind of support from Google, but it still depends on the kind of situation or the kind of the particular illness. But you see, Google search is only for advice, but they could go extreme. Because if I must tell you, I am very good at research. Google, I go there all the time. And what I get from there is much more, not much more than what I'm expecting. And they're just there for advice. But if you actually need a professional help, I suggest you go through your GP. It depends on the kind of situation or the kind of illness or sickness or whatever, or disorder. But it's always advisable to go through the professionals. Googles are only for just advice.
Thank you so much, because I was so skeptical to to really allow that to pass. So because some people to go online and be doing straight medication could be so injurious.
No, you don't self-medicate. No, you don't. You just it's an advice. You understand what I'm saying? Or maybe you're looking for some kind of an address, phone number of a particular rehab or a counselor, or that's what they are good for.
Yes,
and
like
again,
to add to that,
okay.
of course, definitely, I will never suggest that, if you have like any ongoing issue, to go to maybe the Google to check your, I mean, it's not really advisable. You always go to your GP. But however, like at times, like in my course of work, if I maybe dealing with someone with anxiety and he or she come for the CBT, I might like maybe use that as an homework, that you have anxiety, can you go back and read about it, or depression? Just go on Google, just have an idea of it. It should be like an homework during therapy. Not that, that is like, okay, you are in therapy, you can go, just go through what anxiety or what depression is on Google and come back the next time and tell me what you've learned about that. But that's, it's just part of, it could be part of therapy, homework in therapy, but it's not like advisable to ever go on Google to, look for, any kind of relief or cure for any illness.
Sir, you're muted. Sir, you're muted.
Another question from the forum, please. So, in the absence of no other person asking the question, I'll ask another one again, which has to do.
Sir, there is a question from Apple Alvarez.
Yeah.
They have a question they would like to share about the issues being discussed.
Okay, yeah. It's permitted to share that. Yeah. So it's in the public.
It's 11:39 p.m. here in the Philippines. So good evening to everyone. I am Apple Alvarez from the Philippines. I am a consultant of a mental health institution in Davao City, and I do counseling. That's every week. And then I also talk to my patients who are drug addicts, those who are with anxiety or any mental health disorders. So I think that if you have a client who is shy and then you talk about their drug addiction, actually, it is not our role to ask the patients or drug addicts to absolutely talk about their drug addiction, because generally when you look at a drug addict, they are always on the denial stage. They do not want to divulge anything, especially if they are on the initial stage or primary stage of the addiction. So what we do is to apply the therapeutic communication. Therapeutic communication is practice in the medical practice, in the nursing practice. So what we do with therapeutic communication is we can use silence, and we can use also nonverbal communication techniques for them to, start or begin to talk about their drug addiction. Now, the treatment in drug addiction would depend on, of course, in the medical diagnosis. But if the patient is, again, we go back to people who are very shy or anxious, what we do is to establish first a very therapeutic relationship, and we call that one as professional relationship. So that's the time that we are going to conduct counseling, and we do not practice directive counseling to patients if the patients are not ready to accept that they are really into drug addiction or into having such as mental unhealthy practices. So what we do is firstly to help the patient accept that he has this addiction, he has this problem, he has this issue, because any patient could never be treated if there's no acceptance. It should begin from the person itself before we can help other people. So as health practitioners, what we do is to build first this what we call acceptance, and then we can go on with the treatment with our patient. That's basically like learning to accept before we can accept any treatment from medical or nurses or counselors or etc. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you very much for the information and the informative talk. That was brilliant. Thank you so much, Apple Alvarez, for your input there. And it was it was quite informative indeed as to how we should go about approaching our patients. For those who are in the healthcare industry and the social care industry also. That was brilliant. Thank you very much for sharing your input on that. Thank you so much.
And again, others, please, if I may add one thing, please. I'm really kind of surprised to have somebody like you on the platform, because what you've contributed goes a long way to really buttress the point all the panelists have been saying all the while, and really, to me, as one of the coordinator, really make me happy. Will you be willing at any other time, if you are contacted, you can just give us a contact with this email as a resource person for further confirmation, further conversation on things relating to your area of specialty? Alvarez, are you still there? Hello?
I am listening.
Oh, okay. Do you add what I said?
Yes.
Okay. Will you be willing as a resource person in the area of
that's very good. Actually, I am conducting seminars and symposiums all over the Philippines, in Manila, that's in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So I am a resource speaker generally about mental health. I can talk about phobia, anxiety, sexual disorders, anything about mental illness or psychiatry. So that's my expertise. And I'm thankful to God that I was given those skills so that I can share to a lot of people, especially for those who have few knowledge on how are we going to deal with these mental issues.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I've gotten the message there in the chat box. Your email address. Thank you so much. I've taken that. Thanks so much. So over to you, Isra.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Before I ask my question, does anyone else have a question? Anyone within the group? Anyone have a question to ask? All questions are welcome. Okay, I take it that's a no. The question I had was, why is it because we are in Europe, parents feel the need to change? Why don't we make the change back at home? So why is it, essentially that question is asking, why is it that we're in Europe now, our parents are in Europe, our African parents and our African children are in Europe, and due to this change in society and environment, parents have to adapt and change with us. Why can't we gradually make the change back at home? And when I say home, I'm talking about our origin country, Africa. This question is directed to everyone and anyone who could possibly answer.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum, Matt.
Alaikum salam, my darling. That's a very good question. I think it will be very, very, very good if youths can actually make change to our culture and tradition back home. That will be very good. It will really be very, 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 very sensible thing to do. But the fact is that we tried to make youth have a change back home. We don't want to change with you. It's just that the situation we found ourselves. We have tried our own traditional way of parenting, our own, the way we have been trained, where we have been raised. I think we decided to do both ways, both African and westernized way of raising kids, so that we'll be able to achieve a very good result with you.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to do. It's not that we want to adapt to your own ways of life or European way of child raising, parents. No, we don't want to do that. But if that is the only compromise, it's just like a compromise. Some people don't think that every parent does that. Some people will not change from their own African way of parenting. If you leave it to me, I love my African way of parenting, but I've been doing that forever, and I realized that it doesn't really work. So I decided to compromise. We don't want to get to your level. We don't want to do Western way of parenting. We just want to reach a compromise. That's what we're trying to do.
Okay. Thank you very much for answering my question.
Yeah.
I think Rukoya has a leading question on yours. Okay. She's asking, can I ask her that, say we try to adapt, but because with it they scream and beat and trying to work with their children.
Do you want me to ask it?
Yeah, can you ask that question, Rukoya? Thank you.
Okay, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. Thank you to all the mums and parents that have joined us with this panel talk. My question for you is, like Israel said, why can't the youths adapt? But we would love to adapt to your way, but is there a way like you can advise parents not to like implement like the shouting and the beating? Because I know that's the way it was back in Africa, but it like puts some kind of fear in the kids and then they won't feel comfortable to come talk to their parents about, oh, I've got depression and stuff like that. Because if a child says to their parents, oh, I've got depression, they'll be like, what do you know about it? If you understand what I mean. Or like loneliness as well, then that's how the child distance themselves from the parents. And then also it just brings all that different kind of mentality into it as well with everything you've spoken about. So is there a way you can advise both youths and like parents? Because obviously if you don't implement the African way for us to adapt with this mental health, then we're going to lose our origin and where we come from. And then that's how some kids will think, oh, I'm born in Ireland, I'm born in the UK, and this is where I'm from. But realistically, you're not. You're from where your parents are from, and that is your home. No matter what, that is always going to be your home. Thank you.
Right. Okay. You're right about that. We never want any of our children to forget who they are or where they come from. But you really need to understand that because this question you asked me now, I've been asked about this time without numbers. They keep on asking me. I will tell you something. All my children's friends, they approach me a lot. They speak to me a lot. They ask me questions. And at the same time, what I'm telling you, what I'm about to tell you now, or what I've been saying is what I've been telling them. Some of us are just who we are. We don't get what we wanted until we shouted. My kids keep on telling me, Mommy, you're shouting. But I try as much as possible not to solve all the problem with shouting, screaming, or whatever. I try to explain things to them, try to see. In fact, I usually use my own upbringing, my experience back home, how I was raised with my children. I let them understand where I was, where I came from, and I try as much as possible to let them say that I'm just trying to adapt to the, to the system, to the situation, Western European life, European way of doing things. Because believe you me, you cannot take African from African women or African men. There's no way you can take that from us. And I'm telling you, the best way is just that we have a compromise, both parents and kids. There's no way you will tell me that you kids will not go back home. Even if you don't live back home, you still be home because it's always be your home. So the best thing is if we go half-half, where we can understand. Yes, you were right when you said, when you asked, oh, I'm going through this, I'm going through that, and we ignore it. We usually do that. I did that before, but I learned my lesson a very hard way. So I decided to give a hearing, listening here to my kids. And I advise our parents to do the same. It's very important to listen. So we just have to compromise. We just have to compromise. That's the only way this can be done. If I said, okay, we have to go 100% African, we could have problem. If I say we go 100% Western way, there's going to be problem. So we just have to compromise. That's what I see. That's what I think we should do. I don't know about other people, but that's what I think. That's the only way we can achieve some kind of, understanding.
Thank you very much, Ma. I'd like to touch on that before anyone else has a question. I think our chairman might have a question. Within compromisation, I know there are a few youths who are still here right with us, and if they are, this is for you in particular. Compromising is not saying that, oh, it's 100, it's 90, 90-10 African or Western European, or 60-40 African, Western European. Compromisation is when you meet in the middle.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes, you cannot expect your parents to try their best and you not to move with them also. Now, I'm a youth with you. I'm only 21 years old, so I get you, right? I've done with my mom. I've done the whole African shouting, beating, the whole lot. I've done it. And then we've also come through a compromisation where we met in the middle, where it became a communication-based relationship. You cannot get your parents to move and then you avoid the whole moving system itself. You have to move with your parents in order to meet in the middle and get that compromise you're looking for. You are always going to be African, 100%. You can't change it. Absolutely. If you were born in this country, you are still African, 100%. As Rukoya said. Rukoya said you are always going to be African. That is in your blood. It isn't within you. Your culture is within you. But it is not saying that your culture therefore defines 100% of your life. And it is therefore not also saying that Western European also defines 100% of your life. You are a mix of both, whether you were born here or brought here. So thank you very much, Ma, for bringing up the topic of the conversation of compromisation, because that is exactly what needs to happen. We need to meet in the middle where the mutual understanding.
Can I talk about this? Can I just add my own? My own view could be a bit different. Okay. But anyway, yeah, it could be a bit different from what you, of course it's good to compromise, but I believe that there's a lot of work that needs to be done with African parents. I can't lie to you, I've worked with so many African parents, I've worked with them professionally, and I'm not condemning anybody, I'm not judging, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I understand if you know, if there's a lot of somebody should unmute. Okay.
Yeah, they've been muted now. You can continue on.
Yeah, there is a lot of, I love my heritage, I love my culture. I'm not saying I'm not denouncing that, but there's so many things that I feel that we need to shed. We need to just drop behind. It's so hard. I can't lie to you. It's so very hard to not I'm saying cultural dispositions. Cultural demeanor is inherent, and it's so hard at times to live without it. It's an inherent pervasive problem that's from one person to the other. The way we are raised, yes, of course, you guys are born here, or you came from Nigeria to live with your parents. Fine, I understand that we need to compromise, but the work is more on the parents, I think. If the parents have the awareness of some stuff, it should be easy for them to work with their children. Why am I saying this? Is that if you are able, like, we are so, like, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. We can hear
All right. Okay. We if we can, like, shed some kind of behavior that we've been raised with when we are growing back home, I've seen that there's some of the behaviors that it's not really going to work here with our kids. Because it's like two different entities, two different, cultural views and ethos. We are going, like, if you're not really careful, we are going to confuse these children about African heritage and Western heritage. Of course, they are from Africa, that's their background, but we need to realize that the way we are raised, that I've seen a lot of lapses in the way we are raised, that we don't need to continue with our kids. I believe that when we were growing up back home in Africa, I might be wrong, but that's my own perspective, that our parents they didn't let us, like, I think we have so many issues about self-esteem, confidence, I think, because, it's like, I'm not negating that parents should not, set boundaries, but the boundaries that were set for us then, I think, were just too extreme. And if we cannot use that as now to raise our kids points at this, like, this century. I believe that, well, of course, like, if I talk like this at times in some places, people try to say, what is she saying? That try to maybe condemn my view, but that's what I think, and that's what I believe. Growing up, we are like we've been so raised with fear at times that, if you don't, like, you can't, if your dad says something, you cannot at least share your own view. You have to keep quiet. And you have to look down. You can't talk back. I know that there's boundaries, but all this will distance you from your kids. So then, if your dad says A, you must not answer back. You always swallow all your, swallow what you want to say to your dad or your mom. Then you cannot get face them to tell them what you are going through, what you want to say, what your reaction is to. So you don't have much opinion at that time. Although it's respect to an extent, but it is over protectiveness. And in social, I think in social work, on psychology, I think, because I do a lot of training about abuse. I am a safeguarding trainer where I work. I present training and I teach people about abuse. If you overprotect your child and underprotect your child, it is an abuse. So back home, we are always overprotected. And from there, I think our esteem at that time, I'm sure we've dropped so much esteem then. We've lost a bit of confidence because we are not like, we have that fear in us that we cannot explain how we feel to our parents. And at this, that's causes a lot of friction for us growing up. Then we cannot use that at this stage with our kids. We believe that, look, there are so many children in care. Like
Assalamu alaikum, my sister.
From African setting, wa alaikum salam.
If we allow you to keep on talking, you won't wait till tomorrow. So for us to have more of this conversation at another time, and for us to be kind of willing to listen to you, I will appeal to everyone of us to let us stop here. We've been on for 3 hours. It's been engaging. I don't want it to stop, but for us to be motivated for the next kind of any time we want to have things like this, I will appeal to everyone of us to please. But before we round up, I would like Israel to give a summary of all what has been said so far, so that in a nutshell, we can go back home and reflect on it.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. Thank you so much for those of us who are still here with us. I really appreciate everyone coming and everyone attending and lending their ear in order to be informed about mental health, well-being, and especially during this time of crisis with the whole pandemic that's going on. Aside from the pandemic, it is also important to know what's going on outside of the pandemic when we begin our day-to-day normal lives once again. To summarize what's been said in a nutshell, right? Between all the topics that was discussed, mental health, addiction, self-harming to anxiety, to depression that was brought, to the discussions of depression that was brought up, and to all the other topics that were discussed. In a nutshell, I would say, if I was to summarize everything and make a conclusion, an informed conclusion of all of this, I'd say for the youths and for the parents, learn to communicate with each other. A discussion of compromisation was met. Within compromisation itself, communication is needed. With an overall conclusion of what was said, it is important to be aware, to be consciously observant of each other's well-being, to be aware of the movements, the motions, the behavior, and the actions we take personally as individuals, right? I strongly urge you to pay attention, to ask questions, frequently ask questions, keep in touch, communicate. Everything comes down to communication at the end of the day. If I was to summarize in one word, it's communication. Communication.
That's it.
Communication. There you go.
Go ahead.
No, that's the summary.
Anyway, at the end of it, you ended up with what I want to add to it. Everything we discussed so far is about communication. Polycommunication is part of listening, being vigilant, and accepting people that were trying to effect changes in their life. Accept them for who they are, so they can see as a partner in their own transformation as well.
Yes.
And resourcefulness on the part of people that want to help them. As a parent, we have to, what do we need to do? So far, none of the participants have been able to tell us where to go for help, but I'm very sure there are a lot of supporting kind of.
Sorry, sir. There's a phone number. There's a phone number that my brother Ahmed Yusuf wanted to drop by. I think he said you would share it with everyone else.
So we are going to share that on the internet later on. If you can do that now. So
yeah.
If you have anything relating to all that has been discussed, you can call all these agencies. They are government agencies and private agencies that are ready to help us, to really help us in this situation. So communication is the basic thing. So listening, being vigilant, accepting people for who they are, and being resourceful in their treatment, and reaching a compromise, as Israel has preached to us. May Allah continue to bless us. So I really thank every one of you, because if Israel and myself want to do this and you're not here to listen to us, so that means all efforts are going to be in waste. But you've been able to really add a gloss to our poster. So we really appreciate your support and your time. So hope when next we meet again, we still have a very, very kind of a constructive and very useful information for every one of us. So if there's anything you want us to talk about, please kindly drop it as a kind of suggestion, so we can reflect on that and see how we can arrange for one. So thank you so much for everyone. So from me, I say, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much.
Watu silani ala makaifa wida tajirukuni wanaru shauka fi kabati yazunnu binal asudu lana sununa doba kadibalabi الكريم لا